Major partners across all of our regattas this season: Bentley's Chartered Accountants and Business Advisors. Bentley's have been supporting Rowing New South Wales for over 5 years now, and we thank them for their ongoing support. And also the V Insurance Group, we thank them too for their ongoing support and the insurance protection for the entire New South Wales community, again in this 2020-21 season. For accommodation, we would like to thank our accommodation partner Quest Apartments for their support. Rowing New South Wales members receive special rates when booking with Quest, so if you want to check that out, please visit www.questapartments.com.au. A special mention to Bont Rowing, our official live stream and point score partner for 2020-2021. Bont Rowing specialise in rowing shoes, designed by rowers for rowers. You can jump online and check them out at www.bontrowing.com or visit the team in the tent up behind the Lakeside restaurant. Talking of which, just a reminder that Lakeside Catering have a kiosk for food and refreshments, and that's at the back of the grandstand. Over at the back of the grandstand also, our official merchandiser of the 2021 New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River, the Regatta Shop. So today we have 1,120 athletes entered. That's up by almost 100 over the entry in 2019. Of course, there wasn't a regatta in 2020 as a result of the COVID pandemic and the lockdowns. We have 36 events this morning with over 1,000 seats and 300 crew entries. So 41 schools are competing today. Many of them from New South Wales, but from ACT we welcome Darra-Marlin, Radford, Canberra Grammar, Marist and Canberra Girls Grammar. We're going to kick off proceedings with the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull, where we have 2 heats. The first one just getting onto the line now. Year 9 race over 1,000 metres. Our course is actually 2,000 metres long. That's the distance that they race at the Olympics, and this is an Olympic standard course, having been the venue for the rowing regatta at the Sydney 2000 Olympics. So at the 1,000 metre mark, they're not held by anybody. It's what we call a free start, and fairly tricky conditions this morning with visibility in the rain and also a little bit of wind. But I'm sure our umpires are doing their very best, and this is an opportunity for the rowers to learn how to really listen to instructions and do their best to follow what the umpire says and the aligner as they are trying to line up the bow balls. And sometimes boats have different length canvases in the stern and the bow, so when you're actually in the boat it might look a bit unfair, but it's not, because we're measuring the first bow ball to cross the finish line here at the finish tower for the result. We have 6 crews racing in the first heat, with 4 of them progressing through to the final, plus the next fastest crew out of the 2 heats. In lane 2, we have Pymble Ladies College with Stella Simons and Camera Collett, coached by Eliza Entwistle. In lane 3, Ascombe School, Grace Carter and Kitty Zusak, coached by Olivia MacDonald. In lane 4, we have MLC School, Jodie Feng and Amelia Glastonbury, coached by Andrew Patterson and Kirsten Lillequist. In lane 5, Tara School, Gemma Simpson and Kaylin Duong, coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney and Kate Crampton. And in lane 6, PLC Sydney with Tasha Cahill and Caris Town, coached by Izzy Hooton and Felix Dure.
boats line up for the start of race 1. Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. They're all off in the mist as they descend. For the spectators who are on the finish line, the boats that you see progressing towards the finish are not officially racing at the moment. I apologise, that is heat number 1, which are coming in to the finish line. A bit of a finish there. Lane 4, Tara School, just taking it away from lane 2. Like pinball there. In lane 5, Tara School coming over the line there. So the unofficial results there. So that's Schoolgirl Year 9, the first heat of the day. MLC School win that. Second, PLC. Third, Asham. Fourth, Torah. And fifth, PLC. The first 3 progress to the finals of that race.
Yeah, so times are going to be important then if the next fastest crew qualifies. So unofficial time for MLC School in that win in Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull was 4 minutes 30.25. Pymble Ladies College 4 minutes 34. And Ascombe School were 4 minutes 36. And our fourth, Tara School were 4 minutes 45. And PLC Sydney were 4 minutes 53. Coming through the 500 metre mark in heat number 2, it's Radford College who are in the lead. They are in lane 6. Sydney Girls next to them in lane 5 are in second position. Canberra Girls Grammar, who are across in lane 3, are currently third, and Loreto Kirribilli in lane 4 are fourth. Radford College, that's the crew of Mylan Serman Schmidt and Edie Lupton, coached by Mackenzie Francis Brown. The Sydney Girls crew is Avishai Rahija and Charlotte Steele, coached by Luke State. Canberra Girls Grammar is Reshmi Senananyake and Amelia Royal, coached by Grace Underhill. And the Loreto Kirribilli crew in lane 4 is Eve O'Brien and Phoebe Lill, coached by Phoebe Hanley.
Coming through the 500 metres mark there in race 2, Radford College was slightly up over Sydney Girls by just 2 seconds. Radford College nearest the lake, nearest the stadium side, so the lanes are obviously in sequential order, lane 1 being furthest away from the grandstand and lane 8 being nearest the grandstand. So as they come in the last 300 metres, Radford College in lane 6 kept their lead, kept the girls from Sydney Girls off. And the girls in lane 3 from Canberra Girls School are not out of it yet. So as they approach their finish line, with 200 metres to go, girls from Radford College, Sherman Schmidt and Lupton, keeping their noses in front, keeping relaxed and cool, but also keeping an eye just to the right of themselves as we have a strong finish there from Sydney Girls, and pushing them all the way as they both crews raise the rate to the finish. Radford take the win, followed by Sydney Girls. Canberra Grammar on the far side, and the distinctive blue and yellow of Loreto coming fourth. All boats in that final will progress to the finish, as there were 2 scratches from Asham and Canberra Grammar there, so all boats will progress to the finish in that race.
And just as reference, the times about 4 seconds faster. So the winner, Radford College, in a time of 4 minutes 26.28. Second was Sydney Girls in a time of 4 minutes 27.52. Canberra Girls Grammar in 4 minutes 34.25. And Loreto Kirribilli in 4 minutes 45.58. So that's a little bit faster than the previous heat, where the winning time was 4 minutes 30. So it looks like we're going to have some exciting racing in the final, which is race number 37. Just have a quick look there about what time that is.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting race, given in previous regattas the boat from Asham had won in that event, and they finished third in the first heat.
Yes.
So a bit of gamesmanship there. Yeah, that's all they needed to do, but they'll know they'll be very quick. They were 4 seconds quicker than the boat from MLC in the recent IGSA regatta. So, yes.
11 o'clock is when we need to come back to see the result of that one.
Great.
Sounds like it'll be a good one.
On the race course right now is race 3, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Heat. The first 4 will progress to the final, plus the fastest crew. In lane 1 we have Winter Winnaboom from Asham. In lane 3 we have Madison Stanley from Northern Beaches Secondary. In lane 4 we have Madeline Leach from Radford College. In lane 5 we have Sasha Kovarik from MLC. In lane 6 we have Lucinda Steele from Loreto Kirribilli. In lane 7 we have Catherine Wilcock from Stella Maris. And in lane 8 we have Arabella Logan from St Paul's Grammar. And again, some interesting racing will appear here. There might be some gamesmanship. In previous regattas, we've seen a strong showing from the Stella Maris College Scullers. It's good to see these schools appearing. They were both very quick in Stella Maris, Catherine Wilcock, and also her partner, I think, won in the double scull at IGSA. She's racing as a single here. And as they go through the 500-meter mark in this 1,000-meter race, it is indeed actually Catherine Wilcox from Stella Maris School, a slight lead over Madison Stanley from Northern Beaches Secondary. And Sasha Kovarik, who is also a familiar name, is in third from MLC School, just almost 3 seconds behind. So some of these girls will be rowing for their local clubs, but representing their school today.
Nathan, I've just had a note through from Rowing New South Wales and the organisers of the regatta. Coaches, crews, coxes, please note there is no marshal in the back lake today, and there's nobody at the bridge to tell you to go through. So when you go afloat, please do your warm-up and carry on up to the start. Make sure you're not late for waiting around to be told to go to the start.
And as we come into the final stage of this race 3, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull, appears that Catherine Wilcox is cool as a cucumber. Nice, gentle stroke rate. She's maintained her lead. Looking over behind her and to the right, the scullers from MLC and the scullers from Northern Beaches Secondary. Progressing very in control. She takes a look over to the right. Again, knowing that she doesn't have to, all she has to do is in the top 4. She increases her rate slightly just to push away from the crews as she crosses the line, but very nice example of a controlled race there. It's Catherine Wilcock from Stella Maris crosses the line in first place. In second, looks like the girl Sasha Kovarik from MLC just takes it away from Madison Stanley in third from Northern Beaches Secondary. In lane 8, from St Paul's, Arabella Logan. in lane 8. In lane 4 from Radford College, Madeline Leach. And then in lane 6, Lucinda Steele, Loretto Kirabilli. And in 7th, Winter Wernerbom from Asham.
So just recapping the results of race number 3, the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. A win for Stella Maris College, Catherine Wilcock. Second, Sasha Kovarik, MLC School. Third, Madison Stanley, Northern Beaches Secondary. Fourth, St Paul's Grammar, Arabella Logan. These 4 scullers will progress through to the final, race number 38. 5th, Radford College, Madeline Lease. 6th, Loretto Kirabilli, Lucinda Steele. 7th, Winter Wennerboom, Askham. The time for Catherine Wilcock, winning the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull, was 4 minutes 33.25. Sasha Kovarik was 4 minutes 39.71. Madison Stanley was 4 minutes 42.62, and Arabella Logan was 4 minutes 49.93. Heat number 2 is now in progress. That's the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. In lane 2, Askham, Anna Scrooby. In lane 3, Monte Sant'Angelo, Eva Distaso. In lane 4, Mossman High, Rosie Fairburn. In lane 5, Penrith High, Gary Kotira. In lane 6, Stella Maris College, Philippa Young. In lane 7, Redlands, Ulan Margon. And in lane 8, Canberra Grammar, Madison Duncan.
I think we have a scratch there from Madison Duncan in Canberra Grammar School, according to our latest information. And again, the sculler to watch will be Philippa Young from Stella Maris in lane 6. As I said before, her fellow schoolmate has just won the first heat, accomplished in both the single sculls and the double scull. Again, the first 4 finishers plus the next fastest crew will progress to the final at 11 o'clock in this, the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. A lot of these single scullers are coached by Katie Healy from Mossman Rowing Club, so there'll be certainly bragging rights back at Mossman, but some impressive single scullers coming out of Mossman in this event.
Yeah, it's great to see 3 of them coached by Katie Healy, all competing against each other.
Yeah.
It must be good fun. And of course, that's a really wonderful thing for young school rowers to do, is go and join a club and have a bit of fun and do slightly different style of racing.
Yeah, particularly if the school isn't a traditional rowing school. We've seen Stella Maris don't have an official school racing program. Neither do Monty, I believe, or Mossman High. So the opportunity to join a local club and race for your school is a great event. I know there's a couple I know, particularly the sculler, I believe, from Winona, who'll be racing later on. She's a Mossman girl as well, and will be the only competitor for her school today. And as we come through the 500-meter mark, it is indeed Philippa Young from Stella Maris College, just leading by 1.3 seconds over Anna Scrubby from Asham. And followed in 3rd place from Penrith High, Guri Kotera. And top 4 scullers looking to be quite comfortable. So Stella Maris, Asham, Penrith and Monty Ivide Stazo from Monte Sant'Angelo. Got some considerable distance between themselves and the scullers from Mossman High and Redlands. So they'll be quite happy with finishing, I suppose, in whichever order. But we see the sculler on the far side from Asham, Anna Scrubby, just pushing the rate up a bit. We'll have a bit to do to catch Philippa Young from Stella.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how she's progressed. So I think I remember Philippa beat her back at the IGSA regatta, and Anna was third there. Oh, some very impressive rowing, isn't there?
Yeah, they're looking very relaxed. And actually the conditions aren't as bad as they were 25 minutes ago, to be honest. I know we are going to be in, as Philippa Young crosses the line for Stella. Anna Scrubby from Asham comes second. In third, Eva D'Estazo from Monty. In fourth place from Penrith High, Guri Kutera. Fifth from Mossman High, Rosie Fairborn. And from Redlands, Ulin Margot crosses the line in sixth place. So, unofficial times there. Philippa Young from Stella finishing in a time of 4:31. That's 2 seconds, just over 2 seconds quicker than the first heat. The winner of the first heat, her compatriot, Catherine Wilcox. Anna Scrubby finishing in second place, some 6.2 seconds behind her. A further 2.9 seconds behind is Eva D'Estazo from Monte St. Angelo, and from Penrith High, Guri Kutera. 6.29 seconds behind then.
So our next race, race number 5, is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull, Division 4. 4 of these will progress through to the final at 11:26. In lane 2, we have the crew from Loretto Normanhurst of Zara Miller, Audrey Kirk, Sophia Bartucciotto and Penny Rose Collins, coxed by Ruby Mazzei, coached by Kieran Riak and Finley Blake. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies College, Isabella Johnson, Zoe Lupton, Grace Longstaff and Alexandra Stansel, coxed by Diana Attinger and coached by India Thompson. In lane 4, St. Catherine's, Kate Darling, Jessie Miller, Tilda Dunn and Bianca Kelly, coxed by Gina Kimpton. In lane 5 from Radford College, ACT, Talia Hunt, Zara Layton, Johanna Dixon and Sophie Fremantle, coxed by Bella Schofield and coached by Stuart Sampson. In lane 6 from Roseville, Lauren Hanmer, Grace Thompson, Neve Morgan and Iman Utteridge, coxed by Freya Mackenzie and coached by Charlotte McBrayer. And in lane 7 from Loretto Kirribilli, Bridget Carnival, Olivia Campbell, Amelie Champ and Elsie Hutton, coxed by Cecilia Funder and coached Adelaide Guinness.
And the crew to watch here is the crew in lane 2, winners of the IGSA regatta from Loretto Normanhurst, who, having come through 500 metres, are in, unsurprisingly, the lead, 2 seconds ahead. And they certainly were in the first 500, but it looks like the girls from Kirribilli in lane 7 are going to push them hard for line honours. Looks like a race to the finish between the 2 crews from Loretto Normanhurst in lane 2 and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7. With the girls from St. Catherine's splitting the pack as they come up to the finish. The race favourites for this heat take the finish quite comfortably from Loretto Normanhurst. In second place, the crew from Loretto Kirribilli, finishing strongly. And in third place from St. Catherine's in lane 4. Pimble finish in 4th place, and in 5th place, Radford College, with Roseville finishing 6th. So the unofficial results for that, the Schoolgirl Year 8. The first heat of the Division 4 sculls. In first place, Loretto Normanhurst in a time of 4:18.35. In second place were Loretto Kirribilli, some 5.3 seconds behind. In third place, St. Catherine's. In fourth place, Pimble Ladies. In fifth, Radford College. And in sixth, Roseville.
On the course now, Heat 2 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. In lane 3, Queenwood, Sky Dix, Trinity Brogden, Danielle Stryden and Heidi McGurran, coxed by Isabella Santos. In lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar, Audrey West, Ellie McIntosh, Edie Matheson Hull and Eliza Miller, coxed by Emily Jackson. In lane 5, Newcastle Grammar School, Brooke Riley, Molly McCauley, Sadie Smart and Zali Gins, coxed by Ronan Brown. In lane 6, Kinross Walleroy, Isabella Lloyd-George, Hannah Jones, Olivia Martin and Georgina Lawson, coxed by Georgia Zatta. And in lane 7, Sydney Girls High, Emily Wren, Sia Gupta, Alicia Chen and Sophia Dixon, coxed by Zoe Ann Laksamana.
And coming through 500 metres in this, Kinross Walleroy seem to have a comfortable lead over Canberra Grammar of almost 10 seconds. Sydney Girls about and a half length behind then from Queenwood, who were the second place finishers in the IGSA regatta. And then we have Newcastle Grammar, who seem to have had a bit of a steering issue at some stage during the course, but are making up good ground on the Queenwood boat as we speak. So a very comfortable row here. From the crews in the distinctive pale blue boats. From Kinross Walleroy. They'll be very happy with that. An absolute marker being put down to take the win in this, the second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4. Kinross Walleroy taking the win for this final. Canberra Grammar again a leisurely second. But for third, it's going to be very close indeed. I'll give that Sydney Girls, followed by Newcastle Grammar and then Queenwood, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there, and I guess it's just a question of the times, isn't it? So just recapping the results there, the win in Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull was Kinross Walleroy in a time of 4:26. Second, Canberra Girls Grammar. Third, Sydney Girls. And fourth, Newcastle Grammar. Those four progress automatically through to the final at 11:26. Fifth, Queenwood. So looking at the times, the previous heat was
4:18.
4:40 was the slowest, so 4:43 was the fastest. So yes, so unfortunately Queenwood look like they're going to miss out. Yeah, we have 4:26, 4:41 for Canberra Girls Grammar, 4:50 for Sydney Girls, and 4:50.74 for Newcastle Grammar, 4:52 for Queenwood.
Yeah, the Queenwood girls will be disappointed with that, given they got a second place at IGSA quite recently.
They will, won't they?
Yeah.
So Radford College will be the crew that progresses through to make up 9 crews in the final at 11:26. Okay, heat number 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3 is now in progress. Again, the first 4 will progress through to the final, which is at 11:31. In lane 2, Loretto Normanhurst, Indy Witten, Sabine Walton, Sophia Slater and Kate Gilsonan, coxed by Lily Carolan. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies College, Melanie Tan, Felicity Shea, Genevieve Hartin and Alice Beveridge, coxed by Isabel Johnston. In lane 4, Sydney Girls, Danielle Kwok, Yun Liang, Emily Sorial and Surabi Marata, coxed by Ella Wu. In lane 5 from Loretto Kirribilli, Kate Whitson, Charlotte Madsen, Ava Hatzidis and Arabella Keating, coxed by Hannah Duffy. In lane 6 from Redlands, Zoe Halliday, Anushka Lee, Sophie Yu and Annabelle Huang, coxed by Carolina Pedro Ignacio. In lane 7 from MLC School, Ashley Pagewood, Sophia Grave, Ella Baker and Charlotte Penny, coxed by Sophia Iezi. And in lane 8, Tara School, Ella Hazuri, Holly Martin, Arushi Chauhan and Selena Shee, coxed by Piper Hill.
Now, as they've gone through the 500-metre mark here, it's the form buck is true to form. So leading is Loretto Normanhurst, who were
amazing Year 8 squad.
amazing
really
Year 8 squad, yeah. Winners of the IGSA regatta, and followed by Loretto Kirribilli, who were second at the IGSA. So
yeah.
form book is true to form. In third place, as they came through the 500, was Pimble Ladies. Fourth, Redlands. Very closely followed by Sydney Girls. Some way behind them are MLC, and dropping off the back is Tara School. So a bit of bragging rights. These two crews won't want to concede an inch to each other, even though they've owned the first 4 boats of this final go through. This heat go through.
And the weather hasn't dampened the spirits of Loretto Normanhurst and Loretto Kirribilli's girls and supporters. Lots of cheering going on as the girls enter the last 100 metres of the regatta and sprint for the line.
Yeah, there they go. The girls from Normanhurst just raising their rate slightly there with 100 metres to go. Tiring slightly as they approach the finish line. The girls from Kirribilli giving it everything there to claw back a bit of time there on their fellow rivals.
And another great race going on to claim that important 4th position. Third across the line is Pimble, and just across the line first, Redlands take out the 4th position, just beating Sydney Girls into 5th place. So we'll have to look at the times to see whether Sydney Girls progress through to the final. And Tara's MLC School crossing the line now in 6th position, and 7th will be Tara School. So recapping the results of the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 3, a win for Loretto Normanhurst. Second, Loretto Kirribilli. Third, Pimble Ladies College. Fourth, Redlands. Those 4 crews progress automatically through to the final. Fifth, Sydney Girls. Sixth, MLC School. And 7th, Tara School. Time for Loretto Normanhurst, 4 minutes 10. 4 minutes 12 for Loretto Kirribilli. 4:24 for Pimble Ladies and 4:26 for Redlands. So Sydney Girls 4:28. We'll move to the next heat now to see whether they can go through to the final. Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull, race number 8. In lane 2, St Catherine's, Amelia Hoskin, Teresa Lee, Ali Nairn and Kimmy Bilmon, coxed by Evie Bayo. In lane 3, PLC Sydney, Alana Araj, Hannah Bebbington, Charlotte Sard and Willa Bowman, coxed by Manuela La Rocca. In lane 4 from Canberra Grammar School, Zoe Honeybrook, Ella Vannon, Serena Brown and Grace Osborne, coxed by Sophia Smith. In lane 5 from Queenwood, Jessica Hogg, Beck Hummel, Natasha Hughes and Zara Taylor, coxed by Claire Chen. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Lucy McIsaac, Ava Buesnel, Lily Weeks and Georgia Miller, coxed by Lillian Pierce. And in lane 7 from Roseville, Claudia Berger, Winnie Wang, Georgia McRae and Scarlett Miles, coxed by Christina Marmara.
And as they come through the 500-metre mark, looks like, again, form buck true to form. Queenwood are some 4 seconds, or they were some 4 seconds ahead of Roseville. And in third place, Kinross Kinross Walleroy, followed by PLC. St. Catherine's and Canberra Grammar bringing up the rear somewhere behind. But the boat in lane 5, the black and red from Queenwood. A comfortable distance in front of the girls in the maroon and white and yellow and black from Roseville. And with 200 meters to go, Queenwood remain out in front. It'll be close between Roseville, Kinross Walleroy, and the girls on the other side from St. Catherine's.
Looks like it's going to be another race for the 4th position.
Yep.
Oh, excellent row coming here from Queenwood now.
Good win there for Queenwood. Smooth row. It's been a great finish there from PLC. To take second. Kinross Walleroy and Roseville. Follow just edge out St. Catherine's, who'll be looking for that fifth spot, or the fastest finisher spot. The girls from Canberra Grammar across the line.
Recapping the results of the 2nd heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. A win for Queenwood. 2nd, PLC Sydney. 3, Roseville. 4th, Kinross Walleroy. Those 4 crews progress automatically through to the final. 5th, St. Catherine's. 6th, Canberra Grammar. Time for Queenwood, 4:09. For PLC Sydney, 4:20. For Kinross Walleroy, 4:22. For Roseville, 4:23. And for St. Catherine's, 4:25, meaning they progress through to the A final. Race number 9 is the 1st heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 1, Canberra Grammar, Neve Power, Maya Wing, Emma Lee Kalinjuk and Nellie Byron, coxed by Sophia Osborne. In lane 2, Dara Marlin, Madeline Ballow, Chloe Fothergill, Brianna Patmore and Emily Rasmussen, coxed by Lily Steinman. In lane 3, from Loreto Kirribilli, Arabella Sue, Annalise Radikach, Rachel Risby and Isabel Howard, coxed by Ruby Kozub. In lane 4 from Redlands, Sophia Natali, Eleanor Blankenstein, Kiana Gapiard and Remy Morris, coxed by Sarah Zeppel. In lane 5 from Canberra Girls Grammar School, Jemima Farmer, Matilda Watts, Helena Kadur and Marina Zanetos, coxed by Ada Zhang. In lane 6 from Kinross Walleroy, Sienna Wilkin, Olivia McColl, Lucinda Clinton and Tessa Wong, coxed by Isabella Pierce. In lane 7, Roseville, Stephanie Bartlett, Arabella Liebke, Elizabeth McQuaid and Emma Dupreez, coxed by Jessica Davies. And in lane 8 from Pymble Ladies College, Ellie Hennessy, Iris Wang, Hannah Weber and Phoebe Handley, coxed by Annabelle Shanahan. So 8 crews racing, only 4 automatically go through to the final, and again the first fastest crew out of the 2 heats.
And the boat to watch in this race is in lane 3 from Loreto Kirribilli, winner of the IGSA regatta recently. As they approach the 500-meter mark. We'll see as the timings come through.
Of course, these are all coxed crews, so just a reminder, if you are a cox, you are supposed to weigh in. The weigh-in is at the bottom of the finish tower, and you can weigh in up to an hour before your race. I think if you are year 9 or 8 or 7, you don't have to weigh in, but certainly if you're year 10, year 11, year 12, first crews, yes, please, coxes, come to the bottom of the tower at any time up to an hour before your race to weigh in.
And back to the racing as expected. The Loreto Kirribilli crew is in first place. They're coming through the 500-meter mark. They're 3 seconds ahead of Kinross Walleroy. Again, 4 seconds ahead of Canberra Grammar School. It's going to be very close for third and fourth position. Canberra Girls Grammar neck and neck with them.
And we've got the wind gusting up just very slightly now at the finish, but as we're getting up through the divisions, of course, the margins are getting tighter and tighter as we've got more and more experienced Year 8 scullers.
Yeah, the wind's shifting around a lot, actually. It is blowing as a headwind at the moment, but it is shifting around. But at least the rain is off at the moment.
And just a reminder, please, if you are on the towpath on a bicycle, you must please wear a helmet. Please, if you are on a bicycle, put a helmet on. Thank you.
As we approach the last 150 metres of this, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. In lane 3, the boat from Loreto, Kirribilli, and favourites in this heat have kept out in front from the boat from Kinross Walleroy. Loreto Kirribilli in lane 3 taking the win. In lane 6, Kinross Walleroy, but it will be certainly a race for third and fourth. Fast finish from Pymble. Canberra Girls Grammar finished third. Canberra Grammar finished fourth. Pymble fifth. Redlands sixth. And Durham-Allen seventh.
Don't see Roseville there. So just recapping the results of the race number 9, which was Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, the first heat. First, Loreto Kirribilli. Second, Kinross Walleroy. Third, Canberra Girls Grammar. And fourth, Canberra Grammar. So those 4 crews progress automatically through to the final. Fifth, Pymble Ladies College. Sixth, Redlands. Seventh, Durham-Allen, and yet Roseville did scratch. So the time for Loreto Kirribilli, 4 minutes 3 seconds. The time for Kinross Walleroy, 4 minutes 8 seconds. The time for Canberra Girls Grammar, 4:14, and for Canberra Grammar, 4:18. And so the Pymble Ladies College, 4:19. So we just need to watch the results of the next heat to see if Pymble Ladies College make the final. Race number 10 is the second heat. Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, Division 2. In lane 2, Radford College. Charlotte Joyce, Jacqueline McLeod, Myla Sullivan and Coco Gwenter, coxed by Bonnie Hardy. In lane 3, Tara School, Jemima Bradford, Sally Payne, Millie Don't and Orchid Ye, coxed by Amelia Jones. In lane 4, Queenwood, Kalia Lancaster, Eva Thompson, Olivia Migliorini and Grace Orpin, coxed by Alice Yardley. In lane 5, St Catherine's, Eden McGregor, Melanie Poulos, Piper Simpson and Ada Lloyd, coxed by Daniela Comino. In lane 6 from Loreto Normanhurst, Tara Gambrill, Emma O'Brien, Mariana Daly and Sophia Lamp, coxed by Neve Hornby. In lane 7 from Sydney Girls, Ariella Moniaga, Erika Wu, Shalona Acharya, Nazara Jones and their cox Lucy Boyd-Clark. And in lane 8 from PLC Sydney, Isabel McLaughlin, Grace Khalil, Jasmine Saha and Tanika Young, coxed by Annabelle Bland.
And the race on the course now, the boat to watch is Queenwood. And as they went through 500 metres, Queenwood were favourites for this heat and are in the lead, some 10 seconds in front of Radford College, who are very, very closely followed by St Catherine's and Tara School. Loreto 4th, PLC 6th, and Tara bringing up the rear. And as they approach the last 300 metres, very smooth row from Queenwood in control. They'll know they'll have this in the bag and their minds will already be on the final, having finished second at the IGSA regatta a couple of weeks ago. They will be conserving energy, having secured first place Smooth race, smooth finish there from Queenwood, should I say, as they cross the line. Leah Lancaster, Eva Thompson, Olivia McGorry and Grace Orpin, coxed by Alice Yardley, coached by the inimitable Ray Boyle. He'll be happy with that as they give each other high fives. But it's going to be close for second. So on the far side, very close, Radford from St. Catherine's. Yeah, it'll be, so Loretta Normanhurst 4th, Tara 5th. PLC 6th. 7th, Sydney Girls. There is a photo finish there for second and third. And while it's important to find out who came second and third, the times they will go through to the final.
So recapping the results of Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2, a win for Queenwood, a photo finish between Radford and St. Catherine's, and in 4th, Loretto Normanhurst. Those 4 crews progress automatically through to the final at 11:36. 5th, Tara School, 6th, PLC Sydney, 7th, Sydney Girls. The winning time for Queenwood was 3:59,
yeah.
and then 4:19 for Radford College, now judged to be second, 4:20 for St. Catherine's, 4:25 for Loretto Normanhurst. Tara School, 4:28. So what does that mean? That means that they miss out, and it's Pymble Ladies College will progress through to the final at 11:36. Okay, Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 1, Canberra Girls Grammar, Maddie Beasley, Miranda Warswick, Sophie Frost and Isabel King, coxed by Willow Kerr-Lewis. In lane 2, Loretto Normanhurst, Tessa Hare, Isabel Hare, Lucy Ball and Sinead Hickey, coxed by Grace Drake. In lane 3 from Redlands, Kira Attard, Lily Wainberg, Juliet Trelaw and Ruby Holgate, coxed by Ruby Wood. Hunter Valley Grammar School are in lane 4, Matilda Lidbury, Charlotte Turner, Sophie Abrams and Sienna Mackenzie, coxed by Maura Geraghty. In lane 5 from Queenwood, India Stevenson, Chloe Fengels, Gemma McLaren and Madeline Walk, coxed by Allegra Corrales McColl. In lane 6 from Roseville, Grace Bennett, Abigail Kelly, Grace McKinley and Pia Allen, coxed by Matilda Marchant. Pymble Ladies College are in 7, Amy Zhang, Lauren Gibson, Mika Naito and Tully O'Regan, coxed by Annabelle Taylor. And Canberra Grammar are in lane 8, Estella Robertson, Hannah Griffiths, Lillian Healy and Julia Wagstaff, coxed by Naomi Williams.
And as it comes to the last 200 metres, very, very close race here. The favourites for the race, Roseville, were third at the 500 metres. But it's going to be a close race at Queenwood, Pymble, Roseville.
Oh my goodness, so exciting.
St. Cat's are all in it.
And such amazing sprinting at the end as well. These girls really have learnt to race this season. What a way to finish the season.
Looks like the girls from Queenswood with a canvas over the
Roseville.
fast finishing Roseville. Just taking it there.
Pymble, I think, third.
Pymble third, I think there.
Push Hunter Valley
Loretto Normanhurst 5th, Canberra Grammar 6th. And again, a fast finish there from the other 2 boats on the far side. Canberra Girls just ahead of Redlands there by a bow ball.
So just recapping those exciting results of the first heat of the Year 8 Scull Division 1, a win for Queenwood, 2nd, Roseville, 3rd, Pymble Ladies College, 4th, Hunter Valley Grammar School. They progress automatically through to the final at 11:46. 5th, Loretto Normanhurst, 6th, Canberra Girls Grammar, 7th, Redlands. Oh, I've missed somebody out there. Canberra Grammar, 7th Redlands, 8th Canberra Girls Grammar. So Loretto Normanhurst may remain in the competition. We'll need to know from the time. The remainder are now eliminated from the event. The winning time for Queenwood was 3 minutes 57.1. 3 minutes 57.89 for Roseville. 3 minutes 58.4 was the time for, 59.33 the time for Hunter Valley Grammar School, and 4:02 the time for Loretto Normanhurst. That's the time for us to watch as we move to Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In this is race 12 on the programme. In lane 1, Radford College, Zara Turner, Amelie Brennan, Anvi Gupta and Audrey Potter coxed by Thea Reinhardt. In lane 2, from Sydney Girls, Annie Pham, Fiona Hay, Nara West and Olive Bilbao, coxed by Rebecca Moritz. In lane 3, Arana from ACT, Geordie Geach, Georgia McConaughey, Isabel Whitaker and Lucia Colano, coxed by Ava Limburner. In lane 4, from PLC Sydney, Emma Burgess, Madeline Vaughan, Isabel Yardley and Molly Cameron, coxed by Rena Shee. In lane 5, from Kinross Walleroy, Maggie Kirby, Sophie Luelf, Olivia Searle and Jemima Scammell, coxed by Angus Peterson. In lane 6, St Catherine's, Darcy Connell, Alice Steed, Lucy Hall and Chelsea Baker, coxed by Georgia Parks. In lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli, Chloe Alsop, Georgia Moran, Ava Charles and Mabel Oxenham, coxed by Annabelle Peel. And Dara Marlin are in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, Lily Yarn, Molly York, Sophie Neighbour and Ronya Starker Ashby, coxed by Emily Olive. I did just want to mention, we have found a gentleman's wallet. If your name is Marshall and you've lost your wallet, could you please go to the finish tower? They've got it down at the bottom of the finish tower for you.
And the boat to watch in this event, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 Heat 2, is the boat in lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli, winners of the previous IGSA regatta. All boats are off the start. Dara Marlin had a slight issue off the start, we saw from the cameras there. A couple of missed strokes off the start. And as the other boats got away from them quite quickly. Approaching the 500-metre mark. Not much to separate any of the boats. It looks like in lane 7, Loretto Kirribilli from this angle may have a slight advantage. As the headwinds pick up slightly more now, we can see more wind shadows and ripples appearing on the lake than before. At this stage, it won't be too much of a concern to the rowers. The less experienced scullers and rowers obviously disrupt slightly the balance of the boat, which slows the boat down. But other than that, not much of an issue at this stage, while the wind is still relatively low, but it will be picking up, gusting to 20 knots during the day, and we will be expecting some further rain showers as they approach and covers from the west. As we come through the 500 metres, Loretto Kirribilli, half a boat length in front of Kinross Walleroy, who are again overlapped by Radford College in 3rd place. In 4th place at the 500-metre mark is Sydney Girls. In 5th, St Catherine's. 6th, PLC. In 7th, Daramala, and in 8th, Arana, sorry. And all these boats will need to keep the pressure on to the finish, given the fast finish of the first heat, and only 5 seconds covering the 1st place and 4th place in the first heat. This is Loretto Kirribilli. Looks like, as they approach the last 100 metres, still got their noses out in front. In lane 7, in lane 5, Kinross Walleroy and Radford College on the far side in lane 1 will be pushing for line honours, but Loretto Kirribilli in lane 5, that's Kinross. Good finish there from St. Catherine's, I think, take third and fourth. It's Radford in fifth place, Sydney Girls. Sixth, PLC Sydney. On the near side, Darren Marlin, finish seventh. And Rana in lane 3 will complete that.
So confirming the results of Heat 2 of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, a win for Loreto Kirribilli. Second, Kinross Walleroy. Third, St. Catherine's. Fourth, Radford College. Fifth, Sydney Girls. Sixth, the PLC Sydney. Seventh, Dara Marlin. And eighth, Orana. The times, 3:57, 4:02, 4:04 and 4:04. Those first 4 crews progressing through to the final. Sydney Girls coming fifth in a time of 4:10. So that means that the crew that was fifth in the previous heat, Loreto Normanhurst, progressed through to the final of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. That race is at 11:46.
And that'll be a great race, given there's less than 4 seconds, 4.5 seconds separating those top 6 crews in both those heats.
Oh, fantastic, isn't it? So on the course now, we have a straight final of the Schoolgirl Para Single Scull, recreational division over a distance of 500 metres. This year we only have one competitor, and that is Amber Bradley from PLC Sydney. She's coached by Emma Vey Cox and the head coach of PLC Sydney, Felix Dure. So Amber has been battling away all year pretty much on her own, the only competitor. So I would love to take this opportunity to talk to you about para rowing in the schoolgirl racing. We're really proud of PLC Sydney. They've had a para rowing program for a number of years now, and that's been guided by their head of rowing, Jenny Clark. A big shout out to Jenny Clark. I think this is the 22nd or 23rd head of the river that she's been at with PLC, and this is her final year of coordinator and head of rowing for PLC Sydney. She's given such amazing service to the sport. We really thank her for that, and in particular her mentorship of para rowing as a program under the school's rowing program. If you think that you may have a student or child who qualifies for para rowing but are not sure, please note it's both intellectual and physical impairments that qualify an athlete for para rowing, and you can go to the website Rowing New South Wales, have a look at the section entitled Row, and there is a whole subsection there on para rowing that describe the physical impairments and intellectual impairments that would qualify someone for para rowing. You can ring the development officer Alan Bennett at Rowing New South Wales at any time, or stop me if you can see me in the corridors, because I coach para rowing for Rowing Australia now, and would be more than happy to have a chat with you.
And here's Amber. Give her a round of applause. She turns up to every regatta. She's racing against her own times. Finished over the 3:02 at Iron Cove recently. Crosses the line with a 2.2 minute 46. Huge improvement there.
Congratulations, Amber. Fantastic time.
Absolutely, despite arguably more difficult conditions here.
Yep.
Yeah, she's taken a good 18 seconds off her previous 1,000 metre race at Iron Cove a couple of weeks ago, so well done there, Amber.
That is fantastic, and congratulations to all the coaches down at PLC Sydney, because I know everybody's involved there, but particularly Emma Vey Cox and Felix Dure, who've prepared Amber for this race today. So our next race is on the start line. We're now moving to racing over 2,000 metres, so it'll take a little longer. This is the Schoolgirl Single Scull, heat number 1, with again the first 4 to progress through to the final, plus the next fastest sculler. In lane 1, Ascombe School, represented by Charlotte Halley and coached by Thomas Parker. In lane 2, Pymble Ladies College, represented by Amy Watts and coached by Claire Hassel. In lane 3, St Andrew's Cathedral School, Grace Gay. In lane 4, Northern Beaches Secondary College, Katia York, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 5, from O'Connor Catholic School, Elian Cotter, coached by Stephen Cotter. In lane 6, from Redlands, Emily Batemere, coached by Lisa MacDonald. In lane 7, Newcastle Grammar School, Amy Georgia Barnett, coached by Lucas McBeath and Gabby Angus.
2 minutes.
In lane 8, from Dara Marlin, Lucy O'Sullivan. And in lane 9, from the Armidale School, Zara Sherwood, coached by Madison Arthur. So O'Connor Catholic is also from Armidale. Good to have them join us from all the way up there in northern New South Wales.
And as the reins descend on the far end of the course, rowers will be pointing the... Actually, the wind has dropped slightly, so everything seems to be straight. They're all aligned. And the boats to watch in this race will be on the near side in lane 1. Charlotte Haley from Asham, finished second at ICSA recently, but also from Northern Beaches Secondary, Katia York, who rows out of Mossman. She will always be a strong contender, but every boat in this this 2-heat final will be up against the very impressive
Pimble.
Tara Ford.
St Andrews.
Sarah
Northern
Fard from
Beaches.
Tara School, who's
O'Connor.
been dominating in this event
Redlands.
all season
Newcastle.
by
Armidale
a
School.
great margin.
Attention.
Interesting start there from the scullers, with a couple of scullers getting away a bit of a start, but it looks like the umpires have judged it okay and they're off.
Yeah, on the live screen there, if you've been watching on our live screen under the Rowing New South Wales website or on the big screen here at the course, you'll have seen that there are some people lying on the pontoons there holding on to the boats before they start racing. That's a volunteer position, and Rowing New South Wales are always on the lookout for volunteers.
Lane 1, Burwood Girls High. Lane 2, Blacksland High. Lane
Rowing New South Wales are always on the lookout for volunteers for other positions as well. So if you think you would like to lend a hand, you can assist in all sorts of roles. You can learn to be an umpire, drive the catamarans for the judges, do some judging yourself, be a starter, come and join us in the commentary team, an aligner who lines the boats up ready for the start, hold the boats at the start, be marshals, finish recorders, do some timekeeping in the huts down the course. We love people to do photography and come and join in, do filming. So if you're interested in being a volunteer, please visit the Rowing New South Wales website or give the office a ring during the week.
I don't think today's the best day to sell.
Well, I was thinking, why would you not want to lie on your stomach?
Why would you
in
not
a
want to
pool of
lie on
water?
your stomach?
There we go, in the live
Yeah,
screen
yeah.
there, there's a lovely
You-
picture. Thank you, cameraman John.
Yeah, you too can lie in the wet and the rain in a plastic bag on a yoga mat. Honestly, it is really good fun.
Or you could sit in the dry in the commentary
Correct.
tower.
Hence, that's the reason why
Sorry, there's a
I'd
queue
rather
though.
commentator. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, here we go through the 500 metre mark. So we're at 2,000 metre racing. Through the 500 metre mark is Katia York from Northern Beaches Secondary College and Mossman Rowing Club. She's followed one length behind by Charlotte Halley from Askham. And just behind her, Elian Cotter from O'Connor Catholic and Grace Gay from St Andrew's Cathedral School. So top 4 positions, pretty tight. There's another length and a bit then back to Amy Georgia Barnett from Newcastle Grammar, who's currently in 5th. Pimble Ladies College, Amy Watts in 6th. Zara Sherwood from Armidale School, currently 7th. And Emily Batemere from Redlands at the moment in 8th.
Yeah, so Thornbuck holding true again.
Right.
Katia York and Charlotte Hulley from Asham. First through the 500 metres, still a long way to go though.
So if you are a coach preparing your crews, just again a reminder that this regatta, there are no marshals in the back lake. So crews should just do their warm-up and then go through the bridge and continue on up to the 2,000 metre start or across to the 1,000 metre start. Once your crew gets back, please remember to return the bow numbers. And coxes, don't forget that you must weigh in, so come to the finish tower any time up to about an hour before your race to record your body weight. So 41 schools competing here today. It's fantastic, isn't it? And great to see people, schools coming from ACT, Darramarlin, Radford, Marist, Canberra Grammar, Canberra Girls Grammar, and then all the way up to northern New South Wales with the Armidale School and O'Connor Catholic, and everywhere in between.
Yeah, it's a long way. Obviously, the schoolboy head of the river was yesterday. Were you here yesterday? No?
Coaching para on the river.
Oh, very nice. It was a beautiful day yesterday by the looks of things. I was watching it online. Not so nice today, unfortunately, but the quality of the racing will be unaffected, I'm sure. I hope the spectators on the far side are having fun. You're very quiet from this position, I have to say. Not many of you out there at the moment. I know more people are coming along, but give us a cheer on the far side of the course. So as they come through the 1,000 metre, the halfway mark on this, Katia York from Northern Beaches Secondary maintains her lead. 1.8 seconds in front of, there's been some movement here from she's now in second place from St Andrew's Cathedral School, Grace Gay, and in third place, a second behind her from Ascham is Charlotte Halley. Eileen Cotter from O'Connor Catholic is in fourth. In fifth, Newcastle Grammar. In sixth, Armidale. In seventh, Pymble Ladies. And in eighth, Emily Batemere from Redlands. So only 2 seconds separating the first three scullers. Again, the first four in this heat will progress through to the final. So Katia York, Grace Gray and Charlotte Haley look to be very comfortable in this. There is some distance to the fourth place finisher here from O'Connor Catholic, Elian Cotter. But she's got a boat length on the sculler from Newcastle Grammar. So the first three boats as we look round. Katia York is looking around very comfortable, a boat length in front of the two following crews who are neck and neck. Charlotte Halley has now taken second position in front of Grace Gray, so they are very, very close. But Katia York seems to be very comfortable with a boat lead in front of second and third place. They have pushed on the first three scullers, increased the lead away from the fourth sculler from Newcastle Grammar School. Ilian Cotter now has dropped back into fifth. Zara Sherwood in sixth. Amy Watts from Pymble in seventh. And Emily Batemere from Redlands in eighth. So it looks like these first three scullers, Katia York, Northern Beaches Secondary, Charlotte Halley from Ascham and Grace Gray seem to be comfortably not too bothered about where they finish as long as they're in the top four. I think Katia York will want to place a marker for the second heat and finish in front, or certainly in first position, but doesn't look like Charlotte Haley or Grace Gay are going to let her be too comfortable in this finish. On the far side, Charlotte Haley from Asham. Just pushing the accelerator a bit there, increasing stroke rates there. You can see the noticeable difference in stroke rates there as they approach the finish line. Katie York, very controlled, looks over her right shoulder, very boat length. Photo there for second and third, but I think they've just been given it to Grace Gray from St Andrews. St Andrews Cathedral, and Charlotte Haley just, 0.8 of a second behind, finishing third for Asham. In fourth, Scholar from Newcastle Grammar School. In fifth, we have O'Connor Catholic, Elian Cotter. In sixth, we have from Pimble Ladies, Amy Watts. In seventh, from the Armadale School, Zara Sherwood. And in eighth will be Emma Batemere from Redlands. She crosses the line. Give her a round of applause. It's a long way, 2,000 metres. Well done there, Emily. So the unofficial results there from race 14. The heat one of the Schoolgirl single sculls. In first place from Northern Beaches Secondary, Katia York, in a time of 8 minutes 52.22. In second from St Andrews, Grace Gay. In third from Asham, Charlotte Halley. In fourth from Newcastle, Amy Barnett. In fifth from O'Connor Catholic, Elian Cotter. In sixth from Pimble Ladies, Amy Watts. In seventh from Armadale, Zara Sherwood. And in eighth from Redlands, Emily Batemere.
Yeah, so the times for the first four, 8:52, 8:54, 8:55 and 9:13. And then fifth position, Elian Cotter from O'Connor Catholic was in a time of 9:18. So we'll move to heat two now, and at the end we'll see whether Elian will progress through to the A final. So heat number two of the Schoolgirl single scull, a race over 2,000 metres. In lane one from Burwood Girls High, Ella Huber, who also rows at Sydney Rowing Club. In lane two from Blacksland High, Emily Duncan, coached by Daryl Young and Alana Parker. In lane three from St Paul's Grammar, who also rows at Nepean Rowing Club, Sarah Berretree, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane four from Tara School, Sarah Fard, coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney and Kate Crampton. In lane five from St Mary's High and Penrith Rowing Club, Claire Robinson, coached by Lindsay Callahan, Charlotte Toos Cutler and Chad Paymer. In lane six from Stella Maris College and Mossman, Grace Burke, coached by Katie Healy. And in lane eight from Camaregal High, Lillian Hyde, also coached by Katie Healy.
Yeah, and I have to say there is only one real boat to watch in this heat. That is a very impressive and very dominant Sarah Fard, who has, I think, won every event she's entered in this year by some considerable distance. I watched her at Iron Cove a couple of weeks ago in a 1,500 metre race, win by over 30 seconds. And as the boats go through the halfway line, no surprise, Sarah Fard has got 8.5 seconds on Lillian Hyde from Camaregal High, and who is in turn chased by Ella Huber from Burwood Girls. In fourth is Grace Burke from Stella Maris. In fifth is Sarah Barici from St Paul's Grammar. And in sixth, Emily Duncan from Blacksland High. So spread out some way there. A comfortable distance at the halfway mark for Sarah Fard from Tara School.
Nathan, we've just had a call to ask if we could just have a chat, please, with coaches, coxes and athletes. We mentioned before that there is no marshal in the back lake. So if you are going out to race, please do your warm-up and then come onto the course. But when you come onto the course, if you're at the 2,000 metre start, then by all means stay in lane 0 and progress up to the start. But if you are at the 1,000 metre start, could you please also stay in lane 0 and not just row straight out onto the course? I think we've got a few people rowing out onto the course for a 1,000 metre start while we've got 2,000 metre races progressing. So just a reminder, stay in lane 0, either go up to the 2,000 metre start or just stay around lane 0, close to where you come through the bridge, and a marshal will bring you onto the start when it's your race's time.
As they approach the 1,500 metre mark in this race 15, heat 2 of the Schoolgirl single scull. Sarah Fard meanders her way through the 1,500 metre mark in a time of 6:24. A considerable distance in front of Lillian Hyde from Camera Girl High. Ellie Huber from Burwood Girls is in third, followed by Grace Burke from Stella Maris. They seem to be a comfortable distance in front of the first four, comfortable distance in front of Sarah Barici from St. Paul's Grammar. I don't expect anybody to be close to the Tara School sculler Sarah Fard, who will be laying down the marker of times for the final.
Yeah, Nathan, these girls are going to be trying to get into the final to race for the Betty Sperling Memorial Trophy, which is the Open Single Sculls Trophy, where you win the Golden Sculls. This is an event that's sponsored by the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen, who since 1962 have been sponsoring women in rowing, but especially schoolgirls. Over recent years, they've become more visible at the regattas, with the Sydney International Rowing State and State Masters regattas, various trophies being presented.
As we approach the last 100 metres of race 15, the Schoolgirl Single Scull Heat 2, Sarah Fard, an example of control sculling there. As she glides her way over the finish line, making this look like an easy sport, which it isn't. Great result there from Camera Girl High. Lillian Hyde finishing second, just in front of the sculler on the far side from Burwood. And Grace Burke from Stella finishing fourth there. In fifth, St. Paul's Grammar. Sarah Barici finishing there in fifth place from St. Paul's Grammar. And it looks like in lane 2 from Blaxland High, Emily Duncan. Give her a round of applause as she crosses the line. In sixth place, Emily Duncan from Blaxland High. So the unofficial results there from race 15. First place, Tara School, Sarah Fard with a time of 8:41.28. Some 12.5 seconds behind is from Camera Girl High School, Lillian Hyde. In third from Burwood, Ella Huber in a time very closely 1.2 seconds behind her. In fourth place from Stella Maris, Grace Burke. In 5th from St Paul's Grammar, Sarah Barici, and in 6th from Blackstone High, Emily Duncan.
Our next heat is going to be, or our next event is going to be back to Schoolgirl Year 8, and we're going to move back to 1,000 metres as a result, because the distance is relevant to the age group you're in. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 double scull, so only 2 people in this boat, each of them with an oar in each hand, as is the sculling discipline. 2 heats with the first 4 to progress automatically through to the final, and then the next fastest person to take the 9th lane. In lane 2, we have a crew from Ascombe School of Lily Hunter and Saskia Mackay, coached by Marielle Caponis. In lane 3 from Radford College, Thea Reinhardt and Bonnie Hardy, coached by Stuart Sampson. In lane 4 from PLC Sydney, Maisie Burge and Manuela La Rocca, coached by Lily Glenn and Felix Dure. In lane 5, Penrith Rowing Club, Elizabeth Drayton and Eloise McEwen, coached by Daryl Young and Alana Parker. In lane 6 from Ascombe, Eva Burke and Charlotte Ball, coached by Maggie Crow and Susanna McMahon. And in lane 7, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Lucia Redman and Samantha Chadwick, coached by Tony Blay and Owen Redhead.
All the boats seem to have got off okay in that start for the heat 1 of the Year 8 double scull. At this moment and this angle, doesn't seem to be one boat with a clear advantage at this moment. As the wind is picking up slightly, running as a headwind, so the less experienced rowers and the lighter rowers will find this more of a struggle than the boats which will be racing later on in the afternoon. As we come through the 500-meter mark, first boat to cross out in front is from Radford College, time of 2 minutes 12. Considerable distance in front of the boat from Penrith. PLC Sydney in 3rd, Hunter Valley in 4th. First 4 of these boats to progress through to the final. Asham 3 in 5th. Asham 2 in 6th. So at the moment, Penrith College, considerable distance in front of, at the moment, Radford College, forgive me, is a considerable distance in front of Penrith. Some 7 seconds behind. And PLC, 2 seconds behind them. And a further 2 seconds behind is Hunter Valley. So Radford College got off to a flyer. Kept a comfortable distance in front of their competitors and look to be well in control for the final and taking the win here. As the girls from Radford come into the last 100 metres. Enthusiasm over style could be a way of describing that boat, but they're out in front by some strong ways, so they've got obviously the strength and the fitness to take this. The win in Heat 1 of Schoolgirl double Year 8. Good ridden there for Radford. Thea Reinhardt and Bonnie Hardy.
It's a long way, isn't it?
Managed to increase their lead over Penrith. The scholars Elizabeth Drayton and Eloise McEwen. In third place from PLC, Maisie Burge and Manuela La Rocca. In fourth from Hunter Valley, Lucia Redmond and Samantha Chadwick. In fifth place from Asham, Eva Burke and Charlotte Ball. And it appears that the Asham boat of Lily Hunter and Saskia McKay have stopped on the course and are being attended to by the umpire. It looks like they're okay. The umpire might be just towing them off the course at the moment. May well have had a...
So they're not going to finish the race.
No.
Okay, we'll bring you the official results then for Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull. Heat number 1. First, Radford College. Second, Penrith Rowing Club. Third, PLC Sydney. And fourth, Hunter Valley Grammar School. Those 4 crews progress automatically through to the final. And fifth, Ascombe 3. The winning time, 4 minutes 31. The Penrith 4:43, PLC Sydney 4:51, and Hunter Valley Grammar School 4:59. Ascombe were 5:11, so we'll move to the next heat to see whether they progress through to the final. In heat number 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull, we have Ascombe in lane 3, Ivy Smith and Anna Radziminski. In lane 4, Pymble Ladies College, Sienna Novak and Jasmine McCauley. In lane 5, Madeline Burgess and Amelie Lemieux from Loreto Kirribilli. In lane 6, from Ascombe, Sabrina Koskar and Lucy Yabsley. And in lane 7, from Canberra Girls Grammar, Isabella Hung and Jemima Farmer. Now, before we take you to the race, we're going to make the presentation for the first of our finals today in the 2021 New South Wales Rowing Schoolgirl Head of the River Race. It's for the Para Single Scull, and the winner, representing PLC Sydney, Amber Bradley.
And it looks like the boat that's approaching the line now is the Asham 2 boat of Lillian Hunter and Saskia McKay. They seem to have sorted themselves out and will be crossing the line in 7th place in the previous race.
Presumably important for a point score.
I would have thought so. Yeah, it looked like... I don't know how that works if they've got assistance from the umpire, but they're going to cross. They're going to cross the line anyway.
Hopefully before their colleagues from Ascombe catch up with them in heat number 2.
Yep. And in race 17, it looks like the boat from Ascombe, Sabrina Coxar and Lucy Yabsley were some comfortable distance in front of their compatriots from Canberra Girls Grammar. The biggest margin we've seen so far this morning at the halfway mark, some 23 seconds in front of the other boats. So
that's an amazing margin, isn't it?
A big margin.
And they're only year 8, so look like and they are showing now on the live stream, and you can see very neat indeed. They've got similar angles, their blades. And despite their massive lead, they're raising their rate of striking. This reminds me of seeing Georgie Masters and Mimi, wasn't it? That she used to do the double with back in year 8 and year 9 before she went to UTS and ended up representing Australia in the lightweight singles and
Great
doubles.
finish there. under no pressure whatsoever, but yeah.
What a great crew. Congratulations, Askham. Must be
Sabrina,
very proud
Lucy,
of
well
them.
done, a great finish there. A long, long way. Give each other a fist bump, well deserved there.
Yeah.
The boat from Canberra Girls Grammar, they can straighten up. Isabella Hung and Jemima Farmer. In lane 7, nearest the grandstand. We'll be wondering where the boat from Askham went, but they'll finish in second place. Just sneaking through the lane markers there. Isabella Hung, Jemima Farmer from Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 4 from Pimble Ladies. Just taken in front of the other girls from Asham, with Loretto Kirabili finishing in 5th. So that race 17, the unofficial results for first place from Asham. A very impressive row with a time of 4:12.30. Some 40 seconds in front of second place Canberra Girls Grammar, Hung and Farmer. In 3rd place from Pimble Ladies, Novak and Macaulay. In 4th place from Asham, Smith and Radminsky. And in 6th from Loretto, Kirabili, Burgess and Lemo.
And looking at the times, it is official that Loretto Kirabili, 5th in that race, will progress through to the final at 13:51, race number 58, because they did a time of 5:04 compared with 5:11 of the Askham 3 school in the previous heat. So the winning time for that pretty fast crew from Askham there, Koskar and Yabsley, was 4 minutes 12 seconds. Okay, we are sticking with Schoolgirl Year 8. But we are moving from a double scull to a single scull, and we have the first heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull coming up next, race number 18 on our programme. In lane 2, we'll have Hunter Valley Grammar School represented by Genevieve Smith, coached by Tony Blay and Owen Redhead. In lane 3, we'll have Pimble Ladies College 1, Esther Etty, coached by Jasmine Hanley and Sophie Wickens. In lane 4, Askham 2, Isabel Bugg, coached by Marielle Caponis. In lane 5, Sydney Girls, Vanessa Zeng, coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Tal Lewis and Miku Johnson. In lane 6, Askham 3, Ariel Nobleman, coached by Thomas Parker. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Mira Navaratman, coached by Ella Smethurst. And in lane 8 from Askham 4, Molly Davis. So their final is race number 46, which will be held at 11:51. And again, the first 4 fastest scullers will progress through to the final directly, and then it'll be the next fastest sculler that will join them to take up the 9th lane.
All scullers off for a good start. This might well be the culmination of the first year of racing for the Year 8 single scullers. So it's always an entertaining race in terms of different techniques and styles, and particularly courses. But the buoyed lanes of Penrith are always helpful. I know at Iron Cove, where it's a straight line to the finish, some of the scullers take a somewhat scenic route, as I described the other day, more corners than a Rubik's Cube for particular scullers. But these guys look all to be in the right lane, despite the headwind. They all seem to have crossed the 500-metre mark, with Genevieve Smith from Hunter Valley Grammar School. Good couple of lengths in front of Vanessa Zeng from Sydney Girls. Esther Essay from Pimble Ladies in 3rd. In 4th, Mira Navartanam from Canberra Girls Grammar. In 5th at the moment is Molly Davis from Asham. In 6th, Isabella Bugg from Asham. And in 7th, Ariel Nobleman from Asham as well. So the girl Genevieve Smith from Hunter Valley. Couple of leads, couple of lengths in front of Vanessa Zeng at the 500-metre mark. She appears to have maintained that distance as they're approaching the last 250 metres. Hunter Valley in lane 2. Keeping a very watchful eye on our competitors. The first 4 of these boats to progress through to the final. So Genevieve Smith has the race under control from her seat. From Vanessa Zhang from Sydney Girls. In the yellow and brown, who in turn leads Esther Essay from Pinball Ladies in the navy blue, red and white.
Such a long way for a Schoolgirl Year 8 single sculler, isn't it? Progressing down the course though. A good win there for Genevieve Smith from Hunter Valley Grammar School, taking out Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull.
Yeah, very tidy scull there from Genevieve. Good finish there from Vanessa Zhang from Sydney Girls. And the sculler Esther Essay from Pinball Ladies just drifts across the line to take 3rd position. In lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar takes 4th position. She's pushing hard because times will be important. Some distance behind from Ashton Molly Davis. Nearest the grandstand will finish in 5th position. From Ashton in lane 4. Isabel Bugg will finish 6th. And in lane 6, Ariel Nobleman, also from Asham, will finish 7th.
So recapping the results of race 18, Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull, Heat 1. A win for Hunter Valley Grammar School, Genevieve Smith. 2nd, Sydney Girls, Vanessa Zheng. 3rd, Pinball Ladies College, Esther Essay. And 4th, Canberra Girls Grammar, Mira Navaratman. These 4 scullers progressed directly through to the final. 5th, Ascombe 4, Molly Davis. And 6th, Ascombe 2, Isabel Bugg. 7th, Ascombe 3, Ariel Nobleman. The times 4:46, 4:54, 4:57 and 5:10 for our first 4 scullers. The Molly Davis finishing in a time of 5 minutes 30, and that will be the time to look for to see whether she progresses through to the final, which is at 11:51. Heat number 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull is now in progress. In lane 2, Loretto Normanhurst, represented by Abby Timmins, coached by Kieran Riak and Finley Blake. In lane 3, Kinross Walleroy, represented by Emily Caro and coached by Olivia Jackson. In lane 4, Pinball Ladies College, Sienna Novak, coached by Kendall Brody. In lane 5, Newcastle Grammar School, Annabelle Alexander Lacey, coached by Sophie Broadley and Gabby Angus. In lane 6, from Winmalee High, Zoe Wiesner, coached by Daryl Young and Alana Parker, and that's a local school. And in lane 7, from Ascombe, Kitty Elias, coached by Olivia McDonald and Thomas Parker. At the halfway mark, it was Zoe Wiesner of Winmalee High, who is in the lead by almost 12 seconds over Abby Timmins of Loretto Normanhurst. So the 2 local rowers, Penrith, Zoe Wiesner in lane 6 and Loretto Normanhurst, Abby Timmins in lane 2. And then Annabelle Alexander Lacey from Newcastle Grammar is closing very hotly in on Abby Timmins from Loretto Normanhurst in the second half of the race. Well, coming into the last 100 metres of the race, and it's Zoe Wiesner of Winmalee High, who remains in the lead. All the hard work she's been doing on the Nepean River under the guidance of her coach Daryl Young and Alana Parker over there at Penrith Rowing Club has stood her in good stead as she progresses steadily down the course in this second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. And then it's across to Loretto Normanhurst on the far side in lane 2. Still holding on for second position. The Newcastle Grammar sculler Annabella Alexander Lacey just having a couple of steering problems there in the middle of the course. Not quite sure why, might have caught a buoy. But it will be Winmalee High, the local sculler, who will take out heat number 2, with Loretto Normanhurst safely crossing the line and progressing through to the final. As a result of her steering, Ella and Annabelle Alexander Lacey from Newcastle Grammar having to sprint for the line there, but she's going to take out third position just ahead of Kinross Walleroy sculler Emily Caro. So those 4 scullers are going to progress directly through to the final, and it doesn't look as though any of the others turned up. So times are immaterial, but just confirming that the winning time for Zoe Wiesner of Winmalee High was 4 minutes 59 seconds, and the margins between her and Abby Timmins 10.45. So just a reminder again that there's no marshal in the back lake. So as you go up to the start, please do your warm-up. Progress up to the 2,000 metre start if that's your race distance. And if you're a 1,000 metre start, then please stay in lane 0 until you are asked to come onto the course. I'm going to hand over now to our next commentary team of Peter Waldersee and Michael McRae.
Thank you very much, Lizzie and Nathan, who was here previously. I'm Peter Waldersee, and Michael will come in a second. Okay, and we're now coming into race 20. That's the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. In lane 3, we have Loretto Normanhurst. In lane 4, Redlands. In lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 6, Darramarlin. And in lane 7, Queenwood. Now, these girls are currently coming into the last 250 metres, so I won't quite have the time to go through all the names. But it looks like coming into this last 250, it will be Loretto Kirribilli leading just narrowly to Queenwood. And it might be, in fact, that Queenwood's pushed back. It looks like they're both sort of going stroke for stroke here, Michael.
Well, thanks, Pete, and good morning to everyone at the course today, and thank you as well for joining us online. That's right, Pete. It is the crew from Loretto Kirribilli who does command a small lead over their competitors in lane 7. That's the crew from Queenwood. So that Kirribilli crew is comprised of Abigail Donahoe, Chloe Cameron, Annabelle Ross and Zoe Fallon, and coxed by Ava Clugson. And that Queenwood crew pressing up on them. That's comprised of Zara Van Hamburg, Emma Goulburn, Penelope Ginn and Zara Bond, coxed by Eleni Pagidis. So it will be that Loretto Kirribilli crew who will take that first place, closely followed by Queenwood. And it looks as though Redlands in lane 4 is not going to be pressed for that third position.
Yep, now Michael, that Redlands crew, Felicity Shelder, Scarlett Throp, Sophia Parkinsons and Angela Monti, they will take out that third position. And this is the heat, so we have a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression, so our final progressors will be lane 6. Now that's Darramarlin, Tricia Salazar, Kathleen Dunkley, Layla Donnelly and Hannah Blackwell, coached by Ada Perks.
And so, Pete, our first, sadly, we won't have a progression from Loretto and Normanhurst, except in the event that they are the next fastest qualifying time. So that's the crew in lane 3 from Loretto and Normanhurst, and Madeline Woods, Ruby Dew, Eliana Kutami, Lara Wheelhouse, and coxed by Amelia Witheridge.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And just very quickly, as a general announcement, we have had a wallet found, Marcus Zusak. So Marcus Zusak, if you are out there, your wallet will be in the tower. Just come by and pick that up. Thank you.
And Pete, we now have on the course, they're about 500 metres through this 1,000 metre race. It's the second heat of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. This is going to a final at 1:30 p.m. So we have in lane 3 from Canberra Grammar, Maddie Hogarth, Susie Lang, Lara McLean and Elizabeth Pennell, coxed by Naomi Williams. In lane 4 from Pymble Ladies College is Georgie Purcell, Sophia Laftsides, Ella Jones and Fifi Hazelwood Lee, and they are coxed by Caitlin Cho. In lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroi is Ava Peterson, Elkie Sweetapple, Sarah Lawson and Molly McCartan, coxed by Sophie Woods. In lane 6, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, my mistake, is Katerina Giddis, Ronnie Reid, Zoe Theodorakis and Olivia Noonan, and they are coxed by Athena Sedsias and coached by Grace Underhill. In lane 7 and finalising our field from the St Catherine's School is Chelsea Baker, Emma Hartwig, Ruby Smith and Annabelle Crabb, and they are coxed by Isabel Kilcross and coached by Abby Gibbs. And Pete, just casting my eye across, it does look as though it might be the St Catherine's crew in lane 6.
Yep, and the St Catherine's crew rowing out of the UTS shed with coached by Richard Coakley. He's leading the program there, but it will be the St Catherine's crew leading. And Michael, a few of those names there, I know Elkie Sweetapple, there's some few names that are quite common within the rowing community this season, but as you said, Michael, this St Catherine's crew looking very tidy as they're crossing the line, about a length ahead of the PLC school, the Pymble Ladies College School, in second place.
That's right, Pete. And Canberra Girls to take out third and fourth place, it will go to that lane 3 crew. That's also for a Canberra Grammar School.
Yeah, Michael, so this progression rate as well is very similar to the ones we saw earlier in the schoolboy head of the river, where we have the first 4 crews through to the final, plus the next fastest crew. So the time of that 5th place crew, the Kinross Wallaroi crew, will be quite important coming into these next few races, because if they are able to go quicker than the heat 1 times, they will progress through.
That's right, Pete. So race 21 was won in official time by the St Catherine's School in a time of 4 minutes and 6 seconds. Now, I'm just going to have a look at the race 20 time. So that was 4:03, so it's a slightly slower heat. So it might be that we have that crew from Kinross Wallaroi also progress, but we'll have to wait and see how the form crystallises across the remainder of the event. So Peter, now we have race 22 on the course. This is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2. And so this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression to the final, with the next fastest crew to also progress. The final for this race is at 13:35. In lane 1 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Sienna McKenzie, Olivia Daffy, Ruby Baker, Amelia Dennis, and their cox is Moira Geraghty, and they are coached by Caitlin McAllister and Darcy Anderson, and Rowan Hislop as well. In lane 2 from Darramarlin is Marina Soldo, Sarah Tierney, Charlotte Coleman and Eloise Gardner, coxed by Amelia Marangoni, and they are coached by Yana Pretorius. In lane 3 from the Tara School is Jaskarit Kaur, Caitlin Irving, Suhanya Jayasuriya, Eliza McCarthy, and they're coxed by Holly Martin. They're coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney and Kate Crampton. In lane 4, representing the St Catherine's School is Poppy Hartley, Jade Leslie, Meg O'Connor and Tilly Clark Jago. And they are coxed by Georgia Parks and coached by Crystal Piper. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar is Imogen Horn, Natalie Wilson, Grace Gordon, Tessa Erskine and coxed by Georgia Willett, coached by Sarah Peterswald. In lane 6 from PLC Sydney is Isabel Lau, Sophia Sordalakis, Stella Payson, Alicia Tamaris, and they are coxed by Clara Irving, coached by Guy Beaver and Felix Diu. In lane 7, representing Loreto Kirribilli, is Harriet Dinning, Scarlett Kevin, Amelia Reichel and Maya Strudwick, coxed by Emma Bunbury, and they're coached by Freddie Gibbs. To complete the field in lane 8 is School from Kinross Wallaroi. They are represented by Sophie Smith, Matilda Brennan, Jemina McLeod, Neve Jansen, and coxed by Angus Peterson, and their coach is Olivia Jackson. Now, Pete, what can you see in this race?
It does look, Michael, like lane 1 might be leading out ahead. Now, that is the School of Hunter Valley Grammar. In saying that, it is quite difficult to tell. There is a lane here with no bow ball, and I believe that will be the Loretto Kirribilli crew in lane 7. I think it will be a tussle for them in the final stages of this race. But Michael, to me it looks like it'll be Loretto Kirribilli here in lane 7.
That's right, Pete. So it's
Only
Loretto
just.
going up against that crew in lane 1 of Hunter Valley Grammar.
Yeah, and it's looking like it will be Loretto, followed by Hunter Valley Grammar, followed by lane 4. Now that lane 4 crew is, of course, St. Catherine's. And they'll be the first 3 qualifiers here. The final qualifier will be lane 6. Now that's PLC Sydney. We have a similar progression rate here where the next fastest crew will progress out of the 2 heats. So Canberra Grammar is the crew to look out for there in terms of whether they are going to be quicker than the crews in the next heat. Now, Michael, I do also have confirmation about the Year 9 Cox Quad Skull. The race 20 heat, Loretto Normanhurst came 5th in a time of 4 minutes 32. And in race 21, the Kinross Wallaroi School came 5th in a time of 4 minutes 22. So it will be the Kinross Wallaroi School being our final progressors in that schoolboy Year 9 Cox Quad Skull race.
Thanks, Pete. And sadly, it does look as though just in race 22 we have had the Tara School with a breakage. Looks like from 2 or 3 seat in there, so unlucky to that school from Tara School. That's Jasgrit Kerr, Caitlin Irvine, Suhana Jazayura, and Eliza McCarthy. And Holly Martin is their cox. So unlucky, girls. So Pete, race 23 is also underway. It's the Year 9 Cox Quad Skull Division 2. Similarly, we have a progression of 1, 2, 3, 4 to the final at 13:35. And then the next fastest crew will also progress, so we'll have to see how that goes. But just to run through our crews this morning, we have representing Sydney girls, Lillian Sun, Akila Sivaraja, Stephanie La, and Leanne Tan. And they are coxed by Sarah Lynn and coached by Luke State. In lane 3, representing Redlands, is Scarlett Illich, Tara Gold, Kate Baker, and Mia McFarlane, coxed by Zara Naismith and coached by Ingrid Holthuer. In lane 4, representing Queenwood, is Yuzi Wren, Lola Hare, Zoe James, and Matilda Townsend. They are coxed by Anouk Fevre and coached by Kieran Glynn. In lane 5, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Zara Mason, Frankie Bush, Isabella Warswick, and Parise Satius. And they are coxed by Isabella Carey and coached by Campbell Moore. In lane 6, representing Pymble Ladies College, Aspen Moore, Alessandra Brasic, Harriet McLean, and Olivia Kelly. And they are coxed by Carrie Luo and coached by Alison Campbell. In lane 7, representing Radford College from the ACT, is Chloe Miller, Sophie Esperland, Gemma O'Rourke, and Zoe Hickey. And they are coxed by Pippa Humphreys and coached by Mackenzie Francis Brown. To round out our field in lane 8 from Loretto Normanhurst is Josephine Egan, Lauren Meany, Mary Grant, and Holly Gibbons, and they are coxed by Isabella Goonan and coached by Adelaide Scott.
Yep, Michael, and a good crew here, some great coaching staff as well. You've got Adelaide Scott, who is a fantastic member, a great New South Wales member herself, as well as the great Luke State, Statey 180, who an old pair partner of myself, a great man. So great to see him still around the sport, still coaching and harbouring young athletes. So the Sydney Girls crew will be one to look out for, as well as that Loretto Normanhurst crew if we're going off coaching staff alone, Michael. But it does look, coming into these stages, like Pymble Ladies will be the crew to watch out for here. They will, I would say, retain first place in this race, race 23, heat 2 of this quad race. And it looks like second place there might be lane 4, Michael, Queenwood. At the current time, it's going to be a fight though here for Queenwood and Radford College. So make sure you get around your schools for this one, Michael, because it's going to be quite a close one, I think.
Well, that's right, Pete. It will look as though it will be close between Queenwood and Radford, though it is the first 4 who will automatically progress through. But yes, it is a race in our hands between lanes 4 and 7. They're going stroke for
Pimble
stroke. It's
first.
hard to know.
It's hard to tell.
Oh,
that's tough.
That's a photo.
That's a photo finish there, but it will be lane 5 is going to take our final qualifying spot. And now this lane 8 crew, that's going to be the important one to watch. That's Loretto Normanhurst. They're going to be the ones fighting for that next fastest time. So we'll have to look at their previous 5th place time was 4 minutes 14.11. So that's the time to beat for them. Now lane 2, Luke State's crew, the Sydney Girls crew, will come in 6th place, narrowly missing out on that final qualifying time.
So Pete, we will advise once we have confirmation as to the 2nd and 3rd placings as between, that's the crew from Radford College and Queenwood.
Yeah, Michael, and I'll tell you what, as an unofficial result, we have 4 minutes 14.11 for our final heat from Canberra Grammar. That Loretto Normanhurst time unofficially is 4 minutes 13.83. So we will wait for the official results because that's quite a close margin. So that's less than half a second between those two crews. So when we have an official result for that, we will let you know. But for the present time, unofficially, it will be the Loretto Normanhurst crew in 5th that will take that final qualifying spot by less than half a second, Michael.
Thanks, Pete. And we do now have confirmation that it was Radford College who placed 2nd in that race. That's a crew of Miller, Esperland, O'Rourke and Hickey, who narrowly got one up over the Queenwood crew of Wren, Hare, James and Townsend. Looks as though we might have had a breakage from that crew in lane 3 from Redlands. Looks like a stroke seat breakage there with some ore problems, it looks like, Pete, but we'll won't have any confirmation on that, will we?
No, that does look like a breakage. It's very unfortunate, but as you said, Michael, it's hard to tell at this point. We now come into race 24. Now, this is the Heat 1 of Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, Division 1. In lane 1, we have Loretto Kirribilli, Alexandra Whitson, Freya Bateman, Jessica Kovacs, and Heidi Aarons. Cox by Monica Dunstan. In lane 2, Dara Marlin, Sina Paramonov, Jennifer Novakis, Eliana Mamantis, and Madeline Betts. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies, Abigail Barfield, Sky Pockley, Megan Wood, and Mia Booth. In lane 4, Kinross Wallaroy, Tara McCormack, Tessa Lawson, Hannah McKay, and Phoebe Neville, Cox by Zoe Bird. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar, Isabella Darcy, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan, and Elijah Limmer, Cox by Sophie Gray. In lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar, Zoe Armstrong, Isabella Turner, Ella McKenzie, and Annabelle Thornton, Cox by Sash Sturdy. In lane 7, St Catherine's, Madeline Swain, Victoria Funge, Madeline Manins, and Lilza Gatson, Cox by Jasmine Abella. And lane 8, Queenswood, Brooke Cuttins, Florence Hemming, Annie Sieve, and Addison Rolls, Cox by Angela Han. Now, Michael, they're coming into the last 100 metres, and it looks like it will be lane 3. Now, that's the crew from Pimble Ladies College that will be just edging into the lead from lane 1 from Loretto Kirribilli.
That's right, Ben. It could also be that they St Cath's crew in lane 7 is pressing for that 2nd place, and they are lifting their rate. That's the crew of Swain, Funge, Manens and Gaston, but it might be that Loretto Kirribilli takes that silver position, and in that all-important 4th qualifying place, it could be the crew in lane 6. That's a crew of Hunter Valley Grammar. Coming across the line now and pressing for that position is Queenwood in lane 8.
Now, this is the timed position, Michael. So Queenwood, it's the next fastest crew. And we will have an official result on that Queenwood time shortly. Yeah, good bit of racing there, Michael. And we will have an official result for the previous heat, race 23, in just one moment.
So, Pete, that was a very fast qualifying time from that crew in Pimble Ladies College, Barfield, Pockley, Wood and Booth. They finished that race over 1,000 metres in a time of 3 minutes 43.
Yeah, that's very impressive, Michael. 3 minutes 43. We're looking at some of these Cox quads previously that have done 4 minutes 13, 4:14. It's 3:33 is a very, very quick time, Michael. So that's going to be a tough crew to beat.
That's right.
We're going to be looking at them later on in the regatta, aren't we? Now, I do have an official confirmation of the previous race, race 22 and 23, Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad. And it does look like it will be Loretto Kirribilli. Sorry, my apologies, Loretto Normanhurst, which will be the qualifiers there, the final fastest crew qualifiers in a time of 4 minutes 13.95 compared to the Canberra Grammar 4 minutes 14.11. So that's about 0.2 of a second, Michael, to distinguish those qualifiers. So it is a tight
It's
field
some close
today.
racing, I'll tell you what.
Racing. Yeah, it is really close racing today. So what a fantastic day to be watching Schoolgirl head of the river today.
That's right, Pete, and we do welcome you out to the Sydney International Regatta Centre today. I would like to take this opportunity to remind our coaches and our athletes today about the warm-up lake. There is no marshalling in the warm-up lake, so just down near the bridge where you're going to enter onto the course, please don't wait to be called through. You will miss your race if you do that, so keep going up to the start and don't wait to be told. If it's a 1,000 metre race, please stay in lane 0 and don't row across the course until you're told by a boat race official. Please also remember to return your bow numbers once you're finished. We can't run an effective regatta without them, so please do make sure you return them. The weigh-in for coxswains is at the bottom of the tower, so please come and see the officials down at the tower. And just a reminder for our cyclists, our coaches and our supporters today, please do remember to wear your helmets. It's very wet out there, as you'll all be abundantly aware, so please do make sure you exercise safe practice on the bikes.
Yeah, well said, Michael. And look, we'll go into race 25 now. They are coming into the final 250 metre mark. In lane 2, we have Radford College. Lane 3, Tara School. Lane 4, Loretto Normanhurst. Lane 5, Sydney Girls. Lane 6, PLC Sydney, that is. And lane 7, Redlands. Lane 8, Canberra Girls Grammar. Now we have another crew coached by the great Luke State here, so that will be one to look out for. But it looks like, Michael, what do you reckon? I would say Radford
Can't quite
College.
see. We saw, Pete, you and I were calling some races yesterday at the schoolboy head of the river, and the Radford College supporters were second to none. And look, I can see they've assembled
see them
themselves
now.
down in the barriers with the flag, with the Radford flag. So it's a very impressive supporting display from the Radford School once more today at the Schoolgirl
Really
head of the
is.
river.
Yep.
And the weather has not dampened spirits, that's for sure. But look, it does look as though it could well be the Radford crew in lane 2 who
I think it will
commands
be, yeah.
the lead at this point, but also pressed by the crew in lane 6 from PLC Sydney.
Yeah, Michael, I'd agree 100%. So the Radford crew, also as you said, the Radford College supporters, fantastic for both days. And I think that does contribute to their success quite a bit, realistically.
Well, that's right.
But it will be Radford coming through to win this one in lane 2, narrowly followed by the crew from PLC Sydney. Now, it is a first for progression with the 5th fastest crew qualifying also, but it will be Radford first.
It's a race for third, though, Pete.
It
Lane
is a
7
race
and 8.
for third and fourth will be 8 then 7. So that is Canberra Girls Grammar, followed by Redlands, and that all-important 5th spot is the Tara School in lane 3.
So, Pete, that race was won unofficially in a time of 7:49 by Radford College, which is a couple seconds off the pace set in the previous race by the Pymble Ladies College crew. We just have Sydney Girls coming across the line now. But some fantastic racing there, but certainly between that crew, that race for second place between PLC Sydney and Canberra Girls Grammar.
Yes, so the official time in the previous race for the 5th place crew was a time of 5 minutes 56. Now that was by Queenwood. When we get an official result from that, we will let you know who our final qualifiers are.
And
But Queenwood in a time of 5:56, I believe it was. Yes, sorry,
that's
3:56.
right, Pete. And thanks to Bont Rowing, we do have a Bont Rowing replay on the live stream at present to just show you how close it was there between lane 8 Canberra Girls and lane 6 PLC Sydney for that second place. But thanks to Bont Rowing, and do make sure you visit our sponsors and our apparel partners up just behind the grandstand in the canteen area. Do make sure you visit the regatta shop for all your apparel needs today.
Yeah, Michael, and as you said, the Bont rowing guys absolutely fantastic. Istvan down there will do a fantastic job of looking after you. A very, very lovely man. So if you go have a chat to him, and I know the regatta shop there was very popular when I walked in. There was a big line out the door, so hopefully if that line's gone down, go grab a bit of merch for yourself, a little bit of kit, Michael. It does add to the sport.
Well, that's right. I still have, Pete, my 2014 New South Wales Rowing Championships apparel sitting dusty in my drawer at home, so it does last, and it's equipment that will stay with you for a long time.
It definitely does, Michael. My 2011 Nationals jumper is my painting jumper now, so it's a bit messy, but I'll tell you what, that's 10 years of where
Well,
I got out.
I'm not going to get into a game of one-upmanship with you, Peter Walmsley, but we'll leave it there for now. Look, Pete, I will just run through race 25. We had in first place the crew from Radford College. That was comprised of Eliza Lilly, Siobhan Hall, Sophie Conlon and Mia Cluth, and coxed by Ava Ward and coached by Mackenzie Francis Brown. In lane 2, and our second progressors at this point, is Miranda Zabo, Alessandra Seiden West, Grace Hannon and Abby Wilson, coxed by Isla Court. In third position in that race was Canberra Girls Grammar. That was Annabelle Grimwade, Amelie McKellar, Samantha Burns and Olivia Crawford, and coxed by Hannah Knight. And our last automatic qualifying crew was the crew from Redlands. That's Hallie Hunt, Emma Sullivan, Michaela Sanger Larson, and Daisy Thomas, coxed by Anika Steele.
Yep, Michael, and I can give an official confirmation now that the final 5th place qualifier there is Queenwood in a time of 3 minutes 56.10, and that's in contention with the Tara School doing a time of 4 minutes flat. So
thanks, Pete.
A good 4-second lead there by Queenwood.
Well, we will look forward to that final of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. That will be at 1:35 p.m. this afternoon, so do stick around for that event. And also do look forward to it on the live stream, as I'm sure many of our supporters will be doing so on a wet day from home. So welcome, of course, to all our live stream audience today. And we're privileged once more to be able to bring you the live stream today. And Pete and I are pleased to be able to commentate the events this morning, all thanks to Bont Rowing. But Pete, we will turn our attention back to the course where race 26 is underway. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull Heat 1. And similarly, we'll have a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression automatically through to the final in race 59. And that final will be at 13:59. Also have a similar position where we have the next fastest crew progress. So just to run very quickly through the names, we have from PLC Sydney, Victoria Mortensen and Ashley Horsburgh. In lane 4 from MLC is Sophia Yetzi and Francesca Morrison. In lane 5 from Pimble Ladies is Zara Benson and Isabel Francis. In lane 6 from Askham is Portia Koskar and Audrey Aberwickramer. And in lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar is Jonine Macaulay and Jasmine Roberts. Now, Pete, if I didn't know any better, I think it'd be Askham in lane 6 who commands the lead in this race.
That Askham crew is looking very strong, Michael. I'd agree 100%. So that Askham crew, as you said, a first 4 progression, that Askham crew will take that out, and it looks very cemented here, Michael. It looks like it will be PLC Sydney versus the Pimble Ladies College coming into the final 100 metres for that second and third spot. Both of these crews will progress, however.
So Askham takes out first place in an unofficial time of 6:20. Sorry, that's not correct.
6:23.
Just waiting on official time. Well, we've just had a crab from Pimble Ladies College come in the line in lane
Michael,
5.
I think that is correct. It looks like that is a 1,500 metre race.
It's a 1,500 metre race.
6:23.84. There you go. That's
Well,
the first I think I've seen a 1,500 metre
I
race.
stand corrected
Michael.
on that one. 6:23 is the official time in that one.
And here's the MLC school with what looks like UTS Blades coming through in the lane 4. They will take that 4th spot. So, Michael, a 1,500 metre race. There you go. I think that's the first time I've seen that. It might be my inexperience in school racing. And 1,500 metre race is not something I think I'd like to take a part
Well, that's
of,
right.
Michael.
It's
That
not
would
an
be-
Olympic distance, but
it's tough.
and that'd be tough because
That would
it's
be
not
tough.
quite as long as it's not quite a sprint, but it's not quite endurance either.
No, yeah.
So our Year 10 double scullers showing us how it's done this morning, my apologies. In lane 7, Newcastle Grammar, that's Jonine Macaulay and Jasmine Roberts just coming over the line now.
fantastic effort from all of the rowers in that race. Now, the 5th place there will be the one. Oh, my apologies. Sorry, 5th place there. Tara School will be the crew to look out for in terms of that final qualifying spot.
And Pete, just a shout out to our supporters this afternoon. I did see just as Portia Koskar and Abby Wickramer were coming over the line there. We do have some passionate supporters from the Ascombe School down here at the grandstand, so congratulations to those girls and their coaches who were harrying their crews home over the line here. And it's great to see that the weather hasn't dampened spirits and school spirits, so it's a fantastic day out here at the Regatta Centre, notwithstanding the weather.
Yeah, agreed, Michael. It's the one thing I do love about the school regattas is the school spirit is just...
You can cut the air with a knife, can't you?
You
And we
can.
were just noting on the way down Old Castlereagh Road here, Pete, on the way in, we have signs, Queenwood and Loretto Normanhurst and Roseville College all had all kinds of paraphernalia lining the telegraph poles and the fences just alongside Cirque here. So it's fantastic for us to see the palpable school spirit that's on display here, and it's a great atmosphere and a great day.
Yeah, it really makes it a lot more special coming out to the races, doesn't it? Now, Michael, we will turn our attention to race 27. This is the schoolgirl, my apologies, year 10 double scull. Similar progression rate. First 4 will go through to the final. That is race 59, and the next fastest crew from heat 1. Now, I will run through this very quickly. We have Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3. That's Elizabeth Powell and Greta Persson. Lane 4, North Sydney Girls, Meta Gurrin and Amanda Carnegie. Lane 5, Kinross Walleroy, Jade Caro and Simone Chowler. And in lane 6, St Catherine's, Sophie Castella and Cameron Faturis. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Madeline Garner and Yasmin Sidhu. Now, Michael, this one is a pretty clear-cut race, this heat. It looks like it will be lane 3. That is Loretto Normanhurst.
That's right, Pete. And Loretto Normanhurst have exerted a substantial lead over the remainder of the field. So kudos to Elizabeth Powell and Greta Perrosin. They've just come across the line now in a time of 6:06, which is a great deal quicker than the previous heat. So those girls will be formidable competition in the final at 13:59.
Yep, and lane 4 here will take second place. At this stage, it looks like lane 4 is North Sydney Girls. Now, the North Sydney Girls crew, coached by Philip Brown, doing a fantastic job here to take second place. At this stage, it looks like third will be lane 7. That is the Canberra Girls Grammar crew.
That's right, Pete. So North Sydney Girls, Meta Gurrin and Amanda Carnegie just crossing in second place, followed by lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar, Madeline Garner and Yasmin Sidhu. And in fourth place, it's St Catherine's, Sophie Castellas and Cameron Faturis.
Yep, and that Loretto Normanhurst crew, coached by Mal Campbell, who has been done a lot of work in the sport of rowing previously. A fantastic guy, done some coaching at Tara, at Balmain, all around, and really a fantastic coach. So that does explain that win there. Now the Kinross Walleroy crew coming in 5th place. Now their time will be important, Michael, for the progression. But that heat did seem like it was a little bit quicker than the previous one we've had. So it'll be good to see how the racing wraps up. Now, unofficially, I can tell you that Kinross Walleroy crew came 5th in a time of 7 minutes 11.28. Now, that will be the time to beat for the first crew. And I can tell you, Michael, that the first crew were Newcastle Grammar that came 5th. They did it in a time of 7 minutes 34.09. So at this stage, it will be the Kinross Walleroy crew that came 5th in that race that will progress through, and it will be our final progressors through to the final. And also, I mentioned previously Mal Campbell. Now he was also the coach of one of the UTS greats, Olivia Bartram, who is fantastic member of the Rowing New South Wales community, does a great deal around the sport. So if you see young Olivia Bartram out in the Regatta Centre today, do give her a wave. Say hello from Peter and Michael, and she'll be very
I heard
receptive.
she likes getting snuck up on, but
Yep.
unconfirmed. So, Pete, we are going to have race 28 on the course now. This is the first heat of the Year 10 single scull. The final for this race is at 2:05 p.m. To run through our crews just on the course now, this is a race contested over 1,500 metres, so it's that 1,500 metre distance once more. In lane 2 from North Sydney Girls is represented by Sarah Milleg-Morsing, coached by Philip Brown. In lane 3 is Penola Catholic College, represented by Alyssa Hotz and coached by Daryl Young and Alana Parker. In lane 4, representing Tara School, is Olivia Dont, coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney and Kate Crampton. In lane 5, representing Askham, is Yumi O'Carrigan, coached by Susanna McMahon and Thomas Parker. We have a scratching from lane 6, Madison Stanley, representing Northern Beaches Secondary. In lane 7 is Pymble Ladies College, represented by Sarah Sead, coached by Lewis Gray and Eleanor Nettleton. And finally in lane 8, representing the Askham School, is Felicity Errington, coached by Thomas Parker and Susanna McMahon. Now, Pete.
It does look like Felicity there will be
That's
in the
right.
lead, I think, Michael. Closely followed by Olivia Dont from Tara School. And she'll also be coached by, as you said, Michael Graham Gardner and Robin Mackney. Now, those two have done a fantastic job both at Tara and Drummoyne. A real coaching powerhouse there. But Felicity Errington will be the sculler to look out for here, Michael. She will lead this race and she will take the victory in Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. Now, the final for this race will be race 60, Michael.
That's right, Pete. And if you're just paying attention to the live stream, either at the Regatta Centre today or online, you will see that Felicity's battling a slight head breeze coming across the line. The wind has turned very slightly against our scullers this morning, so that we'll have to pay attention to that as the racing continues. But it will be Felicity Errington from the Askham School who comfortably progresses through to the final, which will be raced at 2:05 p.m.
Yeah, a very impressive finish there in this first heat of the Schoolgirls Year 10 single scull. And the Tara School will take second place.
And it'll be O'Carrigan from Askham who will claim third place. And there is a little bit of a margin now back to our fourth place contender. I think that's Hotz of Penola Catholic College.
Yes, Michael, and it looks like we will simply just have a top 4 in this race.
That's right, maybe.
Which eliminates our need for the fastest next crew to make the final. So it will mean that for Heat 2, where we have more crews, we will have a 5th crew that automatically makes it in. So the next race, we will have a top 5 progression rate.
So that's right. It's just Alyssa Hotz now coming across in 4th position from Penola Catholic College.
Yep.
So that race, Pete, was won unofficially in a time officially by Felicity Errington in a time of 6:50.
Now, Michael, as you said, the headwind plays an interesting part in these races. In these junior schoolgirl events, we know that headwinds, especially strong headwinds, do favour larger athletes, heavyweights, and in these junior schoolgirl events, you usually have much smaller athletes, and you and me, Michael, are smaller athletes ourselves, and we know that we do struggle with the headwind, and the tailwind is realistically where us smaller athletes will benefit when we do have a tailwind helping us along, and will sort of benefit in opposed to the larger athletes. So this headwind is not ideal for our schoolgirl head of the river today, but it will be something, an added challenge for our athletes to overcome.
Peter, on the course now is race 29. It's the second heat of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. As I've mentioned, this final will be held at 2:05 p.m. for this event. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression in addition to the next fastest crew. And just casting my eyes across the course now, it does appear as though the rain is now really setting in on our Year 10 single scullers here, and the wind has picked up. It's a slight cross breeze across the course, I think. Crosshead, Pete, perhaps. In any case, I will run through the crews just as they approach the final 250 metres of the race. In lane 2 from Canberra Grammar is Jaija Rangier, coached by Isabella Coleman and Patrick Curtin. In lane 3 from Pimble Ladies is Freya Carmody, coached by Eleanor Nettleton. In lane 4 from Winona is Talia Noland, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 5 from Newcastle Grammar is Isabel Meteff, coached by Gabby Angus and Lucas McBeath. In lane 6 representing Askham is Sophia Miller, coached by Thomas Parker and Zoe Spurway. In lane 7 representing Monty St Angelo is Imogen Gray and coached by Katie Healy. And we have a scratching from Mossman's Philippa Gray in lane 8. But Pete, now I have seen Imogen Gray from Monty St Angelo featuring as a household name this season in the junior events, junior sculling events, both at the Rowing New South Wales Championships and at the Sydney Rowing Club Regatta.
Yeah, she's been doing a fantastic job, hasn't she? She's very much been a big part of the sport this year, especially in this under 19 Year 10 category. And
she takes up the first position in this race, closely followed by Sophia Miller of Askham. Then Carmody from Pimble Ladies College in third, closely followed by Nolan from Winona in fourth.
Yep, and Canberra Grammar will take fifth place. Now that's the all-important final qualifying spot. But our first 4 qualifiers there cemented Monty St Angelo, Imogen Gray, Sophia Miller, Freya Carmody, and Talia Nowan. Now, Michael, some very, as you said, household names here in these junior events. And I will also notice that we have Katie Healy coaching a number of these athletes from different schools. So doing a great job to further the sport. Katie Healy, a Mossman member.
That's right. Well, Katie's done a fantastic job, and the scullers who are representing their schools today, but trained primarily out of the Mossman Rowing Club under Katie Healy and, of course, Matthias and Judith Ungermark.
Yep. And the Mossman shed are doing a fantastic job of development and high performance coaching. Now, that final position there going to Newcastle Grammar. Now, that will be Isabella Mitsoff.
So, Peter, that race was won unofficially in a time of 6:46. This is the Year 10 single scull. This is by Imogen Gray of Monty St Angelo. Now, what I will say, Pete, about Imogen Gray is, unless I'm mistaken, Imogen Gray is now an Australian record holder on the Concept 2 ergo for a 2,000 metre ergo. So she's she's a very talented young athlete. She's up and coming. So remember the name Imogen Gray from Monty St Angelo. She's often seen in Mossman colours as well, but she will be a formidable force going through to the final. She has the fastest qualifying time over Errington from Askham. So that final will be at 2:05 p.m. So do stick around for that. It'll be really interesting to see how that race unfolds. Imogen Gray looked as though she was doing it relatively comfortably in race 29, but we'll just see what happens at 2:05 p.m. in the final.
Yeah, Michael, and anyone that holds a Concept 2 world record is someone to watch out for. The Concept 2 erg machine is an Australian record, my apologies. Concept 2 erg machine is a very difficult machine to go well on.
It's an unforgiving machine, isn't it?
Very unforgiving, yeah. It's not something I've ever been able to be good at, Michael, but young Imogen Gray, fantastic work to do such a good job at such a young age. So
that's right, and we have
we'll see more
plenty
of her, sure.
Senior athletes around the country and around New South Wales will from tomorrow be contesting the 2 kilometre erg tests in preparation for national selection and state team, I suppose, confirmation over the next little while. So do spare a thought for young Imogen Gray, who will really sets the tone. Yeah,
might get another one. Who knows?
And so we now return to 2,000 metre racing, and this is race 30. This is the Schoolgirl second Cox Quad Scull. Contested over 2,000 metres, as I've mentioned. I'll run through the names just as the girls complete the first 500 metres of the race. So in lane 2 from Queenwood is Claire D'Souza, Madeline Wheel, Maya Kazal and Isabel Sanderson. They are coxed by Michaela Cheatham and coached by Ella Davidson and Caroline Lonergan. In lane 3, representing Loreto Kirribilli, is Olivia Bisolio, Claire Flanagan, Lucy McDougall and Samantha Callanan, coxed by Monica Dunson and coached by Amelia Halley. In lane 4, representing Redlands, is Blythe Ogilvie, Lily Dijkstra, Gracie Connell and Emily Pashley, and they are coxed by Colette Lalibert and coached by Brendan Martin. In lane 5, representing Loreto Normanhurst, is Bridget Whitaker, Eden Thomas, Charlotte O'Keefe and Elizabeth Attia, coxed by Emma Flaherty. In lane 6, representing Canberra Grammar, is Sammy Wilson, Alice Newham, Paloma Blythe and Tilly Klein. They are coxed by Jessica Latham and coached by Patrick Curtin, Isabel Coleman and Sarah Cook. In lane 7, representing Radford College ACT, is Molly Lilly, Olivia Hickey, Kiara Shaw and Jessica Schroeder. And they are coxed by Mackenzie Jolly and coached by Maggie Noonan and Sam Durnell. And finally, we have a crew from Canberra Girls Grammar, and that crew is represented by Alex Williamson, Harriet Miles, Kat Ellen, Emily McHugh and Catherine Hardman is their cox. And they are coached by Sam Duckworth. Just coming through the 500 metre mark now, it does look as though it's the Radford College crew in lane 7. And that's the crew of Molly Lilly, Olivia Hickey, Kiara Shaw and Jessica Schroeder. And they are coxed by Mackenzie Jolly. They command the lead at this point, closely followed by Loreto Kirribilli. And then a short distance back to Queenwood. And Canberra Girls just holding on over Redlands in 5th place. And it will be a top 4 progression, as we've seen, in addition to the next fastest crew, to progress through to the final at 2:21 p.m. this afternoon. And ladies and gentlemen, just as we're waiting for race 30 to come into view down this end of the Regatta Centre this morning, I will take this opportunity to run through and recognise our major partners for the season. Bentley's Chartered Accountants and Business Advisors Australia have been supporting Rowing New South Wales for over 5 years, and we want to thank them for their ongoing support. In addition to the V Insurance Group, and we want to thank their ongoing support and insurance protection for the entire New South Wales rowing community again in 2020 and 2021. The Quest Apartments is Rowing New South Wales' accommodation partner, and Rowing New South Wales members should ensure that they visit the Quest Apartments website just to make sure you receive special rates when you book with them. Bont Rowing, as I've mentioned, is our live stream and point score partner this weekend. Bont Rowing specialise in rowing shoes and is designed by rowers for rowers. So jump online and check them out at www.bontrowing.com. Lakeside Catering is available for all your food and refreshment needs. And I just want to have a shout out quickly to our merchandisers. So the Regatta Shop, as I've mentioned, is located behind the canteen. They're the official merchandiser for our 2021 New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River. And in addition, do go and see Bont Rowing and Isvan and the team up there outside the Lakeside restaurant. To run through some of our statistics for this morning, at the 2021 New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River, we have 1,120 athletes, which is an increase from 1,073 in 2019. So it doesn't appear that the weather has dampened spirits or participation in today's regatta. We have 36 events, 1,001 seats and 300 entries. 41 schools are competing in today's regatta, including interstate schools, and we do welcome schools from the Australian Capital Territory. That's Darramarlin, Radford College, Canberra Grammar, Marist College Canberra, and Canberra Girls Grammar. So welcome to our Territorians today.
Yeah, Michael, and special mention to Nathan Kennedy, one of our Territorians who is around.
That's right, Pete. He's one of our good friends. So we are grateful to have the ACT schools up here for the Schoolgirl Head of the River for 2021. But Pete, we will turn our attention now back to race 30, which is the Schoolgirl Second Cox Quad Scull. And it does appear as though the Radford College crew, that's the crew of Molly Lilly, Olivia Hickey, Kiara Shaw, and Jessica Schroeder, and coxed by Mackenzie Jolly, they have commanded the lead in the 500 metre, from the 500 metres, and they're going to maintain their lead over the remainder of the field. As they come to the 1500 metre mark, there's a margin of about 9 seconds back to Canberra Grammar, who are in second position at this point, and Queenwood in third.
Yeah, right you are, Michael. So Radford College, as we said earlier, has been doing a fantastic job this whole regatta, along with Redlands. But the Radford College guys, a great cheer squad has been forming anytime they are in the lead, and it looks like this will be no exception. So Radford College looks like they will have around a length's lead on the rest of the field here, Michael.
That's right, Pete. And boasting a large contingent are the Radford College this weekend. We've mentioned time and time again the passion of their supporters, and I can see that they're amassing themselves down at the barriers this morning, my apologies, just to cheer on their crew who are in the lead. That's Molly Lilly, Olivia Hickey, Kiara Shaw, and Jessica Schroeder, in addition to Mackenzie Jolly. And kudos to their coaches, Maggie Noonan and Sam Donnell. It does look as though, save in the event of a disaster, that Radford crew will carry on and win the first heat and progress through to the final of the Schoolgirl Second Coxed Quad Scull.
Yeah, Michael, it looks like it will be a bit of a race here between what it looks like the Canberra Grammar School here against, I assume, Queenwood. Now that's for second place. Queenwood look like they're pushing back on Canberra Grammar, but I think Canberra Grammar will just retain that lead coming into the last 100 metres. It will definitely be Radford College in lane 7 taking this race out. But I believe Canberra Grammar will just hold on to that all-important second spot, just ahead of Queenwood. Now Queenwood really fighting for the line there, but they will be about half a length behind the Canberra Grammar School, followed there by Loretto Kirribilli in that important 4th spot. And now the 5th spot qualifying time will be a speed order, so we've got lane 4, my apologies, Redlands in 5th place. Now that will be an important finish because it will be dependent on whether they make the final.
That's right, Peyton. We did see that Redlands crew. That's the crew of Blythe Ogilvie, Lily Dijkstra, Gracie Connell, and Emily Pashley just push for the line because they will be up against it when the second heat comes down for that last qualifying position. We're just seeing now lane 8. That's the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar of Williamson, Miles, Allen, and McHugh cross the line to complete race 30, the second Coxed Quad Scull.
Yeah, Michael, and I can tell you that Redlands crew there, the 5th place crew, did finish in a time of 6 minutes 15.5. My apologies, that's the 1500 metre time. 8 minutes 19.19. So that's the time to beat, 8 minutes 19.19. And we will see how these next crews do and which crews go through to the final.
That's right, Pete. And Radford College's Lily, Hickey, Shaw, and Schroeder won that race in a time of 8:01. So give or take 20 seconds between the automatic qualifier in first position in Radford and the 5th place Redlands at this point. And Peter, race 31 is also underway. And this is the second heat of the second Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. And I'll just take this opportunity to run through the crews in full as their crews are still some distance away from the finishing tower. So representing Radford College in lane 2 is Olivia Hompsch, Talia Foster-Wright, Connie Gardner and Erica Dwight. And they are coxed by Stuart Ward and coached by Maggie Noonan and Sam Donnell. In lane 3, representing Darren Marlin, is Evinia Anastasiou, Hannah Verco, Sophie Howlett and Abigail Mitchell. And they are coxed by Sydney Dormer and coached by Mike Brady. In lane 4, representing Pymble Ladies College, is Lily Windsor, Danica Tajali, Amanda Lewin and Victoria Brash. And they are coxed by Abby Thornton and coached by Eliza Johnson. In lane 5, representing the Kinross Walleroy School, is Bridie Walsh, Lily Robson, Ava McMillan and Emma Livingston, coxed by Finley Shepherd and coached by Olivia Jackson. In lane 6, representing Queenwood, is Emily Kurimasing, Grace Anderson, Reese Harvey and Catherine Wen. They are coxed by Anais Hones. And they are coached by Caroline Lonergan and Ella Davidson. In lane 7, representing the St Catherine's School, is Molly McNeil, Connie Skeffington, Jade Bliss and Georgia Shearer. And they are coxed by Emily Alton and coached by Diarmid O'Driscoll. In lane 8, representing MLC School, is Briar Campbell, Olivia Alden Hallett, Dylan Rose and Sophie Wilson. They are coxed by Sophia Ietzi and coached by Ashley Brooking. Now, Pete, the girls are about 1,000 metres through this race, and it is the St Catherine's School of McNeil, Skeffington, Bliss and Shearer who do command the lead by about 8 seconds over Kinross Walleroy.
Yeah, it is a very good lead, Michael. They've done very well. They are the crew coached by Diarmid O'Driscoll. And Michael, just as this crew approaches the 1,000-metre mark, I will take this opportunity very quickly just to have a little reminder just about COVID-safe protocols. So I know that we are all very used to this, and we all obey it very well. But just make sure you keep 1.5 meters away from each other at all times. We have our spectators on the southern bank, and we've all followed that very well. So firstly, a big congratulations to all of you for maintaining that throughout the regatta. And just a quick reminder to make sure that you do stay COVID safe. Only extremely necessary hand touches, anything like that. Make sure we stop the spread of diseases, and masks are recommended. So, Michael, coming back to the race now, through the 1,000-metre mark, as you said, it does look like it will be the St Catherine's crew, and that's coached by Diarmid O'Driscoll. Now, Diarmid O'Driscoll doing a fantastic job, formerly from Ireland, has done a lot of rowing with the Irish national team, inclusive of the O'Donovan brothers who came for a visit to St Catherine's and UTS in 2019. And these guys, these girls doing a fantastic job coming through this last 500 metres, really looking like they're doing it quite easily, Michael.
Well, that's right, Pete. It's a final at 2:21 p.m. in this event. But that's right, McNeil, Skeffington, Bliss and Shearer just looking remarkably calm and comfortable as they command a lead over Kinross Walleroy. They're not going to waste any energy. They're not going to burn any bickies this morning on this heat. They will progress short of a disaster, and it is a top 4 qualifier in this race. So 1, 2, 3, 4 will progress automatically to the final in race 62. You would think, Pete, that we will see if there is going to be any movement in this race. It'll be around that 4th and 5th position because, as we've mentioned, the next fastest crew will have to beat a time of, I think it's 8:19. That was the crew in Redlands who came 5th in the first heat in race 30. So there will be some pressure on crews in that 5th position. That's a crew of, at this point, that'll be the Radford College, MLC School and Darren Marlin crews who are going to be tussling for that qualifying spot, those last 2 places. And they are racing the clock as well, so it's all to play for. So I'll just wait and see what happens, but certainly there is no doubt whatsoever about the command that the St Catherine's crew has on this race. They're looking remarkably comfortable, and their cox, Emily Alton, looking in control as she sheriffs her crew over the line here.
Yeah, Michael, and I know that the St Cath School don't have an 8, they have 2 first quads. Now, it is a smaller program, and that's not uncommon to see in these smaller programs, but definitely this second Cox quad scull will be the athletes ranked 5th to 8th. Michael.
Well, that's right.
And so some very good athletes here in this quad.
And I will say, Pete, that the St. Catherine's School, though a smaller program they might be than some of the other schools we see here today, have not compromised on any quality. They've taken out that race in a time of 8:02 unofficially, followed by Kinross Wallaroo in second, Queenwood in third, Radford in fourth. And it will be the crew in lane 8 from MLC who takes up that 5th position. 9 seconds behind Radford. So MLC, that's the crew to watch.
Will be the crew to watch there. Now that's the Schoolgirl second Cox quad. The other heat was 5th place, was 8 minutes 19.19.
So it does look at this point, Pete, it'll be Redlands, I think, who will progress to the final.
It does look like it. We'll get confirmation on that, Michael, but I think you might be right. It does look like it might be Redlands over the MLC school. We will.
So Darren Marlin from the ACT crossing there in 6th place, and 7th position will go to Pymble Ladies College, Windsor, Tajali, Lewin and Brash, coxed by Abby Thornton. Michael,
and I can give confirmation now that the Redlands school in the heat before were in a time of 8 minutes 19.19. Now that MLC school just finished in a time of 8 minutes 25.96. So it will be the Redlands school to progress through as our final progresses into the final.
Well, that's right, Pete. But look, do pay attention to race 62 at 2:21 p.m. this afternoon. We are going to have a race in our hands because the first heat was won by Radford College in a time of 8:01, and that second heat was won by St. Catherine's in a time of 8:02. So we are going to see some high-quality crews go head-to-head in race 62. So, look, that's anyone's game, and that will be one to watch this afternoon.
Yep, that'll be a fantastic race to watch, Michael. And another fantastic race, we do see the heat coming down in the Schoolgirl first Cox quad, heat 1. Now, similarly, we have St. Catherine's Amelia Cooper. Now, Amelia Cooper was part of the Victoria Cup squad this year. So
that's right.
That is the open state team lightweight squad. So to be a part of that is a spectacular achievement, especially as a school athlete. So she'll be an athlete to look towards in the future. Millie Cooper from St. Catherine's, as well as the rest of this St. Catherine's quad. Now, Michael, I'll let you read this race out as they approach the 1,000-metre mark.
Well, that's right, Pete, and thanks. So Millie Cooper is joined by her colleagues from St. Cath's, Eliza Garrity, Claudia Horrell, Alia Rahman, and they are coxed by Bella McGeekin. Now, Bella's done some great work in the cox seat, both at St. Cath's and at UTS Rowing Club as well, so she's an experienced cox, and they're coached by Diarmaid O'Driscoll. In lane 3 from Radford College, Cara Martin, Bridget Kelleher-Cole, Claudia Kendall and Ellen Mihalovic, and they're coxed by Nicola Allenby and coached by Maggie Noonan and Sam Durnell. In lane 4, representing MLC School, is Sarah Karlvolf, Ineth Kritzler, Layla Hare and Haya Yahia, and they are coxed by Sasha Kavarik and coached by Ashley Brooking. In lane 5, representing Orana, is Amelia Hain, Eleanor Johnson, Peregrine Mitchell Jenkins and Paloma Padovan, coxed by Roma Thomas. In lane 6, representing Darren Marlin, is Lauren Steinman, Phoebe McAuliffe, Claudia Bowditch and Rosie Tiel. And they are coxed by Emily Irwin and coached by Mike Brady. In lane 7, representing Newcastle Grammar, is Alice Carraro, Chloe Smithson, Grace Charge and Isabella Oakley. And they are coxed by Zoe Roberts-Thompson and coached by Lucas McBeath and Gabby Angus. Now, Pete, the race is about 1,500 metres finished. I think it is that St. Catherine's crew who still commands the lead in race 32.
Yeah, that's it. As you said, Michael, quite a commanding lead. They're really going for it. Looks like they've dropped the rate of striking just slightly. In this 2,000-metre quad race, you would expect around the 36 to 38 mark. These girls are probably more around 30, maybe 28. So it's not as high tempo, and it doesn't need to be because they do have that great lead just ahead of what looks like the Radford College crew, who are doing a spectacular job to then lead the rest of the field, Michael. So it does show just how commanding that St. Catherine's lead is. Now Radford College doing a fantastic job there in second place.
That's right, Pete. And it looks as though our athletes are being treated to some flat conditions now. We had a bit of a wind about half an hour ago, but the rain certainly has flattened the water out this morning. And just as we get some shots of that St. Catherine's crew in first position at the moment, you can just see the rain falling on the water, flattening the course out. And look, the St. Cath's girls are looking good as they command the lead in this race, aren't they, Pete?
Yeah, they really are, Michael. So it's when looking at these quads, you look at one body rock together, and that's what these St. Catherine's girls are doing. You can see the body rock is very synchronized. That catch, that finish, very, very synchronized, and real shallow blades in that quad scull, not slowing the boat down as they come through the line in a fantastic time there of 7 minutes 40 as opposed to the second quad time of 8 minutes 02. So really fantastic time.
That's right. So St. Cath's and Radford College are by far and away the fastest qualifiers in this event so far. So do pay attention to those two crews in the final. We have now MLC School coming across the line in third place, and then back to Orana in fourth.
Yep, now that all-important fifth spot that I do harp on about so much this regatta, Michael, will go to lane 7, Newcastle Grammar.
So we'll just wait and see. 7:40 was the winning time by the St. Cath's crew of Cooper, Garrity, Horrell and Rahman and McGeechan. But we'll see just how the comparison stacks up between the fifth position Newcastle Grammar in race 32 compared to the MLC School in race 31.
Yeah, so the Newcastle Grammar time there, Michael, in fifth place was 8 minutes 15 flat. So 8 minutes 15 dead on. That will be the time to beat for the fifth crew in this heat 2.
Apologies, right you are, Pete. So that was the first Cox quad scull, and so we'll have the second heat come down now. But look, it will be St. Cath's and Radford certainly commanding a strong position in this event. We have heat 2 coming down now, which is race 33. 7:40 is the time, is the ballpark figure, I guess, for our crews in race 33. I will run through them now as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. In lane 3, representing Sydney girls, is Ananya Hari, Zoe Krakowski, Alexandra Eleftheriou, and Lara Grosser. And they're coxed by Anya Tyson and coached by Matteo Villani and Timothy Hughes. In lane 4, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, is Adelaide Goldfinch, Arabella Bloomfield, Molly Walkerton, and Holly Baker. And they are coxed by Neve Garrity and coached by Rowan Hislop and Mark Partridge. In lane 5, representing North Sydney girls, is Zali Slunsky, Sonia Freiberg, Laura Halliday, Sophia Lee, and Tonya Zeng Halasay, and they are coached by Philip Brown. In lane 6, representing Canberra Grammar, is Penelope Robson, Neve Pascoe, Zoe Bond, and Madeline Vag, and they are coxed by Orlando Throsby and coached by Sarah Cook. In lane 7, representing Redlands, is Sophia Maxwell, Anna Louisa Feller, Emily Burrell, and Audra Olsen. They are coxed by Charlotte Harmon and coached by Lucy Mason.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And coming through, it looks like it will be the Canberra Girls Grammar, Canberra Grammar, my apologies, quad in the lead of this race, this second heat. So at this point, it does look like they will be our first progressors. We do still have 500 metres to go, so anything could happen. But it's quite a good lead. They've got about 1.5, 2 lengths of clear water behind, in front of the Redlands crew, 8.31 of a second. So Canberra Grammar, 8.31 of a second, Redlands, and then you have a margin of 9.28 to Hunter Valley Grammar. All 3 of those crews will progress at this stage. We will see the 4th and 5th crews. Now that 5th crew, as it is a five-horse race, will be important in terms of their qualifying time. But North Sydney girls will be, at this stage, our final progressors. Final cemented progressors, my apologies.
Well, thanks, Pete. I do just want to note in race 33, our current race leaders, Canberra Grammar. Now, they are represented by Penelope Robson, Neve Pascoe, Zoe Bond, and Madeline Vag. Now, that crew is comprised of, or half comprised of competitors in, or I suppose members of the Bicentenary Cup Youth Women's 8 squad for the Australian Capital Territory. And that's Zoe Bond and Madeline Vag. So there is some decent talent kicking around in this Canberra Girls Grammar School, Canberra Grammar quad. So do keep an eye on them because they have some real talent on board, and they will be going toe-to-toe with St Catherine's and Radford for in the final at 2:29 p.m. So we do look forward to that. It should be a great race, but Canberra Grammar certainly looking relatively relaxed as they do come into the final 100 metres of the race. And so there is some interstate team talent kicking around.
Yeah, definitely, Michael. In this Cox Quad race, there we did see Millie Cooper earlier on, and this Canberra Girls Grammar crew has a good showing in, as you said, the Youth 8 for ACT, and you can see as they row through, they've really got a very clean handle on the technical side of the sport as they come through in first place of this heat. 7 minutes 52.20 is the time there. A bit slower than the other heat that we saw. However, it did look like they were taking it quite easily. So that'll be a great race to watch later in the day. And third place, Hunter Valley Grammar, 8.44 seconds behind Redlands. And now, Michael, it's these final crews that will be our final cemented qualifiers, as well as our crew racing for that final spot. Now, the time to beat for the previous race, I believe was 8 minutes 15. That's the 5th position time to beat. So it will be Sydney Girls High.
They're pushing for the line there.
To the line.
So that's a crew of Hari, Krakowski, Eleftheriou and Grosser who have just crossed the line there. And their cox is Anya Tyson. Not quite sure if they've managed to best their equivalent time in the first heat, but we'll just wait and see, and we'll receive confirmation from our judges and timekeepers on that one in a moment, Pete.
Yep, so unofficially, Michael, the times there, 8 minutes 15 for Newcastle Grammar in 5th place for Heat 1, my apologies, and for Heat 2, Sydney Girls were 8 minutes 39.03. So at this stage, it does look like it will be Newcastle Grammar as our final qualifiers for that final.
Okay, Pete, thanks for that. We do turn our attention back down to the 1,000 metre mark on the course. Now, this is a final. This is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 7. So this is for silverware. Crews are just assembling themselves on the line here now, so do spare a thought for our boat race officials who are organising our competitors on the 1,000 metre starting mark at the Regatta Centre today. So I will run through the crews now for race 34. In lane 2, representing Queenwood, is Sabrina Stepper, Andy Smith, Sophie Bennett and Freya Hamilton, and they are coxed by Amelie Adams and coached by Talia Barnett Heppels. In lane 3, representing Pymble Ladies College, is Zoe Hart, Joanna Ricketts, Millie Cullinane and Ella Willits, and they are coxed by Mia Solomons and coached by Georgina Jones. In lane 4, representing Sydney Girls, is Grace Ruin, Namira Tawhid, Lulu Su and Chloe Zhang. And they are coxed by Arushi Kankar and coached by Cam Ogilvie, Tal Lewis and Miku Johnson. In lane 5, representing Pymble Ladies College, is Arabella Wheatley, Oliana Tighe, Winter Shervington, Sasha Clark and coxed by Caitlin Cho. And they are coached by Lucinda Weichman Fines. In lane 6, representing Queenwood, is Josephine Lapping, Nika Vanna, Lily Maynard Fallon, Tori Anderson and Angela Han. Just I'll interrupt my calling of this race just for a second, Pete. What's happening?
We have had a bit of steering issues, Michael. So I believe it is the PLC, that's my apologies, Pymble crew from lane 7 have come through to lane 10 or lane 0. So that's the transit lane. They've come all the way from lane 7 to the transit lane. So I'm not sure whether there has been a crab caught there. That will be on our Bond Rowing live stream. My apologies, Michael, continue.
That's right. So, Pete, that's the crew in lane 7. That's Anais McDonald, Matilda Marconis, Montana McCormick, and Lucy McLean. Their cox is Caroline Yemmer, and they're coached by Evie Thompson. So it does look as though we have had some steering difficulties there. But look, in lane 8 from Queenwood is India Lockie, Lisa Mischenko, Alice Hemming, and Clementine Isaac, and they're coxed by Melanie Lamb and coached by Edie Sarson.
Yeah, Michael, they've had one or two issues there. I believe there was a little crab. I don't know whether that was a boat breakage or what that was, but that crew from Pymble
That's right.
has had to stop and restart.
Well, look, they're making their way back onto the course now, so we do hope there isn't anything serious, no damage or bodily injury.
Yeah.
But we will turn our attention back now to the rest of the race. I can't quite see from this at this point, Pete, but it does look as though it could be the crew in lane 6 from Queenwood that commands the lead at this point. That's the crew of Lapping, Vanner, Maynard, Fallon and Anderson, coxed by Angela Han. I think they've just got their noses in front of the Pymble ladies crew of Hart, Ricketts, Cullinane and Willits.
Now, I think that's the lane 8 Queenwood crew, but yeah, you are correct, Michael. That is the Queenwood crew, but the lane 8 crew will be the one
That's correct.
that
I'll
is
stand
leading.
corrected on that one, Pete.
No, very, very good, good pick from here, Michael. I'll give you that. I was cheating off the live stream, Michael, if I'm honest. But I should also explain the difference between the heats and the divisions. Now, a heat will run through, and the quickest few will then progress to the final. Whereas a division is a straight final. Now you might have several divisions per event. So this is Schoolgirl Year 8 Division 7. So we have 7 divisions.
So we have 7 finals
we
on
have
our
7
hands.
finals, yes.
Yeah, okay. So this one is, it's for the medal. This is a final for the New South Wales 2021 Schoolgirl Head of the River. So the girls aren't leaving anything out there on the course this morning. And it does look as though it is still that Queenwood School in lane 8, Pete.
Yeah.
So that's a crew of India Lockie,
they
Lisa
have had a
Mischenko, Alice Hemming and Clementine Isaac, who does command the lead at the moment. They're looking as though they're just battling some balance and steering issues as they go. But look, give it to them. They look like they're doing it with some passion.
They're absolutely, they're really going for it, Michael. And they have had a small crab and they've recovered fantastically. Now, we find in quads, once you do catch a crab, it's very hard to recover, but I think it was 2-seat there, did catch one and just grabbed her blade straight away, maybe missed one stroke. Now, I don't think that's going to affect them as much as it definitely could have. They've really recovered very well. That's a great testament to them.
So Queenwood have just got to keep their cool here. They are in the commanding position of the race. They've just got to keep their heads as they come across they come into those last red buoys. So this is the final 100 metres of the race. Although they are being pressed by the Pymble Ladies College in lane 2.
They sure are, Michael. I don't know
You know what? It might well be that the Pymble Ladies College have overtaken them.
Michael, I think they might have. They might have overtaken them.
Well, we'll stand correct on that one. It's going to be Pymble Ladies College who takes out the gold medal, closely followed by Queenwood.
Fantastic bit of racing, Michael. Now, that Queenwood School having the lead through the 500-metre mark and just getting pipped by 1.9 of a second by the Pymble Ladies College.
So, Pete, we have unofficially that race was won by Pymble Ladies 2 in lane 3. That was a crew of Hart, Ricketts, Cullinane and Willits. In second place was Queenwood 4. That's India Lockie, Lisa Mischenko, Alice Hemming and Clementine Isaac. And in third position is Queenwood 2 from lane 2. That crew was represented by Sapina Stepper, Andy Smith, Sophia Bennett and Freya Hamilton, and Emily Adams as their cox. In fourth place was Queenwood 3, and that's Josephine Lapping, Nika Vanner, Lily Maynard Fallon, and Tori Anderson, and coxed by Angela Han. And in fifth position there was Pymble Ladies 3, and that crew was represented by Arabella Wheatley, Oliana Tighe, Winter Shervington and Sasha Clark, and Caitlin Cho was their cox. And just crossing the line now to finalise the field, it's Pymble Ladies 4, and that's a crew of Anae McDonald, Matilda Marr, Connors, Montana McCormick and Lucy McLean, and coxed by Carolina Yemmer. Finally, it will be the crew from Sydney Girls. That's a crew of Ruan, Tauhid, Sue and Zhang.
Yeah, Michael, and as that was a division, not a heat, our winners will be Pymble Ladies College. So congratulations, Pymble Ladies College. They come away with the medal.
So just a reminder to our athletes, if you do win a final today at the New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River, please do come to the pontoon to collect your medal for presentation. So we do want to see the Pymble Ladies, crews from Pymble Ladies, Queenwood and Queenwood make their way down to the pontoon, and we will present you with your medals for Division 7 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad. Pete, race 35 is also on the course now. This is the 6th division of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. As you've mentioned, it is a final, so there's no progression. This is it. The girls have got, it's all to play for in this race. Lane 3 is Loretto Kirribilli, and they're represented by Amelie Lemieux, Lucy Sekesnian, Miranda Hamer, and Audrey Ross, and they are coxed by Isabella Morello and coached by Hannah Pops and Feely Halley.
Yep.
In lane 4 is Queenwood. They're represented by Sarah Plain, Olivia Jones, Sophia Rains, and Annika Henderson, coxed by Anouk Fevray and coached by Ella Davidson. In lane 5, from Pymble Ladies College is Nityasi Visanawan, Lucinda Middleton, Lily Sullivan, and Abby Siwak, coxed by Yimo Lin and coached by Sophie Wickens and Ariel Maydew. In lane 6, representing Sydney Girls is Meda Pochnaru, Ishnani Agrawal, Ellen Fu, and Hahana Toraskar, and coxed by Natalie Tran and coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Tal Lewis, and Miku Johnson. And finally, in lane 7 from Roseville is Indy Stump, Alice Bestick, Eva Zhang, Eloise Jones, and their cox is Jessica Davies, and their coach is Karis Campbell. Now, Pete, what can you see?
Michael, I was going to say, I think it's going to be quite difficult for any crews to pressure lane 4 at this stage. Now, that's the Queenwood 1 school. They will be in the lead here quite commandingly, I would say. They've got a couple of lengths of clear water.
That's right, Pete. It's a crew of Serena Plain, Olivia Jones, Sophia Rains, and Annika Henderson. And they will win the 6th division of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull with some ease.
Yeah. Really well done from these girls. So they will take out the Division 6 here of the Year 8 Quad. And it will be followed by Lane 5. That's Pymble Ladies 1. So they will take 2nd place. And we're really going for it now. We do see these schoolgirl races really a good amount of passion in the crews. They really fight for the line, more so almost than some of the senior athletes that we see coming down.
And some fantastic sportsmanship on display. It looks as though Roseville is going to come in 3rd position, and some fantastic passion coming in from our supporters on the sidelines. Sydney Girls is coming in 4th place in lane 6, followed by, looks like we might have had a breakage in lane 3 from Loretto Kirribilli.
Yes.
That's a shame.
Now that is a snapped oar, Michael. We can see that oar is bent in 2 different places, which is very unfortunate there for lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli.
So Pete, that race was won by Queenwood's Serena Plain, Olivia Jones, Sophia Rains, and Annika Henderson in an unofficial time of 4:24. So that was slightly slower than the 7th division of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. But we will carry on for more racing in race 36, where we have the 5th division coming down the course. I will just read out the crews in that race. We are going to see, we are going to have a change of commentary in just a moment. We'll reintroduce Lizzie Chapman in just a moment. But for race 36, we have in lane 1 from Sydney Girls, Dana Moas, Aisha Main, Nabiha Nakib, and Mia 2. And they are coxed by Noah Kepi and coached by Cam Ogilvie, Tal Lewis, and Miku Johnson. In lane 2, representing Pymble Ladies College is Alice Kang, Erin Porter, Rachel Tyson, and Sonia Zlatanovich. And they are coxed by Bella Hyun and coached by Howard Goodall. In lane 3, representing Queenwood is Grace Holmes, Anna Hogarth Scott, Sammy Hunt, and Georgina Macram, coached by Eleni Pagades. In lane 4, representing Redlands is Amber Oxley, Caitlin Mitchell, Isabella Crennan, Chanel Wang, and they are coxed by Sella Tay and coached by James Pettering and Maximilian Keller. In lane 5, representing Loretto Kirribilli is Ella Chidgey, Lydia Clarkin, Coco Butcher, and Eva Eels, and their cox is Scarlett Wallace and coached by Lara Wainwright. In lane 6, representing Roseville, Chloe Franklin, Layla Corrant, Saskia Grutake, Olivia Bovard, and Emma Dupree, and they are coached by Katie Ashworth. Representing Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7 is Christina Lung, Julia Gonzalez, Ruby Harrison, and Ellie Wentworth Brown. They are coxed by Charlotte Park and coached by Miller Argent and Miranda Yuan. Finally, in lane 8, representing the St. Catherine's School is Daisy Choi, Alex Coffey, Arsha Horsley, and Poppy Littlewood. They are coxed by Anna Demopoulos and coached by Amy Tanish and Lara Campbell. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand back over to Nathan Birch and Lizzie Chapman in just a moment. They've come back up to resume their commentary, so I'll leave you in very safe and capable hands.
And as the boats approach the final, it looks like PLC just got their nose in front. Sorry, Pimble have just got their nose in front of the girls from Queenwood, who are indeed in front of Loreto Kirribilli. So good race there. Pimble ladies just take it by over a second from Queenwood. In third place, Loreto Kirribilli. In fourth, the girls from Redlands. Fifth, Roseville School. On the far side, sixth finish, Sydney Girls, and quick finish there between St. Catherine's and Loreto Normanhurst. So good race there, the final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Division 5 quad. The winners in a time of 4:17.31, Pimble Ladies. Second, Queenwood. Third, Loreto Kirribilli. Fourth, Redlands. Fifth, Roseville. Sixth, Sydney Girls. Seventh, St. Catherine's. And eighth, Loreto Normanhurst. And welcome back, Lizzie.
Thank you, Nathan.
Sorry, I caught you off guard there.
That's quite all right. So fantastic racing. On the course right now is race number 37 on our programme, which is the final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. In lane 1, Tara School, Gemma Simpson and Kaylin Duong. In lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar, Reshmi Senanayake and Amelia Royal. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies College, Stella Simons and Cameron Collett. In lane 4, Radford College, Mylan Sermon Schmidt and Edie Lupton. In lane 5, MLC School, Jodie Feng and Amelia Glastonbury. In lane 6, Sydney Girls, Vichy Rahija and Charlotte Steele. In lane 7, Askham, Grace Carter and Kitty Zusak. In lane 8, Loreto Kirribilli, Eve O'Brien and Phoebe Lill. And in lane 9, PLC Sydney, Tasha Cahill and Caris Town.
And some drama just at the finish in the last 500 metres. The girls from Sydney Girls seem to have had a problem and they've lost first place. Desperately trying to get back into the race. The girls from MLC have taken the lead. Seemed to be an issue there with the girls from Sydney Girls, who were well in the lead there by a good length and have just stopped with the 100 metres to go, got back into it. The girls in lane 5 from MLC take the win. Feng and Glastonbury take the win there. Very close for second between Asham and Radford. Asham have just got it on the nose by 0.6 of a second. Oh, terribly disappointing there. Canberra Girls finish 4th. The girls, Sydney Girls, Rahija and Steele finish 5th. Tara finishing 6th. Pimble Ladies College in 7th. Oh, I feel absolutely devastated from the girls there from Sydney, Rahija and Steele. Had that race in the bag into the last 60 metres. Whether it was an equipment failure, doesn't look like it, but yes, must be very gutted. But well done to MLC School there. Feng and Glastonbury taking first place there in race 37 with the time of 4:18.67. Asham comes second. Carter and Suzak some 4.28 seconds behind. In third place, Radford College. Sherman Schmidt and Lupton. Fourth place, Canberra Grammar. Fifth place, Sydney Girls. Sixth place, Tara. Seventh, Pimble Ladies. Eighth, Loreto Kirribilli. And ninth, PLC, Cahill and Town.
Well, exciting race. So hopefully another exciting race coming up again. In race 38 is our Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull final. In lane 1, we have Arabella Logan from St. Paul's Grammar. In lane 2, Eva Distaso from Mont St. Angelo. In lane 3, Sasha Kovarik from MLC School. In lane 4, Philippa Young from Stella Maris College. In lane 5, Catherine Wilcock from Stella Maris College, and they of course were the winners of each of the heats. Philippa in a time just 2 seconds faster than Catherine, so we'll see what happens in this final. Anna Scrooby from Askham is in lane 6, Madison Stanley from Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 7, Gari Kotira from Penrith High in lane 8, and Madeline Lease from Radford College is in lane 9.
Stella Maris College, Philippa Young. In second place, Madison Stanley, compatriot from Mosman Boat Club. In third place from Penrith High, Gura Kutera. Anna Scrooby from Asham in fourth. Catherine Wilcox from Stella Maris in fifth. Eva Destazo from Monty in sixth. Sasha Korovic, MLC, in seventh. Madeline Leach in from Radford in eighth. And Arabelle Logan from St. Paul's Grammar bringing up the year. But it's very close, only 10 seconds following these. And as we wait for the scholars to approach, just a public service announcement. Please would you remain in your seats? COVID restrictions still apply. The tickets sales have conditions that you recognise that COVID conditions still apply. Please stay in your designated areas and seats and be aware of social distancing.
Yeah, we really can't be too careful about that, can we? None of us want a repeat of the restrictions of earlier. We are delighted to be here, able to hold this regatta and see these fine women racing today. So please, everybody, social distancing must apply. Stay in your seats. And yes, by all means, get out there and cheer your school on, but please be careful as you do it.
And as the last 150 metres of the senior year 9 girls singles, it is Philippa Young with a good boat and a half length in front of Madison Stanley from Northern Beaches Secondary. Both of these girls row out of Mosman. Good result there for the sculler in lane 4 from Stella Maris. Philippa Young taking the win from the sculler in lane 7 from Northern Beaches Secondary. Then we have in lane 8 from Penrith High. In 4th, Stella Maris. Catherine Wilcox in 5th. Anna Scrooby from Asham. In 6th from Monty, Eva Destazo. In lane 1, in 8th place from St. Paul's, Arabelle Logan. The sculler from Radford College, Madeline Leach, in lane 9, finishes 9th.
Confirming the results of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull, a win for Stella Maris College, Philippa Young. 2nd, Northern Beaches Secondary, Madison Stanley. 3rd, Penrith High, Gary Kotira. 4th, Stella Maris College, Catherine Wilcock. 5th, Askham, Anna Scrooby. 6th, Mont St Angelo, Eva Distaso. 7th, MLC School, Sasha Kovaric. 8th, St Paul's Grammar, Arabella Logan. And 9th, Radford College, Madeline Lease. Winning time, 4 minutes, 13.45 seconds. We now move to racing over a distance of 1,500 metres. This is Year 10 racing, and we're going from sculling to sweep, which is where each rower only has one oar in their hands. The Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. We have 2 entrants. In lane 4 from PLC Sydney, Alex Reid Queenie, Alia Steele, Sarah Bebbington and Bailey Winton Murray, coxed by Lily Dukakis. The crew is coached by Felix Dure and Rebecca Harrison. In lane 5 from Loreto Kirribilli, Olivia Bisoglio, Lucy McDougall, Claire Flanagan and Alice Watkins. They are coxed by Caitlin Gately and coached by Amelia Halley. And we'll move to presentations now for the winners of the Year 9 double.
I've got it here. Year 9 double. Do you want it? Radford Asham Elm, so yeah.
The medals for the Year 9 double will be presented by Steve Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales. The bronze medal to Radford College. Milan Sermon-Schmidt and Edie Lupton. The silver medal to Ascombe School. Grace Carter and Kitty Zusak. The crew was coached by Olivia MacDonald. And our champions in the Year 9 Double Scull 2021, MLC School. Jodie Feng and Amelia Glastonbury. The crew was coached by Andrew Patterson and Kirsten Lilliquist. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Year 9 Double Scull.
Back on the course, we have the only 2 boats in the next race, this being race number 39. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. PLC Sydney, nearest the car park, face off against Loreto Kirribilli in the boat from PLC in lane 4. There's Alex Reed Queenie, Alia Steele, Sarah Bevington, Bailey Winton Murray, Lily Dukakis as the Cox. And in the boat from Loreto Kirribilli, Olivia Bisoglio, Lucy McDougall, Claire Flanagan, Alice Watkins. The Cox there is Caitlin Gately, coach Amelia Haley. And at the 500-metre mark, the girls from PLC have got a commanding lead in this 1,500-metre race of over 7 seconds, just over 7 seconds, which is certainly true to say they've gone off to a flyer in that first 500 metres. Look to be well in control, PLC Sydney in lane 4, which is nearest the car park. So PLC in their red or maroon coloured zoot suits with the black stripes. Loreto Kirribilli in their distinctive royal blue, white and yellow. And coming through the 1,000 metre mark, girls from PLC maintain that lead. Comfortable rowing as we see.
Nathan, we might just, while they complete the last 500 metres, swap to the medal dais to see the presentation to the winners of the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 5, a race that was taken out by Pymble Ladies College. Alice Kang, Erin Porter, Rachel Tyson, Sonia Zlatanovic and their cox Bella Hyun. The crew is coached by Howard Goodall. Congratulations to our Division 5 Year 8 Cox Quad Scull winners.
And as we come into the final here of race 39, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4, Dominant display here from the girls from PLC. They've extended their lead after the first 500 of 8 seconds. It's probably going to be a bit more than that at the final. Reed Queenie, Steele, Bevington, Winton Murray, and Dukakis the Cox. Comfortable win here. PLC Sydney take first place in this final of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4 from Loreto, Kirribilli, Bisoglio, McDougall, Flanagan, Watkins, and the Cox, Caitlin Gately there. So that the unofficial result of race 39 Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. In first place, PLC Sydney with a time of 6:01.81, and in second place, Loreto Kirribilli.
So race number 40, we're now going to the always exciting event, Schoolgirl 8. This is the Year 10 8, and we have 4 contestants. In lane 3, Queenwood. In lane 4, Radford. In lane 5, Roseville. And in lane 6, St Catherine's. The Queenwood crew in lane 3, that's the one closest to all of our supporters over on the mainland side of the course, car park side. In bow seat, Naomi Peace. In second seat, Grace Anderson. 3 is Chloe Minette. 4 is Valanti Socrates. 5 is Maya Billingham. 6 is Chloe Brunker. 7 is Madison Preller, and Sienna Williams-Bush is in the stroke seat. Matilda Birch is coxing. The crew is coached by Ella Davidson and Caroline Lonergan. In the Radford crew, Eliza Tilley in the bow seat, Siobhan Hall, Mia Cluth, Ellie Maglasis, Sophia Teschendorf, Zoe McIntosh, Josephine Truswell. The stroke girl is Sophie Conlon, and their cox is Stuart Ward. The crew is coached by Alex Hodges and Maggie Noonan. In lane 5, the Roseville crew is Samia Trara, Grace Bennett, Ava Cassar, Phoebe Herdman, Alice Bennett, Caitlin Coleman, Sienna Meany, and Hannah Alexander, with Lauren Noble coxing. Their coach, of course, is Gonzalo Briones. In lane 6 from St Catherine's, Charlotte Skeffington in the bow seat, Lara Webber at 2, Annabelle Beckett, Missy Callahan, Sienna Morgan, and Erin Cara, the powerhouse in the middle of the crew. Madeline Griffiths is at 7, Jade Bliss at stroke, and Charlotte Wadds is cox. Their coach, Jared Watson.
Yeah, Lizzie, all these boats have raced previously. The favourites for this would certainly be Roseville and Radford. Both of those boats have beaten the Queenwood boat in prior races. But as we go through the 500 metre mark, it looks like Roseville has got probably a 1.5 second lead from St Catherine's, with Queenwood in third, another 1.8 seconds behind, and Radford a further just over a second behind Queenwood in fourth place. But still a long way to go yet. From this position, it looks like Roseville and St Catherine's are pushing up for the win for first place. But Roseville have certainly got their noses out in front by almost a boat length over St Catherine's.
I will just move to the presentation dais again to present medals to those in the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. Third position was Penrith High, Gary Kutera. Gary is coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell and Victoria Trevitt. Our silver medalist, not here at the moment, from Northern Beaches Secondary was Madison Stanley, and our title holder this year in the Year 9 single scull, representing Stella Maris College, Philippa Young. Philippa is coached by Katie Healy. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to our medalists in the Year 9 single scull.
And in the Schoolgirl Year 10, Roseville have extended their lead to 1,000 metres, just over 2.7 seconds away from St Catherine's, who have moved on. Radford College, who've overtaken Queenwood, who are lying in fourth. And as they come into the last 400 metres of the race, Roseville College, looking very strong, very in control, have got a length on St. Catherine's, who in themselves have got a length on Radford College, who look to have half a length on Queenwood in fourth. Very controlled 8 with the 2 Bennis sisters in the Roseville boat. So true to form, Roseville going to take the win there in the senior year 10-8 there. Good race from St. Catherine's, who take second spot. Radford keep their noses in front of Queenwood, who finished fourth, half a length behind. So race 40, the Schoolgirl Year 10-8 final. In first place, Roseville with a great time of 5:19.25. 4.5 seconds behind them, St. Catherine's. In third place, Radford College from the ACT. And in fourth place, Queenwood School.
The next race on the course will be race 41, the final of the Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull Division 4, held over 1,000 metres. In lane 1, Pimble Ladies. In lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst. In lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 7, St. Catherine's. In lane 8, Newcastle Grammar. And in lane 9, Radford College. The crew from Pimble Ladies College is Isabella Johnson, Zoe Lupton, Grace Longstaff and Alexandra Stansel, coxed by Diana Attinger. The Loretto Kirribilli crew is Bridget Carnival, Olivia Campbell, Amelie Champ and Elsie Hutton, coxed by Cecilia Funder. Kinross Walleroy crew is Isabella Lloyd-George, Hannah Jones, Olivia Martin and Georgina Lawson, coxed by Georgia Zatter. Loretto Normanhurst's crew is Zara Miller, Audrey Kirk, Sophia Bartucciotto and Penny Rose Collins, coxed by Ruby Mazzei. Canberra Girls Grammar crew is Audrey West, Ellie McIntosh, Edie Matheson Hull and Eliza Miller, coxed by Emily Jackson. The crew from St. Catherine's, Kate Darling, Jessie Miller, Tilda Dunn and Bianca Kelly, coxed by Gina Kimpton. The Newcastle Grammar crew is Brooke Riley, Molly McCauley, Sadie Smart and Zali Gins, coxed by Ronan Brown. And Radford College crew in lane 9 is Talia Hunt, Zara Layton, Johanna Dixon and Sophie Fremantle, coxed by Bella Schofield. Just a note of thanks to everybody for going back to their seats or their tents and not crowding around. I know it's very exciting racing, especially the 8s, but we do appreciate you following the COVID restrictions. Thank you.
There's a slight delay as the rain starts to come down with some vengeance at the start of the course.
We move to the presentation of medals for the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. Medals presented by Steve Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales. The winners, in second position, Loretto Kirribilli, Olivia Bisoglio, Lucy McDougall, Claire Flanagan, Alice Watkins, and their cox Caitlin Gately. The crew was coached by Amelia Halley. And our winners, PLC Sydney, Alex Reed Queenie, Alia Steele, Sarah Bebbington, Bailey Winton Murray, and their cox Lily Dukakis. The crew was coached by Felix Dürr and Beck Harrison. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists and trophy winners in the Year 10 Coxed 4.
And on the race course now is race 41, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4 final. On the far side, Isabella Johnson, Zoe Lupton, Grace Longstaff, and Alexandra Sandstill from Pimble Ladies, who scratched in lane 2 from Sydney Girls. Loretto Kirribilli, Carnivale Campbell, Champ, Hutton, and Cox. Cecilia Funder in lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy. Lloyd George, Jones, Martin, Lawson, and Zatter, the Cox. In lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst, Zora Miller, Kirk, Bartuccioli, Collins, Amazei is the Cox. Canberra Girls Grammar, West, McIntosh, Matheson, Hull, Miller, and Emily Jackson. In lane 7 from St. Catherine's, Darling, Miller, Dunn, Kelly, and Gina Kimpton as Cox. In lane 8, Newcastle Grammar, Riley, Macaulay, Smart, Gins, Ronan Brown, Cox there. And in lane 9, nearest the grandstand from Radford College, Hunt, Leighton, Dixon, Fremantle, and Bella Schofield is the Cox. All crews off to a good start as they appear through the mist and the rain. This is only a 1,000-metre race, but this is again a final of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4.
Okay, we'll move to the presentation of medals for the Schoolgirl Year 10-8, where the bronze medal was taken out by Radford College. Eliza Lilly, Siobhan Hall, Mia Clough, Ellie Maglasis, Sevilla Teschendorf, Zoe McIntosh, Josephine Truswell, Sophie Conlon, and their Cox Stuart Ward. The crew was coached by Alex Hodges and Maggie Noonan. The silver medal to St. Catherine's. Charlotte Skeffington, Lara Webber, Annabelle Beckett, Missy Callahan, Sienna Morgan, Erin Cara, Madeline Griffiths, Jade Bliss, and their Cox Charlotte Wadds. The crew was coached by Jared Watson. And our winners of the Year 10-8 2021, Roseville College, Samir Trara, Grace Bennett, Ava Kassar, Phoebe Herdman, Alice Bennett, Caitlin Coleman, Sienna Meany, Hannah Alexander, and their Cox Lauren Noble. The crew was coached by Gonzalo Briones. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Year 10-8.
And as we approach the final 200 metres of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Qual Scud Division 4, Kinross Walleroy in the distinctive pale blue boats. Got the noses in front. But they seem to have a bit of an issue there at the stroke, catching a crab. Has it let Loreto Kirribilli back in? They're taking boat lengths off them as they approach, but they've just done enough to hold on there. Kinross finishing on line in first. Second is Loreto Kirribilli. St Catherine's come in for third and very close fourth between Newcastle on the near side and Pimble on the far side. Newcastle have just taken that in fourth, Pimble in fifth, Canberra Girls Grammar in sixth, Radford in seventh, and Loreto Normanhurst over the line there with it looks like an equipment failure, either on a gate or a blade there. But
Recapping the results of that final of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 4, a win for Kinross Walleroy, second Loreto Kirribilli, third St Catherine's, fourth Newcastle Grammar, fifth Pimble Ladies College, sixth Canberra Girls Grammar, seventh Radford College, and eighth Loreto Normanhurst. The winning time 4 minutes 13.37 seconds.
good racing there. It's unfortunate from the girls from Loreto Normanhurst. You can see that there was a broken blade at stroke there.
Well, these things happen, don't they? Let's see what happens now. It's Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1, Redlands, Zoe Halliday, Anushka Lee, Sophie Yu and Annabelle Huang, with Carolina Pedro Inacio coxing, and their coach was Zoe Kimber. In lane 2, Roseville College, Claudia Berger, Winnie Wang, Georgia McRae and Scarlett Miles, coxed by Christina Marmara and coached by Jack Henderson. In lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli, Kate Whitson, Charlotte Madston, Ava Hatzidis and Arabella Keating, coxed by Hannah Duffy and coached by Samuel Holmes. In lane 4, Queenwood, Jessica Hogg, Beck Hummel, Natasha Hughes and Zara Taylor, coxed by Claire Chen and coached by Eric Rowan. In lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst, Indy Witten, Sabine Walton, Sophia Slater and Kate Gilsonen, coxed by Lily Carolan and coached by Josh Bowd. In lane 6, PLC Sydney, Alana Araj, Hannah Bebbington, Charlotte Sard and Willa Bowman, coxed by Manuela La Rocca and coached by Lily Genn and Felix Dürr. In lane 7, Pimble Ladies College, Melanie Tan, Felicity Shea, Genevieve Harton and Alice Beveridge, coxed by Isabel Johnston and coached by Matilda Pennington. Kinross Walleroy are in 8. Lane 8, Lucy McIsaac, Ava Buesnel, Lily Weeks and Georgia Miller, with Lillian Pearce their cox and coach Olivia Jackson. And St Catherine's round out the field. They are in lane 9, Amelia Hoskin, Teresa Lee, Ali Nairn and Kimmy Bilmon, coxed by Evie Bayo. It's over 1,000 metres and they should be off and running any minute now.
Year 8 quad division. Oh. Divisions. Roger that. Okay, we'll turn our attentions now to the podium. This is the results of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 7. In third place, Queenwood, Sabrina Strepper, Andy Smith, Sophie Bennett, Freya Hamilton, and Cox Amelia Adams. Ladies and gentlemen, third place in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 7. And in second place, also from Queenwood, we have India Lockie, Lisa Mishenko, Alice Hemming, Clementine Isaac, and Cox Melanie Lamb. And in first place, Pimble Ladies, Zoe Hart, Joanna Ricketts, Miley Cullinane, Elsa Willits, and Cox Mia Solomons. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating the winner of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 7, Pymble Ladies College.
Meanwhile, on the course, Division 3 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull is in progress. So Queenwood in lane 4 are in the lead at the halfway mark. Loretto Normanhurst sitting in second position and Loretto Kirribilli in third. There's not much separating those three crews. Then it's one length back to PLC Sydney, who are currently sitting in fourth position. Fantastic battle going on. And we can see on the screen there the leading crew, Queenwood. And just beside them on the other side, Loretto Kirribilli with their yellow spoons, battling as they come into the last 100 metres of the race. And on the other side of them, the PLC Sydney crew, who look as though they are managing to stay ahead of Pymble Ladies College, but a really big battle now going on. Pymble Ladies College falling behind, PLC Sydney catching up Loretto Normanhurst. Queenwood, in the meantime, have really got their confidence. They've extended their lead, looking very confident, rowing in good time. Very strong performance indeed to take out Division 3 in the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. Loretto Kirribilli will be second, but PLC Sydney, what a fantastic row in the last 100 metres to take out the bronze medal in Division 3 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, pushing Loretto Normanhurst back to fourth position. Fifth will be Roseville, sixth will be a photo finish between fifth and sixth, so that's Pymble Ladies College. Redlands pushed back to seventh position and St Catherine's taking out eighth. I can't see Kinross Walleroy. But a great win there, definitely a win for Queenwood in Division 3 of the Year 8 Scull. Loretto Kirribilli second and PLC Sydney third, so we invite those three crews to come now round to the medal pontoon to collect their prize.
And on the medal pontoon, we have second and third place in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 6. In third place, from Roseville, Indy Stump, Alice Bessick, Eva Zhang, Eloise Jones, and the Cox, Jessica Davis. Third place, Roseville, in the Cox Quad Scull Division 6. In second place, from Pymble Ladies, Itarasi Viswaranathan, Lucinda Middleton, Lily Sullivan, and Abby Suak. Cox there, Yumo Lin, the silver medalists of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 6. Please join me in congratulating the bronze medal and silver medal owners.
So just confirming the results of that last race, Division 3 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. First was Queenwood, second was Loretto Kirribilli, third PLC Sydney. The photo finish has now been judged, so fourth was Loretto Normanhurst, fifth Roseville, sixth Pymble Ladies College, seventh Redlands, eighth St Catherine's, and the winning time was 4 minutes, 2.9 seconds. Underway now is the final of Division 2 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1, Canberra Grammar School. In lane 2, St Catherine's. In lane 3, Kinross Walleroy. In lane 4, Queenwood. In lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 6, Radford. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar School. In lane 8, Loretto Normanhurst. And in lane 9, Pymble Ladies College.
And after the first 500 metres, it looks like Kinross, Walleroy and Queenwood are battling out for first position. Not an awful lot to separate them. Less than half a second at the 500 metre mark. Somewhere behind was Radford College. In fourth place, St Catherine's. In fifth, Canberra Girls. And sixth, Pymble Ladies. In seventh, Loretto Normanhurst. And eighth, Canberra Grammar School. And coming into the final 400 metres. Looks like Queenwood may have got their nose in front of the Kinross Walleroy boat.
So yeah, Queenwood in the heat were 3:59 compared with 4:03 to Loreto Kirribilli. So you'd expect them to be faster, but hey,
Strong
it's
finish,
racing, eh?
absolutely a strong finish is what they'll need. Looks like they've got it in them. But the girls from Kinross will not give it up easily. Neither boat really wants to raise the rating. They're keeping it long in the finish. Queenwood have still got probably a canvas on Kinross. Queenwood, two-thirds of a length over Kinross as winners. Kinross takes second position. It's going to be a fight to the finish for third place, and in lane 7, the boat from Canberra Girls Grammar just takes it away from Radford. Close finish there. Close finish from all the boats. In first place, two-thirds of a length up were Queenwood. In second, Kinross Walleroy. In third, Canberra Girls Grammar. In fourth, Radford College. In fifth, St Catherine's. In sixth, Pymble Ladies. In seventh, Loreto Normanhurst. And in eighth, Canberra Grammar. Close racing there. 15 seconds cover all the boats. So the unofficial results, that race 43, year 8. Division 2 quads. In first place, Queenwood with an official time of 4 minutes 02.3, slightly quicker than their heat result. Second place, Kinross Walleroy. Third, Canberra Girls Grammar. Fourth, Radford College. Fifth, St Catherine's. Sixth, Pymble Ladies. Seventh, Loreto Normanhurst. And eighth, Canberra Grammar. On the course we have the lineup for Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. In lane 1, Tara School. In lane 2, Redlands. In lane 3, Sydney Girls. In lane 4, Redlands. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar. In lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 7, PLC. And in lane 8, Darragh Mallon.
Okay, the presentation of the remainder of the medals now for Division 5 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. It was won by Pymble Ladies College, who've already collected their medals, but in the bronze medal position we had Loreto Kirribilli, Ella Chidgey, Lydia Clarkin, Coco Butcher and Eva Eels, and they were coxed by Scarlett Wallace. Their coach, Lara Wainwright. And the silver medal went to Queenwood, Grace Holmes, Anna Hogarth-Scott, Sammy Hunt and Georgina Markram. They're coxed by Eleni Pagidas. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our silver and bronze medalists in the Year 8 Coxed Quad Division 5. So just a reminder, if you do finish in a medal position, please turn your boat around and come into the pontoon by the finish tower so we can present you all with your medals at the same time.
So on the course is race 44. It's the B final. So the girls who finished in places 10 to 18 in their halts. The B finals, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Qual Skull Division 1. In lane 1, Tara School, Jemima Bradford, Sally Payne, Millie Dont and Orchard Yee. Cox by Amelia Jones. In lane 2 from Redlands, Sophia Natali, Ella Blankenstein, Kiana Gipaldo, Remy Morris and Sarah Zeppel as Cox. In lane 3 from Sydney Girls, Annie Pham, Fiona He, Nora West and Olive Bilbao. Rebecca Moritz is the Cox for them. In lane 4 from Redlands, Kira Attard, Lily Wainberg, Juliette Trelaw, Ruby Holgate and Ruby Wood is the Cox. In lane 5 from Canberra Grammar, Estelle Robertson, Hannah Griffith, Lillian Healy, Julia Wagstaff, Naomi Williams is the Cox. In lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar, Maddie Beasley, Miranda Warswick, Sophie Frost, Isabel King and Willow Kerr-Lewis. In lane 7 from PLC, Emma Burgess, Madeline Vaughan, Isabel Yardley, Molly Cameron and Rihanna Shee. And in lane 8 from Dara Malan, Madeline Balo, Chloe Fothergill, Brianna Patmore and Emily Rasmussen with Lily Steinman as their Cox.
A beautiful bit of camera work there. We can see the crews lining up at the 1,000-metre mark, which again is what Year 8, the distance to Year 8 race over, and they're often running. So this is the point where the rate of striking, or the number of times the blade go in and out of the water, is quite high, and the girls trying to stay in time, but get that boat from stationary to up and running. And then they will gradually transition after about 30 seconds into their race rhythm and try and hold it really consistently throughout the remainder of that 1,000-metre race. And you can see that these boats have coxes in them. Sometimes the cox sits at the stern end of the boat facing the crew, and sometimes the cox is lying down in the bows of the boat, right at the pointy end, as we call it. So Year 8, a lot of these girls will be in their first year of rowing, just having entered the wonderful world and community of rowing for the first time. The conclusion of their season now at this Schoolgirl head of the river, and even though it's a B final, there's bragging rights to the ranking that you get at the end of the season. And of course, a really good way, as with everything in rowing, of measuring how you're progressing, ready for the season to follow. So we can see that Tara School in lane 1 on the far side of the course have got off to a fairly good start, and it looks as though Sydney Girls are also doing okay. Staying in time, hauling back on the oars there. In lane 3 we've got, in lane 4 we have the crew from Redlands. In lane 5, Canberra Grammar. In lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar. So a lot of local rivalry. So at the halfway mark, it's Canberra Grammar who have taken the lead in this B final of the Year 8 Cox Quad Skull. Redlands are sitting in second, half a length down, and then it's just 0.01 of a second back to Sydney Girls. Loreto Kirribilli currently in 4th, and Canberra Girls Grammar in 4th, but it's very close indeed for that bronze medal. Then a length back to Tara School, PLC Sydney in 7th, and Redlands in 8th. So Canberra Grammar in the lead, then Redlands, and then a battle between Sydney Girls, Loreto Kirribilli and Canberra Girls. So just a reminder, please, we've got lots of clumps of people on the towpath and down on the field. Could you please just make sure that you go back, please, to your seats or to your tent as soon as the race is passed.
Going to look an exciting finish. Girls from Canberra Grammar. Still their noses in front, but Redlands and Sydney girls. Not going to, sorry, Redlands and Sydney girls are not going to give this up easily. Redlands have just upped the rate in the final few strokes and are coming back strongly. Redlands are going to push. Are they going to row through the girls from Canberra Grammar? Very close. They could have done it as they approach the line. The last few strokes, the girls from Redlands take it by a canvas. In third place, Canberra Girls Grammar. In fourth, Loreto Kirribilli. Fifth, Sydney Girls. Sixth, Tara School. Seventh, PLC Sydney. And on the far side, their compatriots from Redlands finish eighth. So they're still waiting on a photo on that. Still waiting on the photo finish, but
so whilst we wait to find the exciting result of that photo finish, let's present medals to the winners of Division 4 of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. It was a win for Kinross Walleroy, Isabella Lloyd-George, Hannah Jones, Olivia Martin and Georgina Lawson. It was a fantastic finish, and all credit to Georgia Zatter, their cox, who steered their crew over the line. Fantastic work, well done, and congratulations, Loreto Kinross Walleroy.
And the results of race 44, very exciting B final there. Redlands take the win as we expected, in a time of 3 minutes 59.33. Just pipped the girls from Canberra Grammar by 0.62 of a second in second place, and Canberra Girls in third. Fourth were Loreto Kirribilli, fifth Sydney Girls, sixth Tara School, seventh PLC Sydney, and eighth Redlands 2.
And another exciting race, the A final of the Year 8 Cox Quads. This is Division 1. They're racing for the Janet Freeman Trophy with Hunter Valley Grammar School across in lane 1, St Catherine's in 2, Roseville in 3, Loreto Kirribilli in 4, Queenwood in 5, Kinross Walleroy in 6, Pymble Ladies in lane 7, Radford lane 8, Loreto Normanhurst lane 9.
Yeah, and the quickest in the final were Queenwood, but it looks like Loreto Kirribilli have taken a march.
Fantastic, clear water over the field.
Dominating win there for Loreto Kirribilli. And it looks like Queenwood and Roseville are going to battle it out for second place.
Oh my goodness.
Roseville just with their noses in front, but Queenwood finishing
It's
strong.
It's going to be a
finish.
Oh.
Too close.
Oh.
Very close there to call for second and third. St Catherine's come fourth, fifth Hunter Valley Grammar, sixth Pymble Ladies, seventh Loreto Normanhurst, eighth Radford College.
And ninth will be Kinross Walleroy.
And in the blue boat, Kinross Walleroy will bring home the field.
3 minutes, 49 seconds.
That was
great racing.
Yeah, that is 8 seconds quicker than their heats. The girls from Loreto won their second heat, but were fourth in terms of time. So they'll be super proud of that. They left an awful lot. They left a lot in the tank in the heats. They knew they'd won their heat. They didn't press the accelerator that much. But the girls from Queenwood and St Catherine's are still waiting for the photo. Too close to call from here. But there we have it. Loreto Kirribilli. Roseville takes second, and Queenwood by 0.05 of a second take the bronze medal. So the A final which is for the Janet Freeman Trophy, has been won by Loreto Kirribilli. In second place, Roseville. In third place, Queenwood. In fourth, St Catherine's. Fifth, Hunter Valley Grammar. Sixth, Pimble Ladies. Seventh, Loreto Normanhurst. Eighth, Radford College. And ninth, Kinross Walleroy.
We are going to move back to the presentation dais. We have another crew from Kinross Walleroy. These were the ladies who won the silver medal in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. So congratulations, Kinross Walleroy, the crew of Sienna Wilkin, Olivia McColl, Lucinda Clinton and Tessa Wong, coxed by Isabella Pierce.
And race 46 is underway. It's the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull. In lane 1 from Kinross Walleroy, Emily Caro. In lane 2 from Pimble Ladies, Esther S.A. In lane 3 from Loreto Normanhurst, Abby Timmins. From Hunter Valley Grammar, Genevieve Smith in lane 4. In lane 5 from Winmarleigh High, Zoe Wisner. In lane 6 from Sydney Girls, Vanessa Zeng. Newcastle Grammar's Annabella Alexander Lacey is in lane 7. In lane 8 is Canberra Girls Grammar Mira Navarathan. And in 8 from Asham is Molly Davis. And in lane 46, as they came through the 500-metre mark of this 1,000-metre mace, Winmarleigh High, Zoe Wisner had half a length lead on the boat from Hunter Valley Grammar of Genevieve Smith, who is indeed leading Esther S.A. from Pimble Ladies. So Zoe Wisner still looks to have her nose out in front. And if the girls from Hunter Valley and Pimble want to make a move, they're going to have to do it pretty soon. They've got a lot to make up. Zoe sculling there quite comfortably. Zoe Wisner, who rose out of Penrith Rowing Club and representing Winmarleigh High School here. So Zoe Wisner, comfortable win here by 2.5 lengths, takes the win. Apologies, that's Genevieve Smith from Hunter Valley Grammar School, takes the win there from Zoe Wisner from Winmarleigh High. In third place, Esther S.A. from Pimble Ladies. Falling over the line, Vanessa Zeng raced to get today already from Sydney Girls takes fourth. Abby Timmins from Loreto Normanhurst takes fifth. And 2 in lane 8 from Canberra Girls. In lane 7 in 7th place, Newcastle Grammar. And it looks like we have somebody in the water down there.
Hopefully she'll swim across the line, but confirming the results of race number 46, the Schoolgirl Year 8 Single Scull, a win for Hunter Valley Grammar School, Genevieve Smith. Second, Winmarleigh High, Zoe Wiesner. Third, Pimble Ladies College, Esther Essie. Fourth, Sydney Girls, Vanessa Zeng. Fifth, Loreto Normanhurst, Abby Timmins. Sixth, Canberra Girls Grammar, Mira Navaratnam. Seventh, Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle Alexander Lacey. Eighth, Kinross Walleroy, Emily Caro. And she's back in her scull, so ninth will be Molly Davies from Askham.
Yeah, Molly there, back in the boat. Everything looks good. She's back sculling. That's right, give her a round of applause.
Exactly, good character. Well done, Molly.
Well done, Molly. You go. Showboat over the line. Everybody's watching. Great example of how to finish a race here from Molly Davis from Askham. There she goes. So that was race 46. The unofficial results, the official results now from Hunter Valley Grammar, Genevieve Smith, a great time of 4 minutes, 39.17 seconds. Winma Lehigh, Zoe Weisner is in second place, and Pimble Ladies in third. Sydney Girls fourth, Loretto Normanhurst fifth, sixth Canberra Girls Grammar, seventh Newcastle Grammar, eighth Kinross Walleroy, and ninth Askham Molly Davis. They're finishing the race.
So just a reminder, because we haven't said it for a while, at this regatta there is no marshal in the back late, so if you're going out to race for the first time, please do your warm-up and then keep rowing through the bridge. If you are racing over 2,000 or 1,500 metres, please progress up the course in the lane 9, 10, safety lane. And if you are a 1,000 metre start, please stay in the lane and don't row across the course until you're asked to come onto the start. If you have completed your race, please bring your bow numbers back. And if you're out following the crews on a bicycle, please remember to wear your helmet. On the start now, we have the crews in the Schoolgirl double scull final. They are racing for the Margaret Mackenzie Trophy. I'm sure Margaret will be online, so greetings to you, Margaret Mackenzie, and belated happy birthday for earlier in the week. In lane 1, we have a crew from Tara School of Emma Malka and Michaela Hull, coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney and Kate Crampton. In lane 2, from St Paul's Grammar, Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins, coached by Charlotte Toos Cutler, Lindsay Callahan and Chad Payner. In lane 4, from PLC Sydney, Charlotte Cameron and Alexandra Vaughan, coached by Annie Akey and Felix Dürr. In lane 5, from Radford College, Hannah Hardy and Nikita Crabb, coached by Maggie Noonan and Sam Durnell. In lane 6, Roseville College, Annabelle Irby and Sophie Brady, coached by Alex Brown. In lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar School, Cheryl Charles and Vivienne Gilbo, coached by Sam Duckworth. And in lane 8, from MacArthur Girls, Malia Zulfikar and Layla Fonua, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. We'll now move to the presentation of medals for Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Coxed Quad Scull. The bronze medal, PLC Sydney.
Attention.
Alana Araj, Hannah Bebbington, Charlotte Sard and Willa Bowman. Their cox, Manuela La Rocca. The crew was coached by Lily Glenn and Felix Dürr. And the winners were Queenwood, Jessica Hogg, Beck Hummel, Natasha Hughes, Zara Taylor, and their cox Claire Chen. The crew was coached by Eric Rowan. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in Division 3 of the Year 8 Coxed Quad.
Change of distance now on the course, 2,000 metre race. This is race 47, the Schoolgirl double scull. This is obviously for the Margaret Mackenzie Trophy. 2,000 metres.
Race 48, Senior Girls Single Scull. Newcastle Grammar.
Just a public service announcement for the gentlemen in the crowd. You please check as if you've got your wallets and your credit cards with you, particularly Mr. Paul Jones and Mr. Marcus Zuzak. If you can make your way to the commentary tower, we may have something of yours.
Well, they're off to a good start in the Schoolgirl double scull. On the screen now you can see the crew in lane 2, St Paul's Grammar. They train at Penrith Rowing Club under the tutelage of Charlotte Toos-Cutler and the evergreen Lindsay Callaghan, who's been rowing at Nepean Rowing Club and coaching at Nepean and Penrith for some time now. On the inside of them, Tara School, Emma Malka and Michaela Hole, and then on the other side of them, the crew from PLC Sydney, Charlotte Cameron and Alexandra Vaughan.
Yeah, through the first 500 metres, girls from Radford College have got their noses in front from St Paul's Grammar, who in turn lead Tara School, who are in third place at the moment. In fourth, Roseville. In fifth, PLC Sydney. Sixth, Canberra Girls Grammar, and seventh, MacArthur Girls. A bit behind them.
There's the crew from Radford College on the screen now, so if you're watching the live stream from Canberra, hello and welcome. Hannah Hardy and Nikita Crabb are the stars of the screen there. They're coached by Maggie Noonan and Sam Donnell, and they look to have secured a lead and be extending that lead now over the others, don't they?
Yeah, it looks like they've got some clear water between them, and a bit back now is St Paul's Grammar. Charlotte Murray and Madison join us. Coached by Charlotte Toos-Cutler, Lindsay Callaghan and Chad Palmer.
So we've just had some very sad news here. One of the rowers at Kinross Walleroy has had their tools stolen. Maybe somebody has just borrowed them, but they're a Kin Chrome set of tools, and they're in a blue metal toolbox. So if you have borrowed them from Pontoon 5, could you please bring them back to the finish tower? So that's a set of tools in a blue metal toolbox. They do belong to a rower at Kinross Walleroy. They're really worth something to them, and they would like them back again, so please bring them to the finish tower. Or if you're over there near Pontoon number 5, take them to Boat Bay number 1 and return them to Rowing New South Wales. Now, talking about Boat Bay number 1, that's also where the bow numbers need to be returned to. We're running a bit short. We do need to recycle bow numbers, so please can you take your bow numbers back to Boat Bay number 1 as soon as possible. So in the double sculls, it's still Radford College who continue to lead as they go through the 1,000 metre mark. That's halfway for this 2,000 metre race. St Paul's Grammar remain in second position. They're only 1 second behind though, so I think we're warming up for a very good last 500, and Tara School currently in third, so it's just a question of which position they get at the end, because they in turn have 17 seconds over the remainder of the field. We're going to move to the presentation of medals now for the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. The bronze medal, Pymble Ladies College, Esther Essie. Esther was coached by Jasmine Hanley and Sophie Wickens. The silver medal, Winmalee High, Zoe Wiesner. Zoe is coached by Daryl Young and Alana Parker. And our champion in the Year 8 Single Scull 2021, Hunter Valley Grammar School, Genevieve Smith. Genevieve is coached by Tony Blay and Owen Redhead. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Year 8 Single Scull.
And going through the 1,500 metre mark, there's been a change of leadership in the double. St Paul's Grammar have pulled out 2 seconds over Radford College. And the boat are the yellow boat, the yellow alpaca with the yellow blades from St. Paul's Grammar. Great push there through the third 500 metre mark, and have taken 2 seconds out of Radford College. Tara School, again some 3.37 seconds behind Radford. Roseville are still in fourth, a long way behind, but these three crews will be pushing for podium positions. Which one, who knows? But it'll be exciting. We'll see if that third 500 metre push from St. Paul's, they've emptied the tank to give themselves a chance, who knows? Roseville are in fourth, Canberra Girls Grammar in fifth, PLC in sixth.
Yep, and this is one of the trophies, the Margaret Mackenzie Trophy, that is sponsored by the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. They'll be looking on proudly at these girls here, and a special shout out to Lindsay Callahan, who's coached so many of our high performance females over a number of years now. I know he's very proud indeed of Madison Joins and Charlotte Murray, who have joined together in this double scull. This is the culmination of a really successful season as schoolgirl rowers for them, and I'm sure they'll be at the Edward Trickett later on in the season, and hopefully at the Nationals next week too.
Look, this is a great example of different styles and different ratings. So the girls from St. Paul's cranked it up, taken some lead out. And the girls from Radford absolutely emptied the tank out in that third 500 and continue to power away from the girls from Radford College. Great finish there for St. Paul's Grammar. In second place, Radford College, some 4.6 seconds behind, and Tara School finish in third. But a great third 500 metres there from St. Paul's to absolutely steam through the opposition and take the win. The girls from Roseville, barring all of the disasters, will be coming in fourth. Nice high rating there, keeping the boat moving well through the water. Annabelle Irby and Sophie Bradley, coached by Alex Browns. Girls from Roseville take fourth. Canberra Girls Grammar, Cheryl Charles and Vivian Gilbo. PLC Sydney finished sixth, Cameron and Vaughan.
And MacArthur Girls will look as though they will be seventh. So they're fairly new to rowing. Row down at Nepean Rowing Club, so it's fantastic to see so many schools rowing out of Nepean Rowing Club, and MacArthur Girls is just one of those. This is Malia Zulfikar and Layla Fonua. So just a quick rundown then of the results of race 47, the schoolgirl double scull final, racing for the Margaret Mackenzie Trophy. It was a win for St. Paul's Grammar, second Radford College, third Tara School, fourth Roseville, fifth Canberra Girls Grammar, sixth PLC Sydney, seventh MacArthur Girls. The winning time 8 minutes 6.97 seconds.
And on the course now, approaching halfway, is race 48, the schoolgirl single scull. It's the final. It's for the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. Betty Sperling Trophy. And in lane one, from Newcastle Grammar, Amy Georgia Barnett. In lane two, from Burwood, Ella Huber. In lane three, from St Andrew's Cathedral School, Grace Skay. In lane four, from Tara School, Sarah Fard. In lane five, from Northern Beaches Secondary, Katia York. In lane six, from Camaragale High, is Lillian Hyde. In lane seven, from Askham, Charlotte Haley. In lane 8 from Stella Maris College, Grace Burke. And in lane 9 from St. Paul's Grammar, Sarah Barici. All these scullers face a dominant competitor in the sculler from Tara School, Sarah Fard, who's won an awful lot this season already and has got an amazing rowing career in front of her. And as they go through the halfway mark, Sarah Fard leads the sculler Lillian Hyde from Camaregal High by 5.5 seconds. Ella Huber from Burwood Girls in third, some 3.5 seconds behind her, and in fourth position from Northern Beaches Secondary, Katia York. Grace Burke, Stella Maris is in sixth through the 1,000-metre mark. As they come through the 1,500-metre, Sarah Fard keeping a dominant position, extended her lead slightly to 6.81 seconds from Lillian Hyde. In third place, Ella Huber. In fourth place, Katia York. Fifth, Grace Burke. In sixth, Amy Georgia Barnett from Newcastle Grammar. In seventh, Grace Gay from St Andrews. Ascom's Charlotte Haley, and in ninth position, St Paul's Grammar's Sarah Barici, apologies.
Yeah, Sarah Fard, she's been competing on the schoolgirl circuit for a little while now and has always shown herself to be a very good sculler. She, of course, is in the Pathways 8 for New South Wales, the Schoolgirl 8, the Special Schoolgirls 8 recently, and I think she's in the Pathway squad as well, and she rows at UTS Rowing Club, where she's coached by Hallie Chapman, who, of course, was the junior single sculler for Australia and double scull. For some time back in the early 2000s, so a great mentor for her there. As well as course at her wonderful coaches at Tara School, Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney and Kate Crampton.
Coming into the last 300 metres, Tara School, Sarah Fard, very comfortable lead out in front. A good race here from the Camaregal High sculler Lillian Hyde in lane 6. And Ella Huber from Burwood Girls High in third place. Comfortable win. Sarah from Tara School there, she crosses the line. In second place, in lane 6, from Camaregal High, Lillian Hyde. In third place from Burwood Girls High, Ella Huber. In fourth, we have the sculler from Northern Beaches, Stella Maris take fifth position. Grace Burke just ahead of Amy Georgia Bonnet from Newcastle Grammar on the far side. St Andrews Cathedral's Grace Gay finishes in sixth, and Stella Maris, Charlotte Haley from Ascombe and St Paul's Grammar, Sarah Barici finishes in ninth.
So just recapping the results of race number 48, the final of the Schoolgirl Single Scull, racing for the New South Wales Union of Oars Women Betty Sperling Trophy. A win for Tara School, Sarah Fard. Second, Camaregal High, Lillian Hyde. Third, Burwood Girls High, Ella Huber. Fourth, Northern Beaches Secondary, Katia York. Fifth, Stella Maris College, Grace Burke. Sixth, Newcastle Grammar, Amy Georgia Barnett. Seventh, St Andrews Cathedral School, Grace Gay. Eighth, Ascombe, Charlotte Halley. And ninth, St Paul's Grammar, Sarah Berritry. Winning time, 8 minutes, 31.77 seconds.
And on the podium, we have the presentation of the medals of the Schoolgirl Double Scull Final, one of the most exciting finishes of the day. In third place from Tara School, Emma Malka and Michaela Hole, coached by Graham Gardner, Robin McNay and Kate Crampton. In second place from Radford College, Hannah Hardy and Nikita Crabb, coached by Maggie Noonan and Sam Donnell. And in first place, with a great 500-metre finish, St Paul's Grammar, Charlotte Murray and Madison Joins, coached by Charlotte Toos-Cutler, Lindsay Callaghan and Chad Palmer.
And the Margaret Mackenzie Trophy is now being presented to the winners of the Schoolgirl Double Scull by Therese Clancy from the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen, a founding member of the Sydney University Women's Rowing Club, which of course has now merged with Sydney University Boat Club.
On the race, on the race course at the moment is race number 49. It's the combined Year 10 Division 4 and Year 10 Division 3 Cox Quad finals. On the far side from Pimble Ladies, Partridge Ding, Common, Hart, Madeline Dawson Cox. And lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar, Simmel, Binns, Garner, Mayvolt and Caitlin Watercox them. In lane 3 is Roseville, Ellis, Butler, Earby, Connacht and Grace Thompson's Cox. And in lane 4 from Pimble Ladies, Walters, Watson, Bransgrove, Fisher and Lynn. In lane 5 we have from Roseville, Miles, Ridley, Clayton, Borg Hosian and Freya Mackenzie's Cox. Those first 5 boats make up all the Division 4 boats. In lane 6 we have the first Division 3 boat from Pimble Ladies, Oppenheim, Alexander Ishaw, Dunn, Ode and Eliza Goldhard. In lane 7 from Loretto Normanhurst, Whitaker, Heelman, El Haddad, Buchanan and Carolyn. And in lane 8 from Roseville, Garsk, Hurl, Baird, Krieger and Lauren Hammer from Roseville. And as they approach the last 200 metres, it's like the girls from Pimble Ladies in lane 6. Certainly going to take out the Division 3 medal. In second place is the Pimble Ladies girls in lane 4, who are in the other division, Division 4. So it could be 2 gold medals here for Pimble Ladies. Some bragging rights between these 2 boats, definitely. Oppenheim, Alexander Eshaw, Dunn, Bianca Ode. With the Cox, Eliza Gothard. Will get over the line in first place. Take the gold medal in Division 3. In second place, but gold medal in Division 4, Pimble Ladies again. In third place, good row there from Roseville. Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 2 will take 4th place. And it's going to be a photo, I think, there between Pimble and Roseville. It's like they've given it to Pimble in 5th, 6th Roseville. In lane 5, Roseville cross the line again. And Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7.
Well, we move to the presentation of medals now for the Schoolgirl Single Scull, where the medals and trophy, the Betty Sperling Trophy, will be awarded by Katie Kershaw from the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. The bronze medal, the Schoolgirl Single Scull, representing Burwood Girls High, Ella Huber. The silver medal, representing Camaregal High, Lillian Hyde. Lillian is coached by Katie Healy. And the winner of the Schoolgirl Single Scull 2021, representing Tara School, Sarah Fard. Sarah is coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney and Kate Crampton. Katie will now present the trophy, the Golden Skulls, the Betty Sperling Memorial Trophy, to Sarah. Congratulations to all our medalists in the Schoolgirl Single Scull and to Sarah Fard, winner of the Betty Sperling Trophy. And on the course at the moment is the Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2 with MLC in lane 1, Roseville in lane 2, Redlands in lane 3, Canberra Grammar in lane 4, Pymble Ladies College in lane 5, Loreto Normanhurst in 6, North Sydney Girls in lane 7 and Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 8. At the halfway mark it was Redlands who had taken a half a length lead over Roseville College. Pymble Ladies College were a further length behind. Those are the leading three. Canberra Grammar School a length behind Pymble Ladies, currently sitting in 4th, and a further length back then to Loreto Normanhurst in 5th. MLC were in 6th, North Sydney Girls in 7th and Hunter Valley Grammar School in 8th at the halfway mark. Well, we're into the last 100 metres of the race and there's a real battle going on between Roseville College in lane 2 and Redlands in lane 3.
Redlands just have their nose in front by Luxon's, but a strong finish from Roseville, who are winding them in each and every stroke. It's going to be very close. Redlands have just upped it, but it's going to be stroke for stroke. Redlands just picked them on the line there. Strong finish from Roseville, but Redlands arms aloft in victory, a good win there. In 3rd place, we have Canberra Grammar. 4th, Pymble Ladies. 5th, Loreto Normanhurst. 6th on the far side will certainly be MLC. In 7th place, the school from North Sydney Girls cross the line. And in 8th place, Hunter Valley Grammar will bring the field home.
So confirming the results of race number 50, the final of the Year 10 Quad Division 2, a win for Redlands. 2nd, Roseville. 3rd, Canberra Grammar. We invite those crews to come across now to the medal podium. 4th, Pymble Ladies College. 5th, Loreto Normanhurst. 6th, MLC School. 7th, North Sydney Girls. 8th, Hunter Valley Grammar School. The winning time, 5 minutes, 48.96 seconds. We move to the presentation now of medals for the Year 8 Quad Division 1 and the presentation of the Janet Freeman Trophy. The bronze medal, Queenwood. The crew of India Stevenson, Chloe Fengels, Gemma McLaren, Madeline Walk and their cox Allegra Corrales-McColl. The crew is coached by Kieran Glynn. The silver medal to Roseville College, Grace Bennett, Abigail Kelly, Grace McKinley, Pia Allen, and their cox Matilda Marchant. The crew is coached by Alexander Smith. And our winners of the Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, Loreto Kirribilli, Chloe Alsop, Georgia Moran, Ava Charles, Mabel Oxenham, and their cox, Annabelle Peel. The crew is coached by Frederica Gibbs. The crew will now be presented with the Janet Freeman Trophy. So congratulations to our winners, Loreto Kirribilli, and all our medalists in the Year 8 Quad Division 1.
And on the race course, we have race number 50. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2. The final in lane 1, MLC School. Yilangi, Eve Ross, Tessa Tompkins, Francesca Morrison, and Sophie Izzy as Cox. In lane 2 from Roseville, Charlie Griebel. Apologies, this is race 51. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 for the Margaret Vardy Trophy. In lane 1, Canberra Girls Grammar, Kerry Dalton, Bridgewater, Nati Davis, and Constantine as the Cox. In lane 2, Pimble Ladies, Miller, Gavagna, Hartin, Castle, and Tischler. From Orana, Wiseman, Thomas, Manning, Johnson, and Thomas in lane 3. In lane 4, Radford College, Kerstorff, McIntosh, Truswell, Farris, and Maglasis as the Cox there. In lane 5, Roseville, Rye, Smith, Kinchota, Noble, and Arabella Leibka. In lane 6, Canberra Grammar, Merrifield, Thompson, Noyes, Plattis, and Poppy Richards as Cox. In lane 7, Sydney Girls, Lee, Hari, Teo, Wong, and Gamage. In lane 8, Hunter Valley, Sutherland, Lonergan, Fitch, Clock, and Studdy. And in lane 8 from Redlands, Kroll, Carter, Vershaw, Hoffman, and Naismith. And in the final 400 metres, like Canberra Girls Grammar were leading in lane 1. In lane 2, closely following them in Pimble, who look like they're pushing them for the gold medal. Very, very close as they come to the last 250 metres between Canberra Girls in lane 1 and Pimble in lane 2. Looks like the girls from Pimble have pushed through, having been in second place. The 1,000 metre push, they've pushed through. They're taking half a length off Canberra Girls. 3/4 of a length win there for Pimble. From second place, Canberra Girls. In third place, a good push from Redlands in lane 9 to take third place. Redlands School in fourth place from Canberra Grammar. Radford in lane 4. In lane 6, Orana. In lane 8, Hunter Valley. Hunter Valley finished 7th. Finishing 8th is Sydney Girls. So, great race there. Pimble Ladies time it perfectly, take the win with a time of 5 minutes 40.84. In second place, Canberra Girls, 2.08 seconds behind. In third place, Redlands. Fourth place, Canberra Grammar. Fifth place, Radford College. Sixth place, Orana. Seventh, Hunter Valley Grammar. And in 8th, Sydney Girls.
Fantastic, and that's our final race before the lunch break, I do believe. What a fantastic way to finish off. Some amazing finishes there, just showing the importance of holding it steady and then having a big push as you come into the finish. So we'll finish off now with a couple of medal presentations, and if you have medalled but haven't yet come down to collect your medal, can I suggest that in the break you please come down to the front of the grandstand to the Rowing New South Wales tent and come and collect your medals, and we can present them if we're still here. A reminder also please to collect up any bow numbers that haven't yet been returned to boat bay number 1, and to please take them back there to Julia and Katie, who do the bow numbers. And a reminder also, please, I know we sound like a worn-out record, but please do remember that we still have some traces of coronavirus in our community, so please observe social distancing and try and stay within your allotted space for your schools, for your rowing community.
Yeah, looks like Redlands, Rosewall, yeah. Good race for Redlands.
We'll move to the presentation of medals now for the Year 10 quad, Division 2. The medals will be presented by Steve Donnelly, President of the Rowing New South Wales. So the bronze medal in the Year 10 Quad Scull Division 2 went to Canberra Grammar School, Beatrice Alexander, Charlotte O'Sullivan, Madison Miller, Sophie Mackay, and their cox, Amelia Mukherjee. The crew was coached by Patrick Curtin and Isabel Coleman. The silver medal to Roseville College, Charlie Griebel, Madeline Shadforth, Eloise Baird, Caitlin Pierce, and their cox, Iman Utteridge. The crew was coached by Hamish MacDonald. And our winners in the Year 10 Quad Division 2, Redlands, Charlotte Scamps, Alana Mansfield, Yazzie Collatram, Phoebe Cunningham, and their cox, Hannah Mitchell. The crew was coached by Matthew Grant. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Year 10 Quad Division 2. So racing is going to resume at 1:20 start time with the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Division 5, and we'll move through those Year 9 quads through the divisions until we get to the A final of Division 1, and then we will move back to Year 8 double scull, Year 10 double scull, Year 10 single, and so on. So just a reminder, please, to return your bow numbers to boat bay number 1, and those who are getting ready for the afternoon session of racing can pick their bow numbers up from there. If you are in a straight final and you haven't yet raced and you are a cox, please remember to come to the finish tower to weigh in. And a reminder also, if you haven't yet raced today, that there is no marshal in the back lake, so do your warm-up, and then please row through the bridge. Either row up to the 2,000 or 1,500 metre start in the lane closest to the bridge, or if you are at the 1,000 metre mark, wait in the lane until you're told what to do. the presentation of medals for the Year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. The bronze medal, Redlands, Katerina Kroll, Briar Carter, Georgia Verschoor, Trinity Hoffman and their cox Zoe Naismith. The crew was coached by Gabby Chubb. The silver medal to Canberra Girls Grammar School, Alex Perry Dalton, Claudia Bridgewater, Caitlin Natty, Abby Davis and their cox Vasi Konstantinou. The crew was coached by Vance Khan. And our winners in the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull Pymble Ladies College. Lucy Miller, Catherine Gaviner, Charlotte Hartin, Rhiannon Castle and their cox Indy Tischler. The crew was coached by Ollie Titz. And the crew has now been presented with the Margaret Verady Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Pymble Ladies College for their win in the Year 10 Cox Quad Scull and all our medalists in that event. So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this morning's racing, and a reminder that we will kick off again at 1:20 with the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls, all 5 divisions of them. We look forward to seeing you then. Enjoy your lunch break. Don't forget that Lakeside Restaurant has a kiosk open at the back of the grandstand. We also have our Bont rowing shoes and the regatta shop up there at the back of the grandstand if you wish to buy merchandise. And as you are clearing up, mopping up this morning's operations, if you could please return your bow numbers to boat shed number 1. Thank you. The presentation of medals for Division 3 of the Year 10 Coxed Quad. The bronze medal, Division 4 of the Year 10 Coxed Quad. In lane 3, Queenwood number 2, the crew of Zara Milner, Clementine Curry, Lucy Gillett and Eve Tomlin, coxed by Alice Yardley and coached by Alexandra Nell. Queenwood number 1 are in lane number 4, Scarlett Stapledon, Amelia Hawley, Maddie Cheetham and Freya Hamilton, coxed by Melanie Lamb. They are coached by Gemma Campbell. In lane 5, the crew from Loreto Kirribilli of Brianna Destro, Bronte Hurrigan, Elsie Brooks and Sophie Wagner, coxed by Sophie McLaughlin and coached by Lara Wainwright. And Queenwood number 3 crew is in lane 6. That's the crew of Vera Koo, Hilary Milner, Alicia Jolly-Pool and Scarlett McDougall, coxed by Allegra Karalis-McColl and coached by Zoe Keating. So 250 metres of the race is gone and Loreto Kirribilli have taken a lead in this Division 5 of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. The Queenwood 2 crew looks to be in second position and the Queenwood 1 crew in third. And they're coming up to the halfway mark, and it is Loreto Kirribilli, I think, yep, going through the 500-metre mark, which is the halfway point for those in Year 9 who race over 1,000 metres. They've managed to get quite a big lead over Queenwood number 1, who in turn have just under a length over Queenwood number 2, and there's virtually nothing in it between Queenwood 2 and Queenwood 3. Oh, a really good showing here from this Loreto Kirribilli crew. They're having a very strong row indeed. That's Brianna Destro in the bow seat, Bronte Hurrigan in the 2 seat, Elsie Brooks in the 3 seat, and Sophie Wagner at stroke. Sophie McLaughlin is their coach, and they're coached by Lara Wainwright, herself a representative of Australia at under 21 level, and a rower at the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Coming into the red buoys that signify the last 100 metres of the race, and they continue to have a commanding lead over the 3 crews from Queenwood, who in turn are battling it out for the silver and bronze medals. Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Quad Scull, and it's a win from Woe to Go for Loreto Kirribilli. Congratulations to Lara Wainwright of Loreto Kirribilli and her crew in the Year 9 Division 5 quads. And still, you can hardly throw anything between them. It does look as though the Queenwood 1 crew has now got a canvas lead over Queenwood 3, but Queenwood 3 lift their rate of striking a big push, some excellent coxing there from Allegra Karalis-McColl to get her crew across the line in second position over Queenwood number 1, who will take the bronze medal, and Queenwood number 2 will have to settle for the hot potato. So recapping the results of race number 52. At the final of the Year 9 Quad Division 5, a win for Loreto Kirribilli, second Queenwood 3, third Queenwood 1 and fourth Queenwood 2. The winning time 4 minutes 7.96 seconds. We invite Loreto Kirribilli, Queenwood 3 and Queenwood 1 across to the medal pontoon to collect their medals.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to Lizzie Chapman and Nathan Birch for their commentary just before the lunch break. It's Michael McRae and Peter Waldersey returning for the commentary this afternoon for the afternoon program for the 2021 New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River. On the course now is race 53, which is the fourth division of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. In lane 2, representing St Catherine's, is Mira Aurora, Sophie Foster, Freya Dawson, Julia Mallam, and their cox is Gina Kimpton, and they're coached by Amy Tanish, Rosa Hood, and Shannon Orkin. Now in lane 3, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, is Yeleni Sundar, Savannah Hindal, Audrey West, and Erin White. Their cox is Eliza Miller, and they are coached by Campbell Moore. In lane 4, representing Loreto Kirribilli, is Zoe Ryan, Abigail Porter, Beatrix Farley, and Amelia Zammett. Their cox is Eliza Wilson, and their coach is Adelaide Guinness. In lane 5, representing Radford College, Bella Schofield, Milan Sermon Schmidt, Palak Masashwari, and Madeline Leese, and their cox is Matilda Chapman, and they are coached by Mackenzie Francis Brown. In lane 6, representing Queenwood, is Chloe Jarita, Ella Smith, Isabella Wolfe, and Lucy Holloway. Their cox is Emily Adams, and their coach is Talia Barnett Heppels. In lane 7, to round out our field, it's Pymble Ladies College, and they are represented by Dimity Muller, Arabelle Smitherman, Sally Cooper, and Isabel Matta Santos. They are coxed by Carolina Yemmer, and their coach is Emma Stanley. Now, Pete, just looking out across the field this afternoon, I can see as though there are a couple of coaches in this Division 4 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull on the program that have some decent experience themselves.
Yes, Michael. I believe Adelaide Guinness, definitely one of these mentioned coaches. Herself a fantastic athlete throughout the years, has done a great job, obviously harbouring these Loreto Kirribilli rowers for this Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, but Adelaide Guinness, a former UTS member of the OG squad, I believe.
That's right.
Yes, yeah.
Adelaide Guinness, the vice-captain at the club
vice
down there.
captain, yeah.
And I should also mention the coach of Queenwood in lane 6, Talia Barnett Heppels. Now, Talia is, of course, a well-established coxswain in the New South Wales rowing scene, and I believe coxed the Youth Eights, the Bicentenary Cup once or twice, and I think is also in the running for the Kings and Queens Cup this year.
I think she is, yep. She's a fantastic coxswain down at Sydney University, does a really good job there. I know with a lot of the time with the open women's squad there. So Talia, a very good coxswain, won, I believe it was Review Gold Cup last 2 years, I think, Michael. Maybe 3, I might be.
I think that's right, Pete. She was certainly involved the other week at the regatta down on the Lane Cove River in North Sydney. So she's got a fair amount of experience that she brings with her to this Queenwood School rowing program. And certainly it does look as though her crew is performing rather well. I think it's that crew in lane 6 of Queenwood, unless I'm mistaken, Pete, but it should be Chloe Jarita, Ella Smith, Elizabeth Wolfe, my apologies, and Lucy Holloway. Their cox is Emily Adams. So I think they've got their noses in front at this point, and the Queenwood supporters are really getting around this race now because they're in the commanding position. And look, this is a final. It's a Division 4. This is for the silverware.
It is, and Michael, they will win this race. They have a very commanding position, and I believe second place here will be the other Queenwood school. Now that's a very good showing of a very good program. If you can have first and second as the 2 Queenwood schools. So
first place will go to Queenwood, Chloe Jarita, Ella Smith, Isabella Wolfe, and Lucy Holloway.
And my apologies, second place will go to Pymble Ladies. So Pymble Ladies, that's fantastic work there in lane 7. And lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli, will be our 3rd place bronze medalists, followed by what looks like the St Cath's School in lane 2. And lane 5 will now cross, they will be in 5th place, and lane 5 is Radford College. Followed in 6th place by lane 3, which will be our crew from Canberra Girls Grammar. Congratulations, girls.
Thanks, Pete. And just as the rain sets in, we do want to remind all our competitors this afternoon at the head of the river that in these finals events, there are medals available. So please, if you come first, second, or third in your race, please do make your way over to the medal presentation pontoon just in front of the grandstand, and we'll present you with your medals. So just to wrap up that race, it was won in a time of 3 minutes 58 seconds, Division 4 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, by Queenwood, Chloe Giretta, Ella Smith, Elizabeth Wolfe, and Lucy Holloway. Second place was won by Pymble Ladies College, Dimity Muller, Arabella Smithyman, Sally Cooper, and Isabel Matasantos, and their cox is Carolina Yemma. And in bronze medal in that race was Loretto Kirribilli, Zoe Ryan, Abigail Porter, Beatrix Farley, and Amelia Zammett. And their cox is Eliza Wilson. So congratulations to those crews. Please do make your way over to the pontoon.
And Michael, we now come to race 54. This is the Division 3 of the Schoolgirls Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. In lane 1, we have Dara Marlin. In lane 2, Canberra Girls Grammar. In lane 3, we have the Queenwood School. In lane 4, St Catherine's. In lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli. In lane 6, Pymble Ladies College. In lane 7, Redlands. In lane 8, Canberra Grammar. And in lane 9, Kinross Walleroy. Now they are coming through the 1500 with Queenwood ahead, but only by 0.02, Michael, so very close.
Thanks, Pete. That's right. So this Queenwood School is in lane 3, and they are comprised of Zara Van Hamburg, Emma Gulpin, Penelope Ginn, and Zara Bond, and they are coxed by Eleni Pagidis and coached by Ella Davidson. And so we have a full field this afternoon in the 3rd division of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. But it does look as though Queenwood's just got their bow in front. So it is close. So the St Catherine's School is probing on them. That's the crew of Chelsea Baker, Emma Hartwig, Ruby Smith, and Annabelle Crabb, coxed by Isabel Kilcross and coached by Abby Gibbs.
Yeah, Michael, this Queenwood School, really a fantastic job. I know that St Catherine's quad is quite a competitive one this year. They've been doing a very good job under the guidance of Abby Gibbs, and she's been doing a great job down at St Catherine's, and we do see a lot of that rowing out of UCS. We see them just next door. So a fantastic job from Queenwood to just get their noses in front. And coming through this last 100, it's a very close race.
It looks as though, Pete, it might be the St Catherine's crew that has just put their noses in front of the Queenwood School, but Queenwood is responding here, and I would say that St Catherine's are going to do well to respond that push from Queenwood, because that is a fantastic lift, and they've lifted their rate of striking, but St Catherine's is responding. This one's going to go down to the wire for the gold medal position.
Michael, this is close.
It's too tight to tell at this point, but Queenwood and St Catherine's are going for it. It's lanes 3 and lane 4. I think St Catherine's is just moving away, but it will be St Catherine's. St Catherine's will win gold medal, very closely followed by Queenwood, and a fantastic race there for the gold medal position. Loretto Kirribilli will come in 3rd place.
Some great racing there, Michael. Really, really, really entertaining. So that was just St Catherine's just edging over Queenwood by 0.31 of a second. Absolutely nothing in that margin, and that was the final, so 0.31 of a second. How competitive is that?
And 3 crews in quick succession. That's Kinross, and it's Canberra Grammar. Some fantastic racing, Pete.
So, Michael, after that we have 1st place St Catherine's, 2nd place Queenwood, and 3rd place Loretto Kirribilli. So I would be honoured to invite all of those crews to come forward to our presentation, to our podium, for their presentation.
So, Pete, that race was won by St Catherine's in a time of 3:55. So it's a couple seconds faster than the Division 4 time of 3:58. So congratulations to those girls. Pete, we are going to move now to race 55, which is the 2nd division of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And I will take the opportunity to read through the names just as the girls are getting started. In lane 1 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Zara Mason, Frankie Bush, Zoe Theodorakis, Parise Satius, and Isabella Carey is their cox. In lane 2, representing St Catherine's, Poppy Hartley, Jade Leslie, Meg O'Connor, Tilly Clark Jago, and Georgia Parks is their cox. In lane 3, representing Radford College, Chloe Miller, Sophie Espeland, Gemma O'Rourke, and Zoe Hickey. Pippa Humphreys is their cox. In lane 4, representing Loretto Kirribilli, is Harriet Dinning, Scarlett Kevin, Amelia Reichel and Maya Strudwick, and they are coxed by Emma Bunbury. In lane 5, representing Pymble Ladies College, is Aspen Moore, Alessandra Brasic, Harriet McLean and Olivia Kelly. Carrie Luo is their cox. In lane 6, representing Hunter Valley Grammar School, Sienna McKenzie, Olivia Daffy, Ruby Baker and Amelia Dennis, and they are coxed by Moira Geraghty and Caitlin McAllister is their cox. Is their coach, my apologies. In lane 7, representing Queenwood, UZ Wren, Lola Hare, Zoe James and Matilda Townsend are coxed by Anouk Fevre and coached by Kieran Glynn. In lane 8, representing PLC Sydney, Isabella Lau, Sophia Sordelakis, Stella Payson and Alicia Tamaris, coxed by Clara Irving. And finally, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Josephine Egan, Lauren Meaney, Mary Grant and Holly Gibbons, coxed by Isabella Goonan and coached by Adelaide Scott. Now, Pete, what can you see happening so far in this race?
Yeah, Michael, so it looks like Pymble Ladies College there are just out in front, about half a length, not a lot, and that's coming through the 500 metre mark of this 1K race. So, my apologies, it looks like that's about one length, but yes, it will be Pymble Ladies College, and closely followed there by Loretto Kirribilli and then Radford College. 0.04 of a second. 0.04 of a second. So not much at all in that between those second and third spots. Now that's a spot for medals.
Ladies and gentlemen, just as we're waiting for race 55 to come into view, we are going to present race 53, which is the fourth division of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Pymble Ladies College. And they are represented by Dimity Muller, Arabella Smithyman, Sally Cooper, and Isabel Matasantos. And their cox is Carolina Yemmer. In first place and recipients of gold medals, Queenwood. Queenwood are represented by Chloe Jarita, Ella Smith, Elizabeth Wolfe, and Lucy Holloway, coxed by Amelie Adams. Congratulations, girls.
And Michael, I will turn our attention back down to race 55. Now, we do have a race in our hands. It will be Pymble in the lead, and it looks like they will take this one out. But the second place spot is what we're looking for now. Second and third. At this point, I am going to make a call saying it might be lane 4. Now, lane 4 there, that will be Loretto Kirribilli. Whether I'm wrong on that one, it looks like they are being pushed by Radford College. And Radford College really coming home strong. Are they going to be able to take them? I think it's going to be a little too late. And it will be lane 4. It will be Loretto Kirribilli, followed by Radford College, very closely followed by Queenwood. So fantastic bit of racing. And then finally after that, it will be lane 2 there, St Catherine's, followed by lane 8, which is PLC Sydney, then Canberra Girls Grammar. And then lane 6, that will be Hunter Valley Grammar. And finally lane 9, Loretto Normanhurst. So a very close race, Michael. And we look at the margins there. 0.42, my apologies, looks like 6.58 and then 0.87, 1.21, 1.86, 1.38, so not a lot in it, Michael.
Well, that's right, Pete, and what a remarkable quality of racing we're being blessed with this afternoon. It really is great. Look, as you said, those margins are tight, and so across the board, congratulations must go to all the girls competing and their coaches in the program. It really is an impressive display of rowing. Even in the wind and the rain this afternoon, spirits aren't dampened and school spirit is high, and it's great to see.
It is, Michael, yeah, and it's something that we have mentioned before that is a shame that it's not more present in club regattas is that school spirit, that real attitude of the girls that are supporting and of the races. It's very much lost in the club regattas, and it is a shame because it's such a fantastic element of the sport.
Well, that's right. And look, even just from where you and I are up here in the commentary tower, we can look across and see countless spectators on the southern bank. So a shout out to you guys and fantastic form to brave the wind and the cold and the rain. And it's great to see so many supporters from all across New South Wales to be here for the Head of the River this afternoon. So a fantastic display, and kudos to everyone involved. It's great to see, and it's what makes the sport so vibrant.
It is, it definitely is. And everyone on our live stream as well. The Bont Rowing live stream is fantastic, and a big thanks to Bont Rowing for that, because it's such a fantastic addition. Okay, and we now move our attention to the medal presentation for race 54. This is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 3. In third place, Loretto Kirribilli, Abigail Donahue, Chloe Cameron, Annabelle Ross, Zoe Fallon, and Coxed by Ava Clugston. And in second place, the Queenwood School, Zara Van Hamburg, Emma Golban, Penelope Gin, Zara Bond, and Coxed by Eleni Pagadis. And in first place, St. Catherine's, Chelsea Baker, Emma Hartwig, Ruby Smith, Annabelle Crabb, and Cox by Isabel Kilcross. Congratulations to all girls in Division 3 of the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can redraw your attention to the race course this afternoon, we have the B final of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 coming down the course. It's a 1,000 metre race and contested by 9 crews, so I will read out those crews. So in lane 1, representing Darren Milan, we have Marina Soldo, Sarah Tierney, Charlotte Coleman and Eloise Gardner, and they are coxed by Amelia Maragoni and coached by Yana Pretorius. In lane 2, representing Sydney Girls, Karen Chuang, Mina Mishima, Mei Yu Lim and Maya Grosser, and they're coxed by Jennifer No. In lane 3, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Edith Rogers, Sophia Horvath, Sophie Critchlow, and Jessica Lenehan. They are coxed by Grace Drake and coached by Linda Reed. In lane 4, representing Tara School, Mackenzie Knott, Krishna Panika, Myfina Bland and Sophie Oitma. They are coxed by Amelia Jones and coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Nackney and Kate Crampton. In lane 5, representing Kinross Walleroy, Tara McCormack, Tessa Lawson, Hannah McKay and Phoebe Neville. They are coxed by Zoe Bird and coached by Alexandra Cropley, James Perrin and Olivia Jackson. In lane 6, representing Canberra Grammar, Isabella Darcy, Kate Oliver, Madison Duncan, Alicia Limmer, and coxed by Sophie Gray. Their coach is Sarah Peterswald. We have another crew from Canberra Grammar, comprised of Imogen Horn, Natalie Wilson, Grace Gordon, and Tessa Erskine, and they are coxed by Georgina Willett and coached by Sarah Peterswald. In lane 8, we have a crew from Kinross Walleroy also. They are comprised of Sophie Smith, Matilda Brennan, Jemima McLeod and Neve Jansen, coxed by Angus Peterson and coached by Olivia Jackson. Finally, to round out the field, we have a crew from Sydney Girls, comprised of Lillian Sun, Akila Sivaraja, Stephanie La, Leanne Tan and Sarah Lynn. and they are coached by Luke State. Now, Pete, it does look as though at this stage of the race, now they have passed through 500 metres and approaching 1750. It does look as though the crew from Kinross, Wallaroo in line 5, that's McCormack, Lawson, McKay and Neville. I think they might have their noses in front.
Yeah, it does look like it at this point, Michael. I think you might be right. And just narrowly, it's again another one of those ones we do have some very close racing. It looks like they are going to be pushed by lane 1, but at this point, I don't think lane 1 will quite be able to catch them. That's Darren Marlin. Michael, I think you're correct, though. It, at this point, will be lane 5. So
Darren Marlin is lifting, though, Pete, on the far side. That's the crew of Soldo, Tierney, Coleman and Gardner. They are lifting as they come towards the line. It's going to be close.
And Michael, for second and third, that will be a race. That will be a close race. Tara is lifting up to try and get Loretto here, and whether they're going to be able to do that, that's a different story. I think it's going to end up being lane 5 is going to take the win, but who is going to take second and third, Michael? Lane 4 from Tara. Are they going to come through? Is Tara going to make it, or Darren Marlin? It looks like it'll be Darren Marlin, then Tara, and then Loretto in a lane 3. Michael, what a fantastic race that was to watch. I'm gonna wait for the official results because I'm not too sure. The unofficial results, we have Kinross Wallaroo, Darren Marlin, Tara School. Whether that's correct, Michael, I'm not sure. My apologies, Michael. That was the road. Looks like. Yep, it is Darren Marlin, then Tara School. So fantastic for. And 0.43 of a second ahead of Loretto Normanhurst in 4th place. So narrowly missing out.
Gee whiz, Pete, that was a race and a half. I've got no fingernails left after that one. So that was, just to confirm, it was Tara School in bronze medal, just pipped by Darren Marlin for the silver medal, and Kinross Wallaroo taking out gold. So
And Michael,
fantastic effort.
Fantastic. It looked like Tara School would have missed out there, but they really had a great push through that just got them over the line. So what a great effort from them.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn straight around and we're going to have race 57. This is the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1. This is an A final, and this one, Pete, is for the trophy. This is for the UTS Rowing Club Perpetual Trophy. And so the regatta was cancelled last year, so we are going to have a new recipient this year. We've got crews from Hunter Valley Grammar, Canberra Girls Grammar, Loretto Kirribilli, Radford College, Pymble Ladies College, PLC Sydney, St Catherine's, Redlands and Queenwood. Now, Peter, it's coming to an end very rapidly, and we are going to have another race in our hands. And here we go. It's between Kirribilli, it's between Whitson, Bateman, Kovacs and Ahrens, across to lane 5, Pymble Ladies College, Barfield, Pockley, Wood and Booth. Now it's going close. They're going stroke for stroke. I'm pretty sure Pymble Ladies College is going to take this one. Expertly coxed by Madeline Lawson, and Pymble Ladies College will take it out. The UTS Rowing Club Perpetual Trophy goes to Pymble Ladies College for 2021, closely followed by Loretto Kirribilli in 2nd place and St Catherine's crew in 3rd. It's very close for 4th place, and also, oh goodness me, Pete, we've got crews coming out of our ears.
Michael, that was fantastic. So we've got, I think, 2 photo finishes there. 1 photo finish and then a 0.62, Michael. Absolutely nothing.
Goodness me. Well, that's high octane stuff.
That is, as you said earlier, Michael, no fingernails left. They've all gone.
Fantastic racing. So Pymble just getting their noses in front of that crew from Loretto Kirribilli. It went down to the wire, but Pymble just squeezed away from in the last couple of strokes. We thought we were going for a photo, but kudos to Pymble because they have done it, and it was about a second back to Kirribilli. My apologies.
And we will see the replay of that photo finish that we do have, hopefully. Hopefully we run through to that. It looks like it's going to be lane 1 and lane 4 there. Coming through the finish line, Michael, what do you reckon? You can put your money on this one. I won't.
Well, goodness me, you can see on the Bont Rowing live replay, that is very close. We've got 3 bow balls.
Is the photo the next one or this one, Michael? That's what I want to know.
I think the photo was for 4th, so it's very close. It looks as though that crew from Radford, I think it is in lane 4, if I'm not mistaken, Pete.
Yep, I think you might be right, Michael. I think it might be Radford, and then it looks like here the official results, 0.2 of a second. Well, Radford ahead of PLC Sydney.
Blow me down, that's close.
Blow me down, Michael. That is some racing.
ladies and gentlemen, just before we carry on with this afternoon's racing, we are going to present race 55, which is the final of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Division 2. And in third place, and recipients of the bronze medal, Radford College. And Radford are represented by Chloe Miller, Sophie Espeland, Gemma O'Rourke, and Zoe Hickey. Their cox is Pippa Humphreys. And in first place, and recipients of gold medals, Pymble Ladies College. And Pymble are represented by Aspen Moore, Alessandra Brasic, Harriet McLean, and Olivia Kelly. Their cox is Carrie Luo. Congratulations, girls.
And some fantastic cheer squad action down there. So really well done to all the supporters today as well. A really noticeable difference this makes to the regatta.
So Pete, the blood pressure's dropping ever so slightly after that fantastic race for the UTS Rowing Club Perpetual Trophy in the Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. But I will now re-divert your attention back down the course to the 1,000 metre mark. The Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull Final is about to get underway. So I will run through these crews. Representing Ascombe in lane 1 is Ivy Smith and Anna Radzaminski. They're coached by Zoe Spurway. In lane 2, representing PLC Sydney is Maisie Burge and Manuela LaRocca. They're coached by Lily Glenn and Felix Dior. In lane 3, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Isabella Hung and Jemima Farmer. They are coached by Alora Kelly. In lane 4, representing Radford College, Thea Reinhardt and Bonnie Hardy. They are coached by Stuart Sampson. In lane 5, representing Ascombe, Sabrina Koksar and Lucy Yabsley, coached by Susanna McMahon. In lane 6, representing Penrith, Elizabeth Drayton and Eloise McEwen. They are coached by Daryl Young and Alana Parker. In lane 7, representing Pymble Ladies College, Sienna Novak and Jasmine McCauley, and they are coached by Kendall Brody. In lane 8, representing Hunter Valley Grammar School, Lucia Redmond and Samantha Chadwick, coached by Anthony Blay and Owen Redhead. Finally, in lane 9, representing Loreto Kirribilli, is Madeline Burgess and Amelie Lemieux, and they are coached by Phoebe Halley. Now, Pete, the girls are just assembling themselves on the line here. I think we're going to get a start in just a moment, but they haven't been called up to the 1,000 metre mark, as you can see if you're joining us on the Bont Rowing live stream. We are just waiting for a call up by the starter. The crews are just touching it up now, just the bow person is doing that.
Yeah, some great footage there, and it gives you an insight into how these races are started, especially at the 1K when we don't have the boat holders. So we do have a marshal in the 1,000 metre tent, and they will see what we're seeing here, which is that line down the middle of your screen that's usually marked by a cable. So the starter has a place to sit where that cable will line up with that 1,000 metre mark. As we can see, you can see it at the far bank, we have a yellow and black sign. Now the athletes have that at the 1K as well, where the yellow and black sign lines up with a further yellow and black sign down, and that will tell the rower if they're straight, and they are away. So the rowers are lined up there in association with that wire through that yellow and black marker, and they were done fantastically. Looked like there was maybe 10 centimetres in it. So really fair start there, and very well done from the marshal there. And Michael, you mentioned some of the coaching staff there, and a few of those names I'm sure would pop out to you as well.
Well, that's right, Pete. Certainly coaching the Pymble Ladies College crew in lane 7 is Kendall Brody. Now, many of you will know that Kendall Brody is a former coxswain of the Australian rowing team only a couple of years ago. So she brings a wealth of experience to coaching that Pymble Ladies crew of Novak and Macaulay. So you would think that there'll be ones to watch so far in this race. But look, Pete, it's too tight to call. It's a 1,000 metre race. We'll have an update for you in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, right you are, Michael, and as you said, it is a bit too close to call, and Felix Yu there as well has been doing a fantastic job with with the PLC Sydney program alongside Rebecca Harrison, both doing a great job there, a bear of great fruits, so fantastic work.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can draw your attention back down to the presentation pontoon, we are going to present the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 1. And now this is for the silverware. This is for the UTS Rowing Club Perpetual Trophy. There is no current holder because the 2020 regatta was cancelled due to the coronavirus. So we are going to award the winners of this event with the UTS Rowing Club Perpetual Trophy. So to run through the crews, in bronze medal position in 3rd place, we have St. Catherine's. St. Catherine's are represented by Madeline Swain, Victoria Fungay, Madeline Mannins, and Layla Gaston. They are coxed by Jasmine Abella. And in 1st place, representing Pymble Ladies College, Abigail Barfield, Sky Pockley, Megan Wood, and Mia Booth. Their cox, Madeline Lawson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2021 winners of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 1 for the UTS Rowing Club Perpetual Trophy, Pymble Ladies College. Congratulations, girls.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And we'll very quickly run to race 58 as they come into the last 100 metres of this race. So in lane 1, we have Askham. In lane 2, PLC Sydney. In lane 3, Canberra Girls. In lane 4, we have Radford College. Now, in lane 5, leading this race, we have Askham. Askham will take out, they will be the victors of this race. This is a final. This is the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull final, and it will be won by Askham. In lane 6, we have Penrith. Lane 7, Pymble Ladies. Lane 8, Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 9, Loretto Kirribilli. But we do come back to Askham as they cross the line, and that is in a time of 4 minutes and 6 seconds over 1,000 metres. Now, 2nd place will be lane 4. That's Radford College. And this is all for the silverware, Michael. So 3rd place in bronze. It looks like at this stage it will be Penrith. They will be pushed by Loretto Kirribilli at the near side here in lane 9, but I think it's a little too late. And it will 3rd place be Penrith.
And Pete, we just have a swathe of supporters cheering on that crew in Loretto Kirribilli in lane 9. Congratulations, girls. They will take out 4th position. Followed closely in 5th place by Hunter Valley Grammar School, and then back to Askham in lane 1.
Yep, and Michael, lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar. That will be the crew that crosses the line next in 7th place. 8th place will be lane 7, that's Pymble Ladies. And to finalise the field in lane 2, we have PLC Sydney. And that PLC Sydney, Macy Burge and Manuela LaRocca, they will cross the line in 9th place, coached by Lily Glenn and Felix Dior. And great work to all of the races in the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull final. And at the conclusion of that race, we have 1st place, Askham, 2nd place, Radford College, and 3rd place, Penrith. So congratulations to all of our racers and indeed all of our medalists.
Thanks, Pete. And we are going to turn your attention back to the race course. We have on the course now race 59, the final of the Year 10 Double Scull. In lane 1, representing St Catherine's, Sophie Costellas. And Cameron Futuris, coached by Jared Watson. In lane 2, representing PLC Sydney, Victoria Mortensen and Ashley Horsburgh. They're coached by Caro Lin Wong and Felix Dew. In lane 3, representing North Sydney Girls, Medha Guram and Amanda Carnegie, coached by Philip Brown. In lane 4, representing Askham, Portia Coatscar and Audrey Abbey Wickramer. They are coached by Susanna McMahon and Olivia McDonald. In lane 5, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Elizabeth Powell and Greta Perozin. They are coached by Malcolm Campbell. In lane 6, and representing Pymble Ladies College, Zara Benson and Isabel Francis. They are coached by Claire Hassel. In lane 7, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Madeline Garner and Yasmin Siju, coached by Lachlan Hurd and Eloise Lambden. In lane 8, representing the MLC school, Sophia Iatzi and Francesca Morrison. They are coached by Andrew Patterson and Kirsten Lilliquist. Finally, in lane 9, representing Kinross Walleroy, Jade Caro and Simone Chowler. They are coached by Olivia Jackson and Alexandra Cropley. Now, Pete, they are 500 metres through the race, but once more, this is a 1,500 metre race, so it's a strange distance. We're not used to seeing it. I'm of the understanding that this is an event that is peculiar to schoolgirl rowing in New South Wales.
Yeah. So I think it's a common event in New South Wales schoolgirl rowing. Although outside of schoolgirl rowing, it's seldom seen. I've never seen a 1,500 metre race outside of the schoolgirl scene. But I think within schoolgirl rowing, it's quite common.
But you would think, Pete, it's a fantastic stepping stone. Look, these girls are in year 10, so they're making that adjustment from under 16 age group to under 17 age group category, you would think. So transferring that across to the club scene, it's that they're preparing to transition to that 2,000 metre Olympic distance. So I'd think it's a fairly apt deployment of the 1,500 metre distance to enable that to happen with some degree of sensitivity. Look, it's a tough race over 2,000 metres, and 1,500 metres just kind of steps it up incrementally.
Yeah, I think it's fantastic, Michael. I agree 100%. I think both me and you went through a period where we had to go from 1K racing to 2K racing, and I know for both of us it didn't end well because you are so used to that 1K event and you go straight to that 2K event, and it's doubling it. It's doubling the distance, and this incremental change is an absolutely fantastic way of doing it, and it shows the girls get slowly used to 2K racing, which is the Olympic distance, and I think it's fantastic.
Thanks, Pete. And it looks as though the girls are just coming, they're approaching the 1,000 metre mark, and if I'm not mistaken, Pete, it's the crew from Loretto Normanhurst in lane 5 who is in the lead. That's right. If you do draw your attention to the live stream camera presented by Bontrong, you will see Loretto Normanhurst's Elizabeth Powell and Greta Perozin. They are in a commanding position, and they're just coming across the 1,500 metres right now in a time of 4 minutes. And they are closely followed by lane 4, Askham.
And through the 1K, it will be Loretto Normanhurst, second place Askham, 9.09 seconds, and third place North Sydney Girls. So that is going to be our progression rate at this stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can just interrupt. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to draw your attention back to the podium very quickly. We're going to present the Year 8 double scull. In third place and representing Penrith Rowing Club, Elizabeth Drayton and Eloise McEwen. In second place and recipients of the silver medal, Radford College. Radford are represented by Thea Reinhardt and Bonnie Hardy. Their coach is Stuart Sampson. Our winners for 2021 and gold medalists, Askham. Askham are represented by Sabrina Koksar and Lucy Yabsley. They are coached by Susanna McMahon. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our medalists for the Year 8 double scull. And Peter, would you just like to, as we return our attention to the race course, talk us through race 59 as it is in the closing stages?
Yeah, Michael, so race 59, we have lane 5 in the lead quite convincingly. That's Loretto Normanhurst, that's Elizabeth Powell and Greta Perozin. So we've seen them around. They're coached by Mal Campbell, who's a fantastic coach down at Loretto. He's doing a great job with these girls. We've had a lot of really, really successful races, and this is no exception. As these girls will win this race, they will win the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull. Congratulations to Loretto Normanhurst. And second place will go to lane 4 Askham at this stage.
That's right, Pete. So no real change from the 1,500 metres from go to woe. It has been Loretto Normanhurst and Askham commanding that race, and fantastic effort. And it's going to be lane 3, North Sydney Girls, I believe, Pete, who come in
Yep.
in bronze medal. That's Meadow Gurram and Amanda Carnegie.
Yep, and narrowly missing out on that podium position is lane 2 PLC Sydney, coached by Felix Yu. A great job from them, as well as lane 1 St Catherine's.
Close
and
finish between MLC School and Canberra Grammar there, Pete. That's Sophia Ietzi, Francesca Morrison from MLC, and from Canberra Girls Grammar, Madeline Garner and Yasmin Sidhu. A close race there for the minor placings.
Yep, a very close race, Michael. That was quite a nail biter. And then to finalise our field, we will have lane 9 Kinross Walleroy.
So Pete, race 59, that was won in a time of 6 minutes and 6 seconds by Powell and Perozin from Loretto Normanhurst.
Yeah, Michael, so that was a great race to watch coming down, and I will turn our attention now to race 60. Now, this is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. So, fantastic sculling racing, very tough racing. In lane 1, we have Alyssa Hotz. In lane 2, we have Freya Carmody. In lane 3, from Tara School, Olivia Dont. In lane 4, we have Imogen Gray. In lane 5, Felicity Errington. In lane 6, Sophia Miller. In lane 7, we have Mi O'Carrigan. In lane 8, we have Talia Nowland. And in lane 9, we have Jaja Rangay. So, Michael, some really common names here that we've seen throughout the regatta and throughout previous regattas this year as we've been commentating. So, people like Olivia Dont, Freya Carmody, Imogen Gray, Felicity Errington, Sophia Miller, really, as you said before, Michael, household names for the year.
That's right, Pete, and thanks for that. We are seeing at this stage of the race, I think it's lane 4. I think it will be Imogen Gray from Monty St Angelo and also from Mossman Rowing Club, who does command the lead in this race. She's doing very well, Pete. As we mentioned before, Imogen Gray does hold the Australian record on the Concept 2 Ergo. She's an accomplished sculler. She's going to do great things in the near future, so remember the name. But Imogen Gray is certainly commanding the remainder of the field now, and short of a disaster, I don't think the others are going to be able to catch her, but this is for the Year 10 Single Scull Championship, and Imogen Gray is doing a stellar job there in lane 4, in the colours of her school, Monty St Angelo.
Yep, right you are, Michael. And as you said, a lot of these rowers that do row at school and clubs are doing fantastically in this race. And Michael, the Monty St Angelo's sculler, Imogen Gray, coached by Katie Healy, is one of those scullers, and she is doing a fantastic job to lead this field all the way through to the end. She will win this Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. Second place will go to lane 6. Now lane 6, Askham's Sophia Miller. Another fantastic young sculler coming through the ranks, and she will be another one to watch out for, as will Olivia Dont in lane 3. Now those top 3 scullers have been top scullers this whole year, Michael. We've seen them as well as Freya Carmody. This was a tough race, this one, wasn't it?
That's right, Pete. I feel as though, just from up here in the box, I do see these names often, and so these are the girls who have competed at club and school level, so they have plenty of racing experience under their belts. Even Felicity Errington and Talia Nolan, we've seen them around the block. So it's a tough field today in the Year 10 Single Scull, and so congratulations must go to our medalists, Imogen Gray from Monty St Angelo, Sophia Miller from the Askham School, and Olivia Dont from Tara School, and to their coaches and their programs as well. But just coming across the line in lane 7 is Mi O'Carrigan from Askham School, and she's actually looking very good as she does that. So Yumi rounds out the field in 8th place. Oh, my apologies. We've just got Alyssa Holtz from Penola Catholic College over there in lane 1, who is just going to finalise our field for us.
Yeah, Michael, and we were talking about those athletes that have school and club affiliations, and we saw Sarah Fard earlier in the regatta winning the schoolgirl single, and she's another one of those athletes from Tara School, doing a fantastic job at UTS as well. So we see that at Mossman, UTS, Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney University Boat Shed. We have a really good showing of athletes that row for both schools and clubs that do a fantastic job, and that I think that really helps with the, I would say integration of club
That's
rowing
right,
and
yeah.
that furthering the sport.
And it's certainly good for development, Pete.
Yeah.
We have seen that the girls and guys who have rowed at school and at club are certainly, they seem to be head and shoulders above the rest at this point, and certainly that's true of Imogen Gray, Olivia Dont and Sophia Miller.
Yep, I couldn't agree more, Michael.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to draw your attention back to the pontoon presentation, we are going to present the Schoolgirl U10 Double Scull. In third place and recipient of bronze medals, North Sydney Girls. North Sydney Girls are represented by Meta Guram and Amanda Carnegie. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Askham. Askham are represented by Portia Koskar and Audrey Abbey Wickramer. And finally, recipients of gold medals, Loretto Normanhurst. They are represented by Elizabeth Powell and Greta Perozin. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our victors in the Year 10 Double Scull for 2021.
Yeah, congratulations, girls. A great bit of racing there. So, Michael, we now have a small lull in proceedings. We will kick off back in 2:13, so the start time of the next race is in about 3 or 4 minutes. They are lining up, so they might go a little early. But that is for the Schoolgirl 4, and that's for the University of New South Wales Trophy. So, the UNSW Trophy, there is no current holder as the previous regatta was cancelled. But the race will go early, so we will commence in a minute or two. And we see on the Bont Rowing live stream the lineup of this race.
Thanks for that, Pete. And so, yeah, we have received confirmation from our officials that the race will be starting early. This is for the University of New South Wales Trophy. It's a Schoolgirl 4. I will run through the names. It is a 2,000 metre race, Pete, so we do have a little while before they get up to the business end off the lake. But in lane 1, representing Canberra Girls Grammar, is Zoe McLaughlin, Sophia Benuti, Annabelle Barker, and Claire Sonic. Their cox is Grace Dimhoff. They are coached by Ali McBain. In lane 2, representing Roseville, Isabella Ryan, Adelaide French, Samantha Reeves, and Abby Cox. They are coxed by Lucy Thompson and coached by Brianna Monk. In lane 3, representing PLC Sydney, Emma O'Day, Arabella Rutherford, Kate Brady, and Alexandra Reed, and they are coxed by Lily Dukakis and coached by Rebecca Harrison and Felix Diu. In lane 4, representing Loretto Kirribilli, Claudia Callahan, Jatali
Canberra
Brown,
Girls,
Olivia Loadsman, Lucy Howard,
Roseville,
and their cox is Gabrielle Rose.
PLC
Their
Sydney,
coach is William Foxton.
Loretto Kirribilli,
In lane 5, representing Kinross Walleroy, Audrey Gill,
Armadale
Ayla Ryan,
School,
Liv Fredrickson, and Georgia
Pimble
Sweetapple.
Ladies,
They are coxed by
Loretto
Kaylin McKay
Kirribilli.
and coached by James Perrin.
attention,
In lane 6 is the Armadale School. Eliza Ward, Hannah Nielsen, April Draney, Sophia Grant, and Emma Benham is their cox. And they are coached by Madison Arthur. In lane 7, Pimble Ladies College is represented by Anna Mufford, Eloise Wilson, Aisha Lakani, and Grace Carey. Their cox is Arabella Ibbotson, and their coach is William Newnham. And finally in lane 8 is Loretto Kirribilli. They're just coming onto screen now. That's Charlotte Burgess, Matilda Damien, Abigail Skinner, and Alice Watkins, and Caitlin Gately's their cox, and they are coached by Elliot Hunt. Now, Peter, this race is over 2,000 metres. It's a tough race over 2,000 metres, but it is for the Schoolgirl 4.
Yep. Yeah, it definitely is. And I now turn our attention very quickly before the race comes down to race 60, the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Medal Presentation. And in third place from Tara School, Olivia Dont. And she is coached by Graham Gardner, Robin Mackney and Kate Crampton. And in second place from Askham, Sophia Miller. And she is coached by Thomas Parker and Zoe Spurway. And in first place and winner of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull Final, Imogen Gray, and she is coached by Katie Healy. Congratulations to all girls in the Year 10 Single Scull and a fantastic race.
Thanks, Pete. And it was a fantastic race, and the girls are just assembling now for their photo opportunity. And those three young scullers will be household names, I'm sure, in a couple of years. So do remember the names.
Yeah, Michael, watch out for these three girls. They will do a fantastic job in the future in their clubs and schools. They have done a great job today as well. So congratulations.
Thanks, Pete. And let's return back to race 61. This is the Schoolgirl 4. So this is the 4 event for this afternoon. There is no current holder of the silverware, so it was cancelled last year due to the coronavirus. So we are going to have a new holder of the Schoolgirl 4 title for the New South Wales Head of the River. Now, coming through the 500 metre mark, it was Kinross Walleroy in first place, closely followed by the Armidale School, and then a 3-second margin back to PLC Sydney. Closely followed after that by Loretto Kirribilli in 4th, Canberra Girls in 5th, the second Loretto Kirribilli crew in 6th, and Pymble Ladies College in 7th.
Yeah, Michael, good call. And this race, as you said, it is for the silverware. It's for the trophy, the University of New South Wales trophy. So we do find a lot of these schoolgirl trophies are sponsored by clubs. We've had the UTS trophy, this University of New South Wales trophy. It's very exciting. These 4s coming down as they approach the 1,000 metre mark, Michael. I believe it will still be the Kinross Walleroy School in front, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it will. Lane 5, that's Kinross Walleroy. And that's Audrey Gill, Ayla Ryan, Liv Fredrickson, and Georgia Sweetapple. And that's coxed by Kaylin McKay. So, great job. 3 minutes 46.65 through the K, Michael. So quite a quick time.
Peter, just before we recommence our commentary of this race, we do want to take the opportunity to remind all of our competitors and our staff at the regatta here today to please return your bow numbers as soon as possible after your race. We are in need of bow numbers, and just please do help our officials out as much as you can by being prompt with that return.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And we do need them all back so we can continue racing, we can continue handing them out. And
just as well, Pete, I might just take the opportunity to remind coaches, coxes and crews that there is no marshal in the back lake, as was the case this morning. So please don't wait to be called onto the competition lake, but please use the lane 0, the transit lane, to actually to move yourself before the race. You will get penalised if you're found to be on the race course before your race. So please don't wait to come onto lane 0, but please do stay in lane 0.
yeah, Michael, and the only races we have left are 2-kilometre races. So what you will need to do, the protocol for that would be around 15 minutes before your race, 10 to 15 minutes before your race. Just come through that bridge and start heading down in lane 0 down to the start. And at that point you will be marshalled, yeah.
Thanks, Pete. And we will just turn our attention back to race 61 for the trophy, for the University of New South Wales Cup. And it is Kinross Walleroy School who do command a lead in this race by a fair margin. That's the crew of Gill, Ryan, Fredrickson and Sweetapple. And Pete, just looking on the Bont rowing live stream, they are looking fairly good. They're rowing fairly cleanly with a good amount of body swing back, and I think Kinross putting on a clinic for the rest of their competitors this afternoon.
Yeah, Michael, I couldn't agree more. So, as we've said before, these fours, you really need that one swing back, and they've got that. They've got that really well. They've got that clean entry together. You can see both bow side blades here just getting in really nicely together. So, bow seat, holding that blade in well, and just being the last to release, which is holding the boat up for the rest of the crew, and you can get stern 3 really moving along well together. A real clinic, as you said, Michael. Really, really clean rowing. So that will be a big reason why they're ahead.
Well, that's right, Pete. And look, although it's fairly clear that Kinross Wallaroi are commanding the lead in this race, it's not so clear as to second place. They were coming through the 1,500 metres. There was but 0.09 between the PLC Sydney crew, who's about 10 seconds behind Kinross, and the Armidale School. And so the Armidale School are comprised of Eliza Ward, Hannah Nielsen, April Draney, and Sophia Grant. And their cox is Emma Benham. And I'm sure Emma Benham will be asking of her crew right now to empty the tank, because we're in the final 250 metres now, and it's going to be close. And now we've got some fantastic drone footage coming up on the live stream, the Bont rowing live stream now. And you can see that Kinross Wallaroi does command the lead, but look, it's anyone's game for second place, and there is still plenty of water as far as the final 250 metres goes. There's plenty of time. So look, it's going to take a braver man than me at this point to call this race, Pete. But this is for the silverware. This is for the Schoolgirl 4 at Head of the River.
Michael, well said. And it looks like it might be, I would say PLC here, that's just edged away from the Armidale School. But as they come through the last 100 metres, will the Armidale School be able to pull one out and get back up on them? I don't know, Michael.
I think both crews are lifting their rate of striking here, Pete.
They are lifting their rate. It looks like PLC might have had a push. It will be Kinross Wallaroi winning this race. So congratulations to Kinross Wallaroi. The University of New South Wales trophy will go to you. Second place at this stage looks like, will it be PLC? It will be PLC. PLC will take second place. The Armidale School for bronze. And in lane 8, narrowly missing out, is Loretto Kirribilli. And some close racing here for the minor placings, Michael. So for 4th through to about 7th, we have some very close racing. That was very good to watch. So the margins there, 1.19, 1.28, 1.761, 1.66. So nothing to separate them, Michael.
Fantastic, Peter. Fantastic race. And a great swathe of supporters that we can see have followed that race from go to woe on the northern side of the bank at the Regatta Centre. So fantastic race. That's one of the staples of the afternoon. That's one of the capstone events, you might say. The Schoolgirl 4, and it was won by Kinross Wallaroi School for the University of New South Wales trophy, and they will go home with the silverware. It was a close race for second place between PLC Sydney and the Armidale School, but the locals just holding on by about a stroke. There wasn't really much in it. It was just those last couple of strokes. I think they moved away from the Armidale School, but congratulations to the girls from the Northwest. They've come down and put on a great performance, and they should be very proud of a bronze medal.
Yep, right you are, Michael. They should be very proud of that. And the University of New South Wales trophy will go to Kinross Wallaroi. So congratulations to all athletes.
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to, as Pete mentioned just before, we are going to see the remainder of our events be contested over 2,000 metres for the remainder of the afternoon. And on the course now is race 62. It's the Schoolgirl second Coxed Quad Scull. It's another key event. It's one of the big ones. We have top crews here competing across 9 lanes. So all of our schools really are contesting this event. So I will run through the names just as the girls get underway. It's too early to call. We don't have any data yet. But in lane 1, representing Loretto Kirribilli, my apologies, is Olivia Bisolio, Claire Flanagan, Lucy McDougall, and Samantha Callanan. Their cox is Monica Dunstan, and their coach is Amelia Halley. In lane 2, representing Queenwood, Amelie Kumarasinghe, Grace Anderson, Reese Harvey, and Catherine Wen. Their cox is Anae Hones, and their coaches are Caroline Lonergan and Ella Davidson. In lane 3, representing Canberra Grammar, Sammy Wilson, Alice Newnham, Paloma Blythe, and Tilly Klein. Their cocks is Jessica Latham, and their coaches are Patrick Curtin, Elizabeth Coleman, and Sarah Cook. In lane 4, and representing the St Catherine's School, Molly McNeil, Connie Skeffington, Jade Bliss, and Georgia Shearer. Their cocks is Emily Alton, and their coach is Diarmid O'Driscoll. In lane 5, and representing Radford College, Molly Lilly, Olivia Hickey, Kiara Shaw, and Jessica Schroeder. Their cocks is Mackenzie Jolly, and their coaches are Maggie Noonan and Sam Durnell. In lane 6, and representing Kinross Walleroy, Bridie Walsh, Lily Robson, Ava McMillan, and Emma Livingston. Their cocks is Finley Shepherd, and their coach is Olivia Jackson. In lane 7, representing Queenwood also, is Claire D'Souza, Madeline Wheel, Maya Kazal, and Isabel Sanderson. Their cocks is Michaela Cheatham, and they are also coached by Ella Davidson and Caroline Lonergan. We also have a second crew from the Radford College in lane 8, which you can see on your screen just right now. They're represented by Olivia Homsch, Talia Foster Wright, Connie Gardner, and Erica Dwight, and they are coxed by Stuart Ward. Their coaches are Maggie Noonan and Sam Durnell. And finally, we have a crew from Redlands in lane 9, which you can see on the live stream at the moment. They are comprised of Blythe Ogilvie, Lily Dijkstra, Gracie Connell, and Emily Pashley, and their cox is Colette Lelebert, and coached by Brendan Martin. Now, it's too tight to call at this point, but through the 500-metre mark in race 62, we had the St Catherine's crew. That's the crew comprised of Molly McNeil, Connie Skeffington, Jade Bliss, and Georgia Shearer. Their cocks by Emily Alton. Pete, just really quickly, before we turn our attention back to race 62, I would like to just make a couple of housekeeping announcements. If Mr. Paul Jones is in the regatta park today, could you please make your way to the finish tower? We do have your credit card, and so please just make your way down to the bottom of the tower, and we will arrange to get that back to you. We've also got a lost credit card. So we've got one, and we want to find one as well, and that one belongs to Isabel Lau. So if you do see it or you do find it, please hand it into the bottom floor of the finish tower, and we will try and get that card back to its owner. Pete.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So let's make sure we get them sorted as a matter of urgency. But we will come here to race 62 now. It looks like St Catherine's is in the lead of this Schoolgirl Schoolgirl second quad, Cox quad. Schoolgirl second Cox quad, St Catherine's is first, second is Radford College. So through the 1K, they've done that in a time of 3 minutes 47.07. Now, this St Catherine's crew, I did say earlier that they didn't have an 8, they had a 2 quads. So this would
That's right.
This will be the scullers ranked from 5th to 8th, and they're doing a fantastic job here in this Cox Quad scull. The Cox Quad, the quad is always quite a quick boat. The coxswain does add a bit of weight to these boats, so it does mean that it's a little bit more sluggish, but still a very quick boat nonetheless. And Michael, as they approach the 1500, it looks like it will be St Cath's. They will still be in the lead. Now, second place, as we said earlier, Radford College has been doing a fantastic job this whole regatta. Radford and then Queenwood. So both schools have been doing a great job, have had a very good showing this regatta.
That's right. But well, look, the Queenwood squad are always so strong. But it's great to see the likes of Radford and Catherine challenging them in this race. As you said, St Catherine's is a smaller program. We do have 2 quads as opposed to 1 8. But look, they're doing a fantastic job, and they've played to their strengths because they are in the lead. And I think, Pete, if I'm not mistaken, they've increased their lead from the 500 metres to the 1,000. They've opened up probably about a length, maybe even 2 lengths over the Radford College from the Australian Capital Territory. It's a bit closer back to the minor placings, as you'll see on our Bont rowing footage. We have a little bit of a race between, I think that's lanes 6 and 7.
Yeah,
that's Kinross and Queenwood 1.
It's hard to tell, isn't it? Because it's quite spread out. So we have the lanes in 1 to 3, as well as what looks like, I'd say 7 to 9, that, sorry, 6 to 8 probably, that we really don't know because they are almost racing each other. So as they come through the 1250 and let alone 1250 to the last 100, we will get a better idea of how this race is going. Although at this point, unless I'm mistaken, Michael, it will be St. Catherine's in the lead, pretty commandingly.
That's right, Pete. And look, one and two are fairly cemented. We've got through the 1500 metres, we've got St. Catherine's in the lead with a 7 or 8 second margin over Radford College. Kinross is 11 seconds behind them, but look, Pete, there's less than a second margin between Kinross Wallaroy School and Queenwood 2. That's the crew of Kumara Singh, Anderson, Harvey, and Wen. So they will be going hell to leather and fighting the Armadales. Sorry, they will be fighting Queenwood and Kinross Wallaroy will be fighting Queenwood for that. They're coming in to the last 100 metres of the race now. St. Catherine's School will win this event, the second Cox Quad Scull.
Yeah, and doing a fantastic job, looking really good doing it. They're rowing that quad very, very well. And that would be no small part due to their fantastic coach down there, Big Diarmid O'Driscoll. So Diarmid O'Driscoll doing a great job of coaching these absolutely fantastic athletes as they come across the line. In first place, they will win the Schoolgirl second Cox Quad. And in second place, very narrowly, we have lane 5, Radford College. They will come second, and there is a gap, Michael, in the field. And we have the cheer squads going, and that is what we want. We want to cheer our crews home, and Michael, it looks like it's going to be lane 2. That's going to be the Queenwood School, and then
I think it will be Queenwood.
Following that will be lane 6. Lane 6 is going to be Kinross Wallaroy. That will be our placings. Lane 7, Queenwood. Lane 3 will be next, and lane 3 is Canberra Grammar.
So a fantastic effort from our athletes this afternoon, Pete, in the second Cox Quad Scull. Just to recap, the event was won by the St. Catherine's School in a time of 7 minutes, 39 seconds. And so that was won by St. Catherine's. In second place was Radford College, and in third place was Queenwood. So we do invite those girls to come up to the medal pontoon and collect your medals. But for the meantime, Pete, I just want to run through another capstone event for the afternoon. It's the Schoolgirl First Cox Quad Scull. Now, this is one of the big ones. As you'll have seen, ladies and gentlemen, Cox Quad Sculling takes up a substantial amount of our program today at the head of the river. And so this is the top crews from our schools. This is the cream of the crop. This is one of the big ones. So this is a final for the Union of Boat Race Officials Trophy. There is no current holder, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be awarding a new trophy today to the winner of this race. It's the Schoolgirl First Cox Quad Scull, so get excited. I will run through the crews. In lane 1, representing North Sydney Girls, is Zali Skunsky, Sonia Freiberg, Laura Halliday, and Sophia Lee. They are coxed by Tonya Zeng Halasay. In lane 2, representing MLC, Sarah Carvolf, Inez Kritzler, Layla Hare, and Haya Yahia. They are coxed by Sasha Kvarik and coached by Ashley Brooking. In lane 3, representing Redlands, Sophia Maxwell, Anna Feller, Emily Burrell, and coxed and Audra Olsen, my apologies, coxed by Charlotte Harmon. In lane 4, representing St. Catherine's, Amelia Cooper, Eliza Garrity, Claudia Horrell, and Alia Rahman. They are coxed by Bella McGeehan. In lane 5, representing Canberra Grammar, Penelope Robson, Neve Pascoe, Zori Bond, and Madeline Vag. They are coxed by Orlando Throsby. In lane 6, and representing Radford, Cara Martin, Bridget Kelleher Cole, Claudia Kendall, Ellen Mihalovic, and they are coxed by Nicola Allenby. In lane 7, representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Adelaide Goldfinch, Arabella Blomfield, Molly Walkerdon and Holly Baker. They are coxed by Neve Geraghty. In lane 8, representing Orana, Amelia Hain, Eleanor Johnston, Peregrine Mitchell-Jenkins and Paloma Padovan. They are coxed by Roma Thomas. And finally, Pete, in lane 9, representing Newcastle Grammar, Alice Carraro, Chloe Smithson, Grace Charge and Isabella Oakley. They are coxed by Vincent Mitef.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And looking at this race, through the 500 metres, it's Canberra Grammar in first place. That's 1 minute 49.17, followed by St Catherine's, 1.29 seconds, followed by Radford College. Now, Michael, this will be a very good race. I'm calling it now, I'm calling it early, and I'm calling it well, Michael. I'm calling it well. This will be a good race to watch.
I think it's going down to the wire, Pete. As we've said, it's one of the big ones. It's one of the big ones.
They want it. They want it. And the St Catherine's crew, Michael, is looking strong this year. So that's the crew of Millie Cooper, coached by Diarmuid O'Driscoll again, Eliza Gertie, Claudia Harrell, and Alaya Rahman. Look, Michael, they're going to be tough to beat, and they are being beaten at the moment by Canberra Grammar. So really, this will be a fantastic race. I'm not gonna write anyone off in this one. You've got members of open state team squads in there. You've got members of youth state teams in there. It's fantastic. Some really, really tough athletes, tough competitors, and we'll see where they are through the 1,000-metre mark. It will still be Canberra Grammar, and they've extended the lead by about a second, Michael.
That's right, about a second back to St Cath's and Radford College in third place. Pete, it's tight to call at this point. I'm not going to call anything. A lot can happen in the second 1,000 metres of the race, so let's just wait and see what happens.
That third 500, Michael, it's always tough.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to interrupt the program just shortly. We are going to present the University of New South Wales trophy for the Schoolgirl First Four. In third place and recipients of the bronze medal, the Armidale School. Armidale are represented by Eliza Ward, Hannah Nielsen, April Draney, and Sophia Grant. Their cox, Emma Benham. In second place and recipients of silver medals, PLC Sydney. PLC are represented by Emma O'Day, Arabella Rutherford, Kate Brady, and Alexandra Reed. Their cox, Lily Dukakis. And finally, our recipients of gold medals and victors of the University of New South Wales trophy, Kinross Walleroy School. That crew is comprised of Audrey Gill, Ayla Ryan, Liv Fredrickson, and Georgia Sweetapple. Their cox, Kaylin McKay. Congratulations, girls.
Yeah, Michael, and we have had confirmation as well that we have about 640 people watching over the live stream, so that's a fantastic showing, as well as the people here. So a very popular event. Coming down to watch these fantastic athletes as they battle their way through. And congratulations to all the girls on the podium. A great race, great bit of racing. That trophy is well deserved.
And fantastic to see such a large crowd assembled down in front of the grandstand for the presentation of the Schoolgirl 4. Congratulations to Kinross, PLC and Taz. What a fantastic display of sportsmanship.
Yep, and Michael, I will move back to race 63 now. So race 63, the one we were looking at earlier, it looks like Canberra Grammar has extended that lead from St Catherine's. Now that third 500, as I said, all important, they've only extended it by about 4 seconds. So they've extended about a second there in that third 500. Whether they're able to hold that in the last 250, we'll see. But 4 seconds in a quad is a bit, Michael, it's going to be hard for that St Catherine's crew to get it back.
It's a flattering margin, that's right. But St Catherine's are lifting their rate of striking, as you can see.
And it's a tough crew, that St Catherine's one. The Canberra Grammar one is full of some very, very, very distinguished athletes. So they were always going to be tough to beat, and they're showing that here, Michael, that lane 5, Canberra Grammar School. I think that lead will be too much for St Catherine's to gain. That St Catherine's crew aren't going to be able to catch Canberra Grammar. The fantastic bit of rowing they're doing here to all but win them the Schoolgirl First Cox Quad Union of Boat Race Officials Trophy.
That's right, Pete. It's going to go to Canberra Grammar, and a fantastic row from them. They will win the gold medal and the Union of Boat Race Officials Trophy. St Catherine's to St Catherine's.
Yep, St Catherine's in second place. Lane 6 will get third. Lane 6, that's Radford College. Fantastic work there by the first 3. And narrowly missing out here in lane 3, Redlands. A great bit of rowing by them. And the field being finalised now. Lane 8 will be next. Now that lane 8 Arana crew will just pip lane 2 MLC School. And then lane 7 we have Hunter Valley Grammar. And lane 1 will finalise our field, North Sydney Girls. And my apologies, I have missed lane 9, Newcastle Grammar will finalise our field. Great work, Newcastle Grammar, and great work all athletes and scullers in the Schoolgirl First Cox Quad Scull for the Union of Boat Race Officials Trophy.
Thanks, Pete. And that was won by the Canberra Grammar crew of Robson, Pascoe, Bond and Vag in a time of 7 minutes and 26 seconds. So congratulations, girls. Do make your way to the podium for the presentation in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to draw your attention now back to the podium. We are going to present the second Cox Quad Scull Championship for the Head of the River for 2021. In third place and recipients of the bronze medal, Queenwood. Queenwood are represented by Amelie Kumarasinghe, Grace Anderson, Reese Harvey and Catherine Wen. Their Cox and Nay Holmes. In second place and recipients of the silver medal, Radford College. Radford are comprised of a crew of Molly Lilly, Olivia Hickey, Kiara Shaw, Jessica Schroeder, and their Cox Mackenzie Jolly. And finally, our winners and champions for 2021 in the second Cox Quad Scull, St Catherine's School. St Catherine's are comprised of Molly McNeil, Connie Skeffington, Jade Bliss, and Georgia Shearer. Their Cox, Emily Alton. Congratulations, girls, well deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, won't you congratulate our medalists for the second Quad Scull? And Pete, we are just going to draw our attention back to the race course for race 64, which is underway. You can see it on our live stream on the screen here in the grandstand and online. It's the Schoolgirl second 8. Okay, we're coming down to the pointy end of the program, Pete. It's one of the big ones. This is for the Sydney Uni Women's Sport Association Trophy. There is no current holder. In lane 3 from Greenwood is Francesca Cabanas, Abby McClellan, Brooke Lancaster, Charlotte Botha, Phoebe Candle, Eliza Cook, Heidi Boyd, Emerson Stock, and their Cox is Ali Hindmarsh. In lane 4 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Holly Irvine, Savannah Van Gielen, Alexandra Millegan, Sophia Champion de Crespinier, Amelia Farrell, Alice Collins, and Abigail Merkel. Stroked by Addie Kerr-Lewis and Cox by Georgia Gathercole. In lane 5 from Loretto Normanhurst, Laura Woods, Kate Walters, Lucy Perrosin, Olivia Lucas, Scarlett O'Kane, Simone Robinson, Maya Jones, Kate Cooley, their Cox, Sarah Simon. And finally, in lane 6 is Pymble Ladies College. That's Polly Sargent, Sophie Dunn, Chloe Luxford, Isabella Kaleski, Stephanie Wood, Madison Lister, Alice Walker, and Michaela Arthur. Their Cox, Hallie D'Souza.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And at this stage, it looks like it will be the Queenwood School. The Queenwood School, such a dominant force in rowing, especially in these first and second eights. And they're looking very clean as they're coming down the course here, Michael, aren't they?
That's right, Pete. Queenwood are always strong, and they are exerting a small lead, I would think, over that crew from Pymble Ladies College. It's only 4 seconds, but it's a flattering margin to make up as the crews close in on the final stages of the race. They're about to see the Red Boys representing 100 metres to go. And it's great to see so many supporters amassed on the sidelines for this, the second eight for the New South Wales Head of the River. But it will be Queenwood School who does command the lead in this race. And short of a disaster, Pete, I think they're going to take it out.
Yeah, Michael, I think you might be right. Might be the Queenwood School will win. They will win the second eight for Schoolgirl Head of the River, followed by Pymble Ladies College. So Queenwood School looking fantastic as they cross the line here in the next 2 strokes. And they will win this second eight.
Fantastic effort, and that's it.
And that is worth a cheer. That is worth a cheer from Queenwood School. They have won the second eight. Lane 6, Pymble Ladies will come second, and third place will be taken by lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar. And narrowly missing out will be Loretto Normanhurst in lane 5.
What a fantastic race, Pete. Loretto Normanhurst just rounding out our field in the second eight. And just pure elation there from the girls from Queenwood. What a fantastic row from go to woe that was. And they will win the Sydney Uni Women's Sports Association trophy. That's one that they can take home to the trophy cabinet. And a fantastic race.
It sure is, and well deserved there. That was some great rowing from the Queenwood girls in that second eight race.
We will have another presentation in just a moment, Pete. But I'm going to stop everyone in their tracks because this is the big one, and it's underway. Ladies and gentlemen, the first eight for the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy for the New South Wales Head of the River. The race is underway. This is what we're here for. This is the big one. So, Pete, I'm going to run through the names. In race 65, lane 2 representing Sydney girls is Bianca Tsiumis, Mia Vinci Guerra, Katrina Teo, Josephine Perry, Zara Greenwood, Josephine Lim, Samara Kleinman, and Jackie Ryan. Their Cox is Itasha Gamage. In lane 3, representing Loretto Normanhurst, Paige Critchlow, Madeline Studert, Madison Webster, Ella McKenzie, Lillian Dean, Brennan Barr, and Alexandra O'Brien. And also, my apologies, the crew is stroked by Grace Gillies and Cox by Elizabeth Bolster. In lane 4, representing Kinross Wallaroy, Sally Carter, Ella Kirby, Lucy Scamell, Lucy Searle, Annabelle Woods, Hannah Richardson, Frey Neville, Isabella Scamell, and Georgia Robertson is their Cox. They are coached by Alexandra Cropley and Andrew Gannon. In lane 5 and representing Queenwood, Bronte Blackmore Cram, Madeline Newman, Madeline Nicol, Beth McClellan, Chelsea Prout, Chloe Driver, Tiffany Botha, Stephanie Preller, and Lucy Anderson is the Cox. Their coaches Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. In lane 6 representing Canberra Girls Grammar, Neve James, Lauren Goldie, Olivia Natty, Charlotte Gross, Georgina Wallace, Jenna Order, Ashley Burns, Madeline McGuinness, and Andrea Newham is the Cox. Their coach, Carolyn Pipers. In lane 7, representing Pymble Ladies College, Liesl Page, Tilly Morgan, Sophie Graham, Georgina Seymour, Jessica Colburn, Philippa Austin, Georgina Erickson, Lillian Huntley, and their Cox, Marine Khan, their coaches, Ali Williams and Stephen Evans. And finally, in lane 8, representing Loretto Kirribilli, Alyssa Fickers, Elizabeth Carey, Caitlin L., Isabel Costanian, Lauren Moran, Alex McMillan, Charlotte Cadman, and Emma Jones, Cox by Mieta Jones.
Okay, and we'll now move to the presentation very quickly of race 63, the Schoolgirl First Quad. And in third place, we have Radford College. College, we have Cara Martin, Bridget Keller-Cole, Claudia Kendall, Ellen Maljevic,
and coxed by Nicola Allenby. And in second place, we have St. Catherine's School, Millie Cooper, Eliza Geraghty, Claudia Harrell, and Elia Raman, coxed by Belen McGachin. And in first place, and winner of the Schoolgirl First Cox Quad, Canberra Grammar, Penelope Robson, Neve Pascoe, Zoe Bond, Madeline Vadge, and coxed by Orlando Thorsby.
Thanks so much, Pete, and congratulations to our medalists for the Schoolgirl First Cox Quad Scull. Well deserved, great sportsmanship. But Pete, look, I am going to interrupt myself because we have a race on our hands for the first date this afternoon. It's a matter, it's less than seconds between our first three place getters, or the first three position holders at this point. At this point, Pete, it's Kinross Walleroy in first place, coming through the 1,000 metre mark. There's less than a second, or just over a second, my apologies, back to Queenwood, and Loretto Normanhurst in third place. So this one, it's going down to the wire,
Michael,
I think, Pete.
This is the closest race we've seen all day, Michael. It is, and it's 0.9 of a second, 1 second. It's not 1.24, 0.71, 1.64, 1.19, 0.91. Michael, there's nothing separating these crews here.
No one in this regatta centre is going to have fingernails after this one, Pete.
This is a tough one,
I think it's
Michael.
going down to the wire.
Now, if we are near the bank, we are going to ask everyone to cheer on your school here, Michael, because this is going to be a fantastic race. I called it earlier. This one, I'm putting my money on it, Michael. This will be the race. So, Schoolgirl First 8, and it is close, Michael. The margins...
Well, the stakes couldn't be higher. It's
are
for the
tight.
Rose Evans Memorial Trophy. Here we go. It could be that Kinross Walleroy has just extended their lead ever so slightly over that crew from Queenwood in lane 5. What do you think, Pete?
Yep, Michael, I'd agree. So Kinross
Oh,
Walleroy,
goodness me,
and
it's close.
nothing in a 0.24 of a second between Loretto Normanhurst and Pimble Ladies. First, second, and third are all within 2 seconds, Michael.
Pete, anything can happen. It's the final 500 metres, ladies and gentlemen. It's all happening.
This is all happening, Michael. Get down to the grandstand. This is fantastic racing. So it will be between Kinross Walleroy in first, Loretto Normanhurst in second, and Pimble Ladies in third. And Pimble Ladies to Loretto Normanhurst, we have 0.24 of a second, Michael. So they are neck and neck. That second and third spot is neck and neck. It is led by Kinross Walleroy. However, in this last 500, in the Schoolgirl First 8, Michael, anything can happen, and we will see a very different story, I suspect, in that last 100 metres.
Ladies and gentlemen, the girls are throwing everything, absolutely everything they have into this last 500 metres. Let's cheer them home, ladies and gentlemen. There is an enormous crowd coming.
Look at that Queenwood 8.
Queenwood is coming
absolutely
back now.
Throwing themselves back to get to that last all-important first spot, Michael. Are they going to be able to do it? Queenwood are
I think
absolutely...
Kinross have been gained on, Pete.
I think they might have, Michael. I think Kinross might just be gained on just by the Queenwood school.
Here we
too
go,
close
Pete.
to call at this point.
Pimble are lifting,
The
Queenwood are
crowd
lifting.
The crowd following is fantastic. Cheer on your school, Michael. Kinross Walleroy are lifting. Will they hold it? Will they retain the lead, Michael?
But
Will-
Queenwood are coming through, Peter. They
will
are lifting
Queenwood
their
get
eight.
them?
Can Queenwood come
They're
up?
going for it. They're going for it, Michael. Will they catch them?
Oh, have Kinross just done enough, Pete? I think they might have, but Queenwood are lifting. It's too tight to call. Queenwood are lifting. It's going to go down to the last couple of strokes. Queenwood are gone. Kinross. Here we go, Pete. And Kinross, hold on.
It will be
Kinross are the
Kinross.
winners.
It will
Queenwood
be
in second. Pimble Ladies College in third. Fantastic form, ladies and gentlemen. The head of the river 2021, Kinross Walleroy, your champions. In second place, the Queenwood School, and in third place, Pimble Ladies College. What a fantastic race. 0.88 back to Loretto Normanhurst. In fifth place, Canberra Girls Grammar, and in sixth place, Loretto Kirribilli. And to finalise the field in lane 2 will be Sydney Girls. But what a fantastic way to conclude this afternoon's racing, ladies and gentlemen, at the Schoolgirl Head of the River for 2021.
Michael, that was one of the best races I've seen. That was absolutely incredible. Kinross Walleroy to hold that margin off the Queenwood School, and the Queenwood School coming back so strongly. Such a strong comeback
It
from
was
the
a
Queenwood School.
gutsy effort from Queenwood, but Kinross had just done the work early in the race. They were just too
Yep.
strong at the end. And ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic spectacle. You can see here on the Bont Rowing live stream replay, that Queenwood were going for them. If it was a couple of more strokes, I think they would have got it, Pete. It was just down less than a canvas. It was very close.
Less than half a canvas, I'd say. Such a great display of rowing, Michael. The Schoolgirl first 8 will go to Kinross Wallaroi
It's
for
going back to
2021.
orange. How good.
Fantastic, and well-deserved, Michael. Well-deserved.
Well-deserved.
So, at the conclusion of that race, the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy will go to Kinross Wallaroi, narrowly edged out to Queenwood. Will get second place, and Michael in third place, Pymble Ladies College. And I'll tell you what, all 3 of those 8s deserve to be on that.
Well, that's
on
right.
that
It was anyone's game. Look, I think the whole crowd is going to need a blood pressure test after that one, Pete, because that one was down to the wire. I'll tell you what, my heart rate is up. I'm sure yours is as well.
Sure
what a
is.
fantastic display, and it's great to see representatives, coaches and crews alike from all schools amassed in front of the grandstand for the presentation. What a fantastic afternoon of racing we've been treated to, and what a fantastic conclusion to this afternoon's regatta. For the 2021 Head of the River Kinross Wallaroi School, ladies and gentlemen, your champions for 2021 in the first 8.
Yeah, Michael, and all of the boats in that race there, I think you and I can both agree that it's not just the athletes there. It is a big part of the athletes, but you look at the people in front of the grandstand cheering everyone on. You look at the coaches, the support staff, everyone. It's such a fantastic...
It's the mums and dads, it's the families, it's the brothers and sisters. It's a full team effort. And so congratulations have to go to our medalists for the Schoolgirl first 8 and the Schoolgirl second 8s, which we'll present in just a moment. And Pete, fantastic scenes of sportsmanship down on the medal pontoon. We have the medalists in the school second 8 congratulating one another. Those are the crews from Queenwood, Pymble Ladies and Canberra Girls Grammar. And they are being watched on by their adoring fans and their adoring school colleagues and their coaches and their parents. What a fantastic way to finish the regatta.
Yeah, absolutely great, Michael. A great way to finish the regatta. And you know what? That's been a constant throughout the whole regatta. So to all of the fans and people that are watching on the live stream, and to the people that are here in person, to the parents and spectators over on the Southern Bank, thank you all for making this sport such a fantastic event, and for making this event so good to come to and so good for the athletes. And it's, I'm sure, an event that these girls will never forget. So thank you to everyone involved, because what a great spectacle this is.
And Pete, I'm reliably informed there are a couple of rowing dinners happening this evening at various schools across Sydney and indeed across the state. So look forward to those if you're going to one of those tonight, parents and friends and supporters and school staff and students.
Yep, yeah, right you are, Michael, and you've got some great guest speakers at a lot of these dinners. I know Tara School might have Nicella Martinchick, a fantastic guest speaker, and I'm sure all schools will have a similar setup. But looks like
we're almost ready, Peter. We are almost ready to present the Schoolgirl second 8, the medals for that. We will just wait confirmation in just a moment from our officials to present the medals for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready. We will present the medals for the Schoolgirl second 8 for the Sydney University Women's Sport Association Trophy for 2021 at the Head of the River. Ladies and gentlemen, in third place and recipients of the bronze medal, Canberra Girls Grammar. That crew is comprised of representatives in Holly Irvine, Savannah Van Gielen, Alexandra Magellan, Sophia Champion de Crespigny, Amelia Farrell, Alice Collins, Abigail Merkel, Addie Kerr-Lewis, and their cocks Georgia Gathercole, and their coach Nigel Miller. Congratulations, Canberra girls. Ladies and gentlemen, in second place and recipients of the silver medal, Pymble Ladies College. Pymble are represented by Polly Sargent, Sophie Dunn, Chloe Luxford, Isabella Koleski, Stephanie Wood, Madison Lister, Alice Walker, Michaela Arthur, and their cocks, Hallie D'Souza, and mention to their coach, Kendall Brody. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, our winners of the Schoolgirl Second 8 for 2021, winners of the Sydney University Women's Sports Association Trophy, Queenwood. Queenwood are represented by Francesca Cabanas, Abby McClellan, Brooke Lancaster, Charlotte Botha, Phoebe Campbell, Eliza Cook, Heidi Boyd, Emerson Stock, and of course their cocks, Ali Hindmarsh. And congratulations must also go to their coaches Max Stanistreet and Eric Rowan. Ladies and gentlemen, as Queenwood School host the Sydney University Women's Sports Association Trophy aloft on the winners' podium for 2021, please congratulate all of our medalists in the 2021 Second 8 for the Head of the River. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to, in just a moment, presenting the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy to the victors of the Schoolgirl First 8 for the 2021 Head of the River. So do stick around. We will formalise that race in just a moment.
And Michael, with the conclusion of this regatta, we do still have the presentation for the ever-important First 8 on the way, so stick around for that. But with the conclusion of racing, we do look forward to seeing a lot of these athletes joining us in Tasmania for Nationals. That'll be in 2 weeks, 1 to 2 weeks' time. So they will probably be getting on a plane next week. Going through to Tasmania, a lot of these girls will be competing at the National Championships, and that's a fantastic event. It has been run here the last 8 or so years, I think from 2012 or 13.
I think it might have been 2013, Pete.
Yeah, when they held the World Cup here as well, 2013 and 14. They had Sydney International Rowing Regatta, and it's now back in Tasmania, so we'll be at Lake Barrington.
That's right. For the first time in I don't know how many years, Pete, we are going back to Tassie for national champs, and as you said, I do expect to see a fair amount of these girls competing at the Head of the River today, representing either New South Wales or their home state at the Interstate Regatta on Sunday, the 29th of March, 28th of March, I should say. But we will look forward to seeing representatives from all of our schools down in Tasmania for the Australian Rowing Championships in a couple of short weeks.
Yeah, agreed, Michael. And what a fantastic event that will be for them, for a lot of these girls to compete there at a national stage, competing against other states, against some of the girls' schools from Melbourne, from Victoria, from Queensland, from Western Australia. Some really tough competition, but if it's anything like what we've seen today, I'm sure
I have every faith in the New South Welsh women that we've seen on display here this afternoon, Pete. I'm sure they will take the fight to the opposition down in Tassie. But I'll look forward to that, to watching it in person in Tassie for sure. Me
too, Michael. Yeah, I'll be on the banks cheering along. So great racing from all of the girls here today.
And a great display of sportsmanship, ladies and gentlemen, as you will see on the victory podium this afternoon, we have our medalists in the first 8 congratulating each other on what was a fantastic race, Pete. I was extremely wound up for that one, and I'm sure the rest of the regatta centre was as well, and I'm sure we'll have had a substantial number of people join us online for the Bont Rowing live stream of this event. It's some fantastic footage that we've been treated to this afternoon.
Yeah, Michael, I know during the quad races we did have about 640 people. Now, I don't know what the official number was in the first 8 race, but I would assume even more than 640, which is a huge amount. About 700 is the official
That's the official word.
official number. So when you get over 700 people just online watching, as well as the fantastic supporters we see in front of the grandstand, the parents, the supporters on the southern bank, the coaches, all the behind-the-scenes staff. I know the great Luke State is watching online from via proxy, but a fantastic number, Michael.
Pete, I've just been informed we've had 10,000 playbacks of our live stream footage this afternoon at the regatta. So a substantial number of rowing fans near and far tuning in for the New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River this afternoon.
Yeah, 10,000, Michael. What a great amount of people. So a really popular event, and even in this tough time with COVID, we are able to still hold these regattas and still have such a huge showing.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are preparing, as you can see, for the presentation of the Rose Evans Trophy. It will be presented this afternoon by Helen Ritchie, who is the New South Wales Union of Oars Women Treasurer. Helen commenced rowing in 1999 as a corporate novice and quickly discovered her love for the sport and joined North Shore Rowing Club that year. And she's competed at a master's level for about 15 years at local, state and national regattas. And so she will be presenting the Rose Evans Trophy this afternoon. But ladies and gentlemen, we will start to present the crews for the Schoolgirl First 8 for 2021. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, your recipients of bronze medals. In 3rd place, Pymble Ladies College. Pymble are represented by Liesl Page, Tilly Morgan, Sophie Graham, Georgina Seymour, Jessica Colburn, Philippa Austin, Georgina Erickson, and Lillian Huntley. Their cox, Marine Khan. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2nd place and recipients of the silver medal, Queenwood. Queenwood are represented by Bronte Blackmore Cram, Madeline Newman, Madeline Nicol, Beth McClellan, Chelsea Prout, Chloe Driver, Tiffany Botha, and Stephanie Preller, and their cox, Lucy Anderson. Queenwood are coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, your winners of the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy for 2021 for the Schoolgirl First 8, Kinross Walleroy. Kinross are represented by Sally Carter, Ella Kirby, Lucy Scamell, Lucy Searle, Annabelle Woods, Hannah Richardson, Freya Neville, and Isabella Scamell, and their cox is Georgia Robson. And congratulations also to their coaches, Alexandra Cropley and Andrew Gannon. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please congratulate all of our medalists for the Schoolgirl First 8 in the New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River. And the Rose Evans Memorial Trophy hoisted aloft by the Kinross Walleroy School. Congratulations, girls. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We are going now to announce our point score champions for the 2021 New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River. So ladies and gentlemen, if I can get your attention now. For the junior women's point score, Queenwood. So if I can get a representative from ladies and gentlemen, we are going to announce the point score winners for the 2021 New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River, to be presented by representatives from the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have representatives from the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen present our point score winners for the 2021 Head of the River. And ladies and gentlemen, for the junior point score, the Queenwood School. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the senior point score for the 2021 New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River, Kinross Walleroy. And the shield will be presented to Mr. Andrew Parry, the principal of the school. Congratulations, Kinross Walleroy. Ladies and gentlemen, Now for the overall point score winners of the 2021 Head of the River Pymble Ladies College. And Georgie Seymour, the captain of boats, will hoist the trophy aloft. Congratulations, Pymble Ladies College. Congratulations to all our athletes and staff from Pymble Ladies College.
And a huge congratulations to our winners, the overall champions, and as well to all of the competitors, athletes, support staff, everyone involved in the New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River. Congratulations to everyone, and it's been a pleasure for myself and Michael here to commentate you guys today, and it's been a pleasure to watch some fantastic racing. So well done to everyone involved, and thank you for your support, and congratulations, girls, the overall winners of the Schoolgirls Head of the River.